a round of applause to express our gratitude to Minister Cho. Thanks to his participation this morning. All right, and in the next part is our first keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor to have the Honorable Kelly Craft, who is former United States Ambassador to Canada and the United Nations, as our first keynote speaker today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Kelly Craft to deliver an opening speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Minister, my American colleagues, the distinguished guests, and of course, our press. I've read that Taiwan is home to 5 of the 7 species of sea turtle. You know, maybe I'm just a sea turtle at heart, because sea turtles return to the place they're born, and I've returned to the place I love. It is so good to be with each of you today. On my last visit, I walked the old streets of Taipei, feast on steamed soup dumplings at Din Tai Fung, and joined you for the celebration of Taiwan's National Day. But the absolute highlight of my trip was the visit to the National Palace Museum, which holds the largest collection of Chinese art and artifacts in the world, rescued from the ravages of the Civil War in 1949. I was so moved by what I saw that I purchased a replica of one of your national treasures, an intricately carved jadeite cabbage, which is displayed proudly in my family room as a daily reminder of the time that I spent here. With your commitment to protecting these great works of antiquity, Taiwan is preserving the patrimony of Chinese people everywhere. And with your commitment to protecting freedom and democracy, Taiwan is preserving the hope of Chinese people everywhere that they too can enjoy one day the blessings of liberty. Every Chinese person on the face of the earth wants what you have here in Taiwan: freedom, opportunity, the right to chart your own destiny, and to build better lives for your families. Since my last visit, Taiwan held its 8th free presidential election. Nearly 14 million Taiwanese citizens went to the polls earlier this year, the most in any Taiwanese election since you embraced democracy 3 decades ago. Fully 72% of your citizens went to the polls to choose their leaders, a higher turnout than almost every other democracy in the world, including the United States, Canada, Great Britain, and France. The people of Taiwan cast their ballots in the menacing shadow of a totalitarian regime that sees the simple act of voting as an existential threat and treats every Taiwanese election as a chance to intimidate the people of this island. In exercising their inalienable right to choose their leaders, the citizens of Taiwan show enormous courage, and their commitment to democracy is an inspiration to the world. After 2 successful terms in office, President Tsai respected the term limits enshrined in Taiwan's constitution and handed power to a democratically elected successor. By contrast, on the mainland, Xi Jinping abolished the term limits enshrined in China's constitution and last year claimed an unprecedented 3rd term as the nation's absolute leader, putting him on track to remain in power for life. In Taiwan, President Lai and Vice President Tsai won with 5,586,019 votes, defeating 2 opposition party challengers. On the mainland, Xi Jinping secured a 3rd term by a vote of 2,952 to 0. in the National Party's Congress, a body made up of party officials chosen by him. She won without facing a single challenger within the Communist Party, much less an opposition party, and without receiving even a single vote from an ordinary Chinese citizen. That's not all. Taiwan has presided over 3 peaceful transfers of power from one party to another since 2000. On the mainland, there has not been a single transfer of power since the Chinese Communist Party seized power by force in 1948. In Taipei and Beijing, we have 2 models for the future of the Chinese people. One is a vibrant society where individuals are free to pursue their dreams. The other, it's a totalitarian nightmare where dissent is banned and prosperity is reserved for the regime and its cronies. Beijing wants the world to believe that freedom and Chinese culture are incompatible. The Chinese people value order over liberty and prosperity over democracy. Taiwan is showing the world that democracy is the path to prosperity, that when freedom and Chinese culture mix, they produce a kind of dynamic, prosperous civilization we see here today. The facts speak for themselves. Last year, Taiwan was ranked the 14th richest country in the world. China was ranked 77th, despite having 60 times Taiwan's population. Today, Taiwan's GDP per capita is $34,430, more than 2.5 times that of mainland China at $13,140. With your commitment to freedom and free markets, you are producing an unprecedented prosperity for your citizens. Taiwan is a beacon of hope for the Chinese people and a beacon of hope for the world. And I am proud to visit this great bastion of democratic capitalism and stand with you. I was proud to serve as President Donald Trump's ambassador to the United Nations, where I stood up for Taiwan and stood up to the Chinese Communist Party each and every day. And since leaving the UN 4 years ago, I've traveled across the globe from Tel Aviv to Taipei, and I've seen up close what all of us have seen in the news. From Europe to the Middle East, the world's tyrants are on the march. Russia has invaded Ukraine, Iran-backed terrorists have attacked Israel, and China is menacing this peaceful Pacific island. The world is on fire, with wars raging on 2 continents. And we must make sure that the fires of war do not spread here as well, because, as President Lai put it during his eloquent and moving inaugural address, peace is priceless, and war has no winners. So I want to talk to you today about our shared responsibilities in securing freedom and peace here in the Indo-Pacific region. Since my arrival, the #1 question people have been pulling me aside and asking, will Donald Trump win the election? Well, I think he will. And only one president in American history has lost the White House and come back to regain it in 4 years. That was in 1892 when President Grover Cleveland ran against President Benjamin Harrison, the man who had defeated him 4 years earlier. Cleveland became the 22nd and the 24th president. If Trump wins, he will become both the 45th and the 47th president. And I believe he is going to do just that. Here is why. No administration in my lifetime that has unleashed as many calamities as the Biden-Harris administration. On their watch, Americans have experienced the worst inflation in 40 years, the worst crime wave since the 90s, and the worst border crisis in American history. Abroad, the enemies who attacked us on 9/11 took back the safe haven from which they planned these horrific attacks. And expansionist Russia has invaded its neighbors. Americans are being held hostage overseas again. Iran and its proxies are attacking our ally, Israel, and firing hundreds of missiles at U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria, and the Red Sea with utter impunity. So I come here today with a very simple message. There is a strong chance that Trump is coming back. So what will this mean for Taiwan? First, I believe that deterrence will be restored across the world, from Europe to the Middle East to here in East Asia. A wise man once said that weakness is provocative. Well, over the past 4 years, America has been projecting weakness on the world stage, and our weakness has provoked a wave of violence and aggression unseen since the Cold War. When Donald Trump was president, the world was at peace because no one doubted our resolve. Consider his record. Trump was the toughest president on Russia since Ronald Reagan. He raised U.S. defense spending near historic highs. He made America an energy superpower again. He eliminated the Islamic State's physical caliphate. He drew a red line with Iran's leaders, warning that if they or their terrorist proxies killed a single American, Iran would pay a price. And when Iran crossed that red line, he took out Iran's terrorist mastermind, Qasem Soleimani. He recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He brokered not one, not two, but 3 Arab-Israeli peace accords. A diplomatic achievement that would have earned anyone else the Nobel Peace Prize. And he is the only president since Ronald Reagan on whose watch America has not been dragged into a new war. He didn't retreat behind a fortress America. He made our adversaries retreat. He projected strength and secured peace. And I am confident he will do the same in a second term. Trump is going to expect some things from our friends and allies across the world, particularly friends like Taiwan, who are under threat. He will expect you to carry your weight as a security partner. I come here today as a devoted friend of Taiwan, someone who fought for this island at the United Nations and who cares deeply about the fate of this beautiful island and its extraordinary people. And as a friend, I'm going to speak candidly. Taiwan is wealthier than Germany, Europe's richest country. It is wealthier than South Korea, the United Kingdom, and Japan. Your rapid growth has been called the Taiwan miracle. But you know what? In truth, it's not a miracle at all. You are showing that when given the chance to live in freedom, Chinese people are capable of building one of the most innovative, prosperous, democratic societies on the face of this earth. But with success comes responsibility. In the U.S. Constitution, our founders declared that one of the first responsibilities of democratic government is to provide for the common defense. And since President Tsai took office in 2016, Taiwan has increased its defense investments by 5% every year. You now spend 2.5% of GDP on defense. Let's put that in perspective. That is more than all but 6 members of the NATO alliance. But considering the existential threat Taiwan is under, I would ask, is that enough? I don't think so. Taiwan will spend nearly $20 billion on defense next year. By contrast, China will spend $230 billion, more than 10 times that. And China is investing that money in capabilities specifically designed to conquer this island. In the face of this threat, Taiwan must do more for its own self-defense. For example, one of our NATO allies under the most threat from Russia today is Poland. In 2022, Poland, like Taiwan, was spending about 2.4% of the GDP on their defense. But in the wake of Russia's invasion of neighboring Ukraine, Poland's leaders recognized that these investments were not enough. They watched as Russian troops poured across Ukraine's border and reached the outskirts of Kiev, despite the Western security guarantees Ukraine had received 3 decades earlier in exchange for giving up their nuclear weapons. And they watched as America's initial response was not to defend Ukraine, but to offer President Zelensky a flight out of the Ukraine capital, to which he responded, "I need ammunition, not a ride." In that moment, the Poles decided that notwithstanding the U.S. security guarantees enshrined in Article 5 of the NATO Charter, the only way to truly guarantee their own security was self-reliance. So over the past 2 years, Poland has doubled its defense investments. This year, Poland is spending more than 4% on GDP on defense. And next year, it will be spending 5%. And Warsaw is doubling the size of its standing land forces to 300,000 troops. Those investments are making Poland the defense colossus of Europe. They are establishing deterrence with Russia, which knows it can never succeed in invading Poland or its neighbors. This is the model for Taiwan. You must become Poland of the Pacific, a nation that, while deepening its defense ties with America, is simultaneously building itself into an unquestionable military power no nation would dare threaten. Taiwan's democratic neighbors in the Pacific are taking these lessons to heart. Australia just announced a record $37 billion defense budget and is purchasing nuclear submarines from the United States and Britain. Japan has announced plans to raise its defense spending by $315 billion over the next 5 years, an increase of more than 50% that will give Japan one of the largest defense budgets in the world. It is time for Taiwan to make increased defense investments of similar scope and scale, and it cannot wait another minute to do so. President Biden has slow-rolled delivery of weapons to Kiev, taking months and even years to provide Ukraine with F-16s, Patriot air defense, M1 Abrams tanks, and ATACMS. He can do this because Ukraine has a long, porous border that make it easier to deliver weapons to Kiev and resupply Ukrainian forces amidst the fighting. But Taiwan is an island. That makes it harder to invade, but also much harder to resupply once a war begins. So the question Taiwan's leaders should be asking right now, if China invaded tomorrow, what will we wish we had done? And you must do that right now, right away, without delay. Taiwan needs more anti-ship missiles, mobile ground-based air defense capabilities, smart mines, anti-aircraft guns, mobile cruise missile launchers, and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems. You need increased defense against ballistic cruise missiles and UAV attacks, like those that recently defeated Iran's attack on Israel. You need more precision strike systems as well as the counter-strike capabilities that can hit targets on mainland China and take out Chinese airfields, supply depots, command and control. You need to invest in low-cost, high-effectiveness, asymmetric capabilities, including unmanned surface vessels, unmanned aerial vehicles, and naval mines to disrupt a Chinese blockade or quarantine. The model here again is Ukraine, which recently broke a Russian blockade of its Black Sea ports and forced the Russian Navy to withdraw from Crimean reports without a traditional navy of its own. They did so by using a combination of domestically produced unmanned sea drones and US-made long-range anti-ship missiles, which sank a third of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and drove the Russian Navy out of the Ukrainian territorial waters. Taiwan must be able to do the same to the Chinese Navy. You need stronger offensive and defensive cyber warfare capabilities so you can both withstand and deter Chinese cyber attacks on your electrical grid and communication networks while threatening China with cyber attacks of your own. You need to strengthen your digital resilience by increasing low Earth orbit satellite communications and receiver stations in the event that China attempts to sever undersea internet cables. You need to strengthen your domestic defense industrial base, so you can churn out weapons in wartime. You need to dramatically increase emergency stockpiles of food, petroleum, coal, natural gas, and medical supplies, and increase domestic energy production, including expanding nuclear power. Taiwan's standing military consists of just 190,000 personnel, less than 1/10 of China's standing military. And while you have 2 million reservists, only 300,000 are required to undergo yearly training. That is not enough. I have no doubt that the Taiwanese people will show courage and determination if their democracy was threatened by Beijing. But our goal must be to ensure they never have to do so. And the only way to do so is to make sure that Beijing knows that Taiwan has both the will and the capability to defend this windswept island of democracy. They must understand that any effort to extinguish the spirit of freedom of the Taiwanese people will fail. I have confidence in the people of Taiwan, particularly the younger generation, and they are not likely to give up their liberty and way of life easily. History has shown that once while roused, free people always do what is necessary to confront evil and secure liberty. Let us pledge together to do what is necessary today to make sure that they never have to rise to freedom's defense and to secure a future of freedom and peace for the great people of this magnificent island. During my service as U.S. Ambassador to the UN, I worked tirelessly every day to fight the systemic discrimination against Taiwan and to stand up to the bullies of Beijing who threatened you. In turn, you have always treated me like family, welcoming me into your hearts and showing me the unrivaled kindness and hospitality of the Taiwanese people. And so I'm here to return your kindness by sharing with you the best advice I have for navigating the next Trump presidency. The secret to getting along with Donald Trump is doing your part and carrying your weight. If you're willing to do that, he will be the most reliable friend and ally you can imagine. And I believe if Taiwan does its part, the second Trump term will usher in another great era of U.S.-Taiwan relations and a new era of peace in the Taiwan Strait. Let me close by saying this. I recently watched a trailer for a new 10-part Taiwanese television series called 0 Day that will air next year, depicting a Chinese blockade and invasion of Taiwan. The scenes that unfold are truly horrific. Widespread looting as shortages of food and fuel take hold on the island. A financial meltdown as citizens find their ATM cards disabled and bank accounts frozen by PLA cyber attacks. Foreigners desperate to be evacuated. Mass confusion as China takes over Taiwanese television stations and floods the internet with disinformation. You know, these events at this moment, they may seem unimaginable to many here, just as it seemed unimaginable to many in Ukraine that Russia would invade their country, bomb their cities, and commit horrific atrocities against a people Putin claimed are brothers and one people. But it happened. She also considers the people of Taiwan and China one people. And as he has just been as clear about his intentions towards Taiwan as Putin was in Ukraine. She has declared that resolving the Taiwan question and realizing China's complete reunification is a historic mission, an unshakable commitment of the Communist Party of China. Sending a message that you will not be deterred by their threats will require historic defense investments, investments that will not only increase Taiwan's military capabilities, but demonstrate your commitment and willingness to sacrifice to defend your freedom and way of life. If you do your part, and I believe America will do its part as well, together we will make certain there will be no zero day in Taiwan. Thank you.
Many thanks to the Honorable Kelly Craft. Thank you for your inspiring talk. Please have a seat, and thank you so much for your support and advice to Taiwan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. The next session, Conversation 1, will begin at 9:15. So there's about 5 minutes break. So also, we prepare some refreshment and beverage outside of the hall, so you may feel free to enjoy. But don't forget to take your seat promptly so that we can begin our next event as scheduled. Thank you so much. See you soon. Our next session is about to start very, very shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, please come back earlier and then return to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Taipei Security Dialogue. At this point, we'll proceed to our conversation one, democratic challenges and resilient enhancement. There are three discussions in this session, as you can see respectively from France, United States, and Japan. Each discussion is offered 10 minutes to deliver his presentation. So now please welcome our moderator, Dr. Shen Youzhong, Deputy Minister, Mainland Affairs Council, Republic of China. And now I'll turn the floor to Dr. Shen Youzhong, please.
非常欢迎各位今天早上的莅临哦。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Youzhong Shen from Mainland Affairs Council, Republic of China, Taiwan. I would like to express my gratitude to the INDSR, Institute of National Defense and Security Research, for their hard work in arranging this conference, and also extend a warm welcome to all our friends from abroad who have traveled a long way to be here. The topic of this conference this year is about the challenges from China and Taiwan and global security. In the current violent international situation, the challenges posed by authoritarian regimes to democracy is a global issue that we all face. In Europe, the Russia-Ukraine war is keeping going on, while in the Indo-Pacific region, there are growing threats from China and North Korea. Right now, we all know that Taiwan is the country which facing various forms of so-called maximum pressure from China, such as military threats, economic coercion, disinformation and fake news, or gray zone conflict in Taiwan Strait and the South or East China Sea. Given the critical democratic challenges we face, it is crucial for us to unite and strengthen our resilience. In this panel, we have three discussants. Welcome Mr. Andrew, who is former ambassador of France, and Professor Dreyer, who is the professor of political science from Miami, and Mr. Take, who is former chief of staff of Maritime Self-Defense of Japan. The three discussants come from Europe, the Americas, and Asia, and they bring experience in diplomacy, academia, and the military. I believe this will be a very engaging and insightful discussion. Now welcome the Ambassador of France, Mr. Andrew, please.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, allow me to thank the Institute for National Defense and Security Research for the invitation, and I am so proud and honored to be among you this morning in Taipei. So about democratic challenges and resilience enhancement. Democracy, the rule of law, and human rights are the foundation and fundamental. Just a moment. I have some problem here. And just a moment. It's always problem, yeah. So democracy, the rule of law, and human rights are the foundation and the fundamental principles of the EU, of the European Union. They are enshrined in the Article 2 of the Treaty of European Union, the TEU. These principles and values are not just political ideals, but help ensure trust between European citizens and their institutions. In an era marked by misinformation and political polarization, reaffirming the commitment to this principle is indisputable. But democracy is also an essential part of our social market economy. The complementarity between democratic institutions and a functioning market economy is necessary. Democracy is not only good for business. It is essential for a society that values economic participation, social inclusion, and inequality reduction. This balanced focus on democracy and economy is also described in the Copenhagen criteria for the EU membership. They highlight our comprehensive approach of governance. Rule of law and the adoption of liberal economy play a central role in accession negotiations between the candidate countries, the Eastern Partnership, the Western Balkan countries and, on one side, and the EU on the other. At the same time, democracy in Western countries, especially in Europe, has some specific challenges. Illiberal and authoritarian parties are putting it at risk. These challengers use two strategies to gain support. First, they claim to be democratically legitimate. Second, they polarize societies to create a false binary choice. In order to stop them, Democrats need to counter both. Fortunately, despite these mounting challenges, democracy in Europe and Taiwan is going strong. Their democratic institutions remain stable. But 2024 is a huge test for democratic politics. This year has been labeled as a super election year. More than 60 countries and approximately a quarter of the world's population are heading to the polls to choose their parliaments or presidents. Elections are being held in the United States of America, in India, and in the European Union, the European Parliament. And on January 6th, it was held in Taiwan. Within the Union, national elections took place and were planned in France, Portugal, Croatia, Australia, and Lithuania, as well as in the United Kingdom. These elections are being held while democracy is being challenged. While it continues to be the home of the most developed democracies in the world, the United States and the European Union, in particular, are also encountering significant challenges to democracy. These challenges can take the form of external interference and pressures from certain countries. For instance, the PRC for Taiwan, Russia for EU countries, and the US. These interferences are often confusing to the mind. But they can also create internal disorders. That is especially the case in 3 EU countries, and even 4, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, and Hungary and Slovakia. Illiberals have succeeded in significantly weakening liberal democratic institutions. Moreover, illiberal and authoritarian-leaning parties are on the rise in almost all European countries, threatening democratic institutions and norms. I can cite the case of France and Germany, where the last elections gave some unconvincing results regarding the solidity of democracy. Generally, in Europe, illiberal parties at the left and the right of the political spectrum have reinforced their positions after the last parliamentary elections. We have to remember that modern challengers to democracy are not as coarse and open about their extremist ideologies, especially at the far right, as their predecessors in the 1990s. They are not trying to take power by force, but skillfully build a strategy around claiming democratic legitimacy while they create and exploit societal polarization. Despite their claim to democratic legitimacy, illiberal challenge the liberal norms and institutions that make democracy meaningful and lasting, such as civil liberties, the rule of law, the separation of powers, and even the liberal economy. Furthermore, illiberals divide society into their supporters and their enemies. Such polarization is toxic because, unlike normal debates about policy preferences, it derails and trusting interaction between citizens with different views. On their side, autocratic regimes in some countries, such as Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, are also resilient. They were able to adapt, survive, and learn from one another how to overcome political and economic crises. That is especially the case with Moscow and Beijing. As we know, China observes very closely the Russian difficulties in Ukraine during the war and the application of Western sanctions against Russia to draw as many lessons as possible. Autocracy shapes international relations in profound ways. Modern autocracy has adapted the strongman model by incorporating sophisticated surveillance technologies and financial structures. As with Russia, modern autocracy does not exclude armed and hybrid attacks against other countries to destabilize and impose its law. In such a complex context, it should not come as a surprise that democracies around the world are discussing and have already put in place measures to strengthen the resilience of democracy and electoral processes, especially when authoritarian countries have demonstrated strong resilience as Russia did. In this respect, the European Union has been particularly active. As the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, warned in her 2022 State of Union speech, and I quote her, "For more than 70 years, our continent has marched toward democracy, but the gains of our long journey are not assured. Many of us have taken democracy for granted for too long. A large majority of EU citizens are worried about disruptions that could threaten the democratic world, especially through cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and foreign interference in electoral processes. The Commission has placed the protection of democracy among its programmatic priorities. In 2020, it presented a European Democracy Action Plan to strengthen democracy. In 2023, the Commission reviewed the implementation of the plan and identified areas that could be further developed. The European Parliament has also taken the protection of democracy very seriously. As its President Roberta Metsola indicated when addressing the European Council in 2024, the 2024 European Parliament elections will be a test of our systems and makes our job of getting the message across even more essential. She also stated, "We know how far other actors will go to try to disrupt our democratic processes. We are seeing attempts in many states to push the resilience of democracy and European elections against disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda from actors hostile to the European project. It is a threat that we must be ready for." Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot for the presentation by Ambassador Andrew. I think the Russia-Ukraine war demonstrates that even a regional conflict, no country in the world can remain unaffected. And helping Ukraine and support Taiwan is helping democracy. Now welcome the second representative, please.
Do I press this to make it work? Or okay, it works already. Well, I'd like to talk about something I regard as the other Quad. And this is not the one that you normally think of, which is India and Japan and the United States. and Australia. This one, it doesn't resemble a quad that you normally think of, which is a square or perhaps a rectangle, and you see students walking back and forth to class. And this one is doesn't have equilateral sides. It's more like a gravitational field with the pushes and pulls of countries going on. And Taiwan being the smallest nation in this grouping, which is Japan, the United States, China, and the United States, is the most susceptible to these gravitational pulls from the other. Now, given China's apparently unchanging devotion to annexing Taiwan, I never use the term unification because it's misleading, would see that the safest position for Taiwan is in a triangle, as close of a triangle as you can get, with China on the one side and the other three countries linked together. And now what about the United States? I think Ambassador Kraft has given you an excellent summary of where the United States is here. And the Biden administration has at least twice indicated the United States would back Taiwan if attacked. And I noticed that there are media, OAS says, the State Department immediately walked the statement back. And this irks me because I noticed that what the State Department said isn't walking it back exactly. It says, what State says is, and I quote, "There has been no change in the one China policy." This, ladies and gentlemen, is not walking the statement back. China insists that there's been no change in its policies for the last 30 years, and you have seen changes in its policies. In other words, nations cheat. Now, the bottom line, I think in the absence of some egregious and highly unlikely act by Taiwan, you can reasonably be confident that the United States is going to defend Taiwan. So this leaves Japan as the odd country out of the analysis, and that's what I'm going to focus on. And here again, I'm saying that this leg of the triangle has been, it's not only been getting short, it's getting shorter. And I've read several times that Japan only recently began to see Taiwan as vital to the Japan defense. And this is not just true, it's just simply not true. It came up in 1972 when they were discussing normalization with China, and the voice got drowned out by the business interests who wanted to trade, understandably, with China. And then it came up really openly in 1978 when the 1978 Treaty of, quote, peace and friendship between China and Japan was being debated. And the then minister, no, not minister, because there was no ministry, the head of the Japan Defense Agency, Shin Kanemaru, was discussing this with the then United States Minister of Defense, Harold Brown, and he said openly that Taiwan was vital to the defense of Japan and also Korea. And this upset the then Prime Minister Fukuda, who was trying to get that very controversial treaty approved by the Diet. And so he made Kanemaru apologize. And the next day, Kanemaru called a press conference, and he told the press conference that what has always been in my mind unwittingly slipped from my mouth. So that's not really a retraction. And now, fast forward over a lot of history to the end of November 2021, and that is the recently ex-Prime Minister Abe, in a virtual appearance in Taiwan, said that any contingency concerning Taiwan would be an emergency for Japan. And here's the important part. A Chinese attack on Taiwan could meet the conditions for Tokyo to use military force. This was a shocker. Nobody had said anything like that. And then less than 2 years later, 2023, another former prime minister, this is Taro Aso, visited Taiwan. This is, again, very, very strange because very unusual and very unprecedented, because at that point, Aso was no longer prime minister, but he was LDP Secretary General, a very important position. And he said, Japan must be willing to fight to repel a Chinese invasion of the island militarily. Wow, a lot of raised eyebrows. And now, a lot of questions. Did Aso represent official Japanese policy, or was he speaking his private views? And Aso did not reply, but 2 days later, someone who had been with him, also an LDP Diet member, Keisuke Suzuki, said he knew that Aso had discussed the issue with the Japanese government officials beforehand, and therefore he concluded it was reasonable to assume that Aso's view was not Aso's personal regard, but a result of arrangements with government insiders. And he added that, quote, I think the Japanese government clearly regards this as the official line. So there you go. The triangle becomes shorter, the legs of the triangle. And now, Chinese political analysts see this too. In 2021, one of them said, again very publicly, that Japan is using Taiwan as a bargaining chip to keep Chinese interests in the area, in the region, in check. So China also sees and doesn't like the shortening of that Japan-Taiwan leg. Now, what does this mean in terms of Japanese behavior? I see my time is already getting very short. No, I can see it. They have a clock here that tells you exactly to the second how much time you've got left. And, you know, being a professor, I can't talk for 10 minutes, so this is really tough. Japan, as you've heard already, has substantially increased its defense budget. Fiscal 2025 is the first year in which Japan's budget request, of course that means request is not done deal yet, for defense spending exceeded 8 trillion yen, and that's big. In terms of weapons, the Japan Coast Guard is going to get its largest ever multi-purpose vessel, and they've also set up plans meticulously to feed and house an expected exodus of refugees from the fighting, even to calculating how much drinking water per day is going to be needed. So, I mean, this is organization. They are expecting something. They've set up a new cyber force, and there's going to be a new satellite constellation link. They've got 10 already, but it turns out that they don't communicate with each other very well to deter invasion, and this new one is going to have advanced information gathering capabilities. Now, so that's what Japan is doing when itself. What it's doing with others, with the United States, there's a major revamp of the US military command in Japan is happening. I haven't got time to talk about the details, but this is big. Secretary of Defense Austin has said, this is the most significant change to US Forces Japan since its creation, and one of the most strongest improvements in 70 years. And this will now have a 3-star US general, and they're hoping for a 4-star in the near future. With other countries, German warships are participating in joint naval exercises with Japan. Germany doesn't have any dog in this fight in terms of territory, unlike the others, but it's vitally important to the status of Germany as the world's third largest economic power. Just recently surpassed Japan for that. Now, France has interest in the Asia Pacific and understands all too well the consequences for itself if the South Pacific comes under Chinese control. Japan now attends NATO meetings. Stoltenberg would like to have it, I see, but Macron has reservations about joining NATO, and Japan has expressed interest in joining the Five Eyes. Now, there are problems here. The Japanese have failed to recruit their number of volunteers for the FDF. The recruitment has fallen under 50%, and it's not likely to get any better because there are better jobs than the military, and also because the Japanese birth rate continues to decline. So it ain't perfect. These measures are going on. We're afraid to go too far. It seems, and I'm going to quote here, off the record comment by a former Deputy Secretary of Defense, we're afraid to go too far. What China is accomplishing is a silent takeover. And the difficulty for us is, okay, it's crossing China's red line. And China is expert at deciding it's been provoked, even when not everybody else would agree it's provoked. So how far do you want to go? And as the Deputy Secretary of Defense said, look, I love Taiwan, and I imagine he's speaking for the State Department here. Everybody loves Taiwan, but we have to be careful not to want Taiwan to death. And that's the eerie truth. China is eager to do a provocation, and very inventive. So this leaves us, and I leave you, with a quandary. How much tighter can we make those legs of the triangle without provoking something? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dreyer, for your presentation. I'm personally very pleased to see such a multi-level approach into increasing cooperation and collective defense in Indo-Pacific. China's threats in the Indo-Pacific region continue to grow. And only through cooperation we can deter China's ambitions toward Taiwan and maintain the status quo in Taiwan Strait. So we hope the multi-level cooperation will be still work after U.S. president election this year. Now welcome the last presenter, Mr. Take, please.
Thank you for having me. I'd like to discuss the importance for democracies to strengthen resilience through a whole-of-nation approach. Based on the lessons of the war in Ukraine, let me first highlight two changes in the strategic environment that require democracy to become more resilient. They are first, the increasing complexity of global structure, and second, the stabilizing nuclear power balance. As for the first change, the global structure has become tripolar or more fragmented, and it is no longer possible to organize it simply the democratic, authoritarian rivalries or great power competition. The war in Ukraine has clearly shown, in addition to the authoritarian and the democracies, there are the countries that do not want to belong to leader groups. We saw it in the UN General Assembly resolution on the war in Ukraine. As you know, United Nations had three functions to stop the war. One is a Security Council, and the other two is the International Court of Justice and General Assemblies. The UN Security Council failed to stop the war because of Russian veto, and Russia ignored the order of International Court of Justice. Seeing that Security Council was not functioning, the United Nations held emergency special session on March 2nd, 2022, where a majority of 141 countries voted in favor on a resolution condemning the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, while 5 countries opposed and 35 countries abstained. The outcome of this vote is very, very extremely important. This is because 35 countries, or about 18%, took a neutral stance in the resolution, which means that even in case of war, in case of clear violation of sovereignty or international territorial integrity of the UN member states, a certain number of the country that would not oppose it. Another emergency special session on April 7, a resolution was passed to suspend Russia from UN Human Rights Commission, with 48% of the country voted in favor of the resolution. In other words, more than 50% of the country did not give that their approval. The number also has important meaning for democracies because United Nations cannot act in unison even on the values that are critical for democracy, that is human rights. This means that when something happens for both democracies and authoritarian, those who incorporate more on the third group will be able to justify their action, even though it is the clear violation to the international law. Chinese-Russian approach to the third group, as well as their diplomatic response to the Hamas terror, can be explained in the same context. Moreover, the use of Hamas by China and Russia to expand their influence could fragment an already polarized world structure. It was predictable that the UN Security Council could not act unanimously to deal with Hamas terror. What complicated the situation was some countries that voted in favor of the resolution condemning Russia voted against the resolution condemning Hamas. The situation indicates the global structure, tripolarized by the war in Ukraine, is further fragmented by terror of Hamas. The protracted war in Ukraine has brought about two changes in the strategic structure of Europe: their enlargement and division. Countries like Finland, which perceived Russian authoritarianism as a threat, joined NATO, while countries like Hungary, which saw economic benefit in good relations with Russia, disrupted the unity of the United EU and moved closer to Russia. What we have learned from NATO is, even in the decade-long alliance, weak links become target for status quo changes. We must ask ourselves how to adapt our security posture to the emerging global structures and how to make the solidarity of democracies more resilient in the fluidized strategic environment. And the second reason that democracy needs resilience is destabilization of the strategic nuclear power balance, which has shaken the credibility of US extended deterrence to democracies. The democracies face four allied authoritarian countries at the same time: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. 3 of 4 are in East Asia and all nuclear powers. Although China is now near peer competitor with the United States in nuclear weapons, in 10 years, it will be peer competitor in both nuclear and conventional power. Regarding the war in Ukraine, it is said, one of the reasons why the situation has not improved despite Ukraine's desperate struggle is the United States government is prioritizing preventing war from escalating into exchange of nuclear weapons and becoming World War III, instead of prioritizing a victory of Ukraine. It is generally believed that Biden administration was deterred by Russia's nuclear intimidation at the outbreak of the Ukraine war. If China becomes a peer competitor of the United States in nuclear weapons in coming years, it will cast a shadow over the credibility of US extended deterrence in the Asian democracies. We must accept the fact that presence or influence of the United States is already declining. This must be our point of view to thinking about national security of coming years. Based on this, first, we need to strengthen the national resilience of our country as a whole to cope with the new strategic environment so as not to become a weak link in democratic countries, while firmly strengthening the unity of allied, friends, and like-minded countries. And second, we need to think about what we didn't have to think about in the past strategic environment, as well as what was unthinkable in the past nuclear power balance. For Japan and Taiwan, it must be the Taiwan contingency in the emerging new strategic environment. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Take. I totally agree your opinions as you speak. Just today's Taiwan Strait will be tomorrow's Barsi Channel. The Barsi Channel is the gateway to the South China Sea. And I think the status quo in Taiwan Strait to maintain the peace and the stability is very important, not only for Taiwan, but only for all the countries in the world. So it's right now to help Taiwan to maintain the peace and the stability and the status quo and in the Taiwan Strait. I think now we still have almost 20 minutes. So does anyone have questions or comments on the sideway? No one? So please.
Hi, G-Man from INDSR. I would like to, since there is time, I'd like to hear June's presentation that she could not fit in her 10 minutes. Thank you.
An invitation to talk, just what I needed. Well, what I wanted to emphasize in the talk is the growing realization that the security of Taiwan is not just the security of the Taiwan Strait, it's the security of the Asia-Pacific region. And that is what I think there has been too little attention to until very, very recently. I think if Ambassador Kraft mentioned something very interesting. If there's a war tomorrow, ask yourself what we would have done differently. And there are a lot of things we could have done differently. But suppose you're China. What you're asking yourself is what would we have done differently? And what I would, if I were trying to put myself in the position of the Chinese, I would say we moved too quickly, too fast on too many fronts. And I have always been concerned with Taiwan. My first visit here was in 1982. And I had heard very bad things about Taiwan from my professors at Harvard. It was this dictatorship, and it had martial law. And I got here, and I expected that the sidewalks would be rolled up at night. And instead, what I found were vibrant night markets, people running back and forth on motorcycles, and the illegals at that point, political party, the Dangwai, which became the Minjin-Dang, they were campaigning on every street corner. And I thought, what kind of martial law is this? And so, as I say, I've always felt that Taiwan has a special place for me. But it seemed to me that the rest of the world didn't care that much. And they thought, oh, well, China will eventually take over Taiwan, and our problems will be over. And then they discovered that Taiwan was making moves on the Diaoyu/Senkaku Islands, and in the South Pacific, and so on. And all of a sudden, the interconnectedness of this became really to the fore. And at that point, you find quads and squads. The squad has the Philippines in it, which is now concerned as well. And these vital straits, the Bashar Strait the Taiwan Strait, the Miyako Strait, are somehow all connected with this spider web of Chinese desire to dominate. They should have moved more slowly, and they would have gotten away with more. And G-Man, I would love to discuss this with you further. Thank you for asking, but thank you for asking.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. Bonnie Lin from CSIS. A really fascinating panel. I wanted to go back to the topic of the panel, which is democratic challenges and resilience environment. And I wanted to ask for perhaps recommendations from the panelists on what you think Taiwan can either do more for its resilience or what your respective countries could do more with Taiwan for Taiwan's resilience. I just wanted to open that question to the panelists. Thank you.
So who want to answer this question?
Well, I think all of us could answer this question. But what I think Taiwan could do is institute a much better recruitment system for the military. And I know Ambassador Kraft touched on this a little bit, but that current system of, 3 months, and you can get exemptions for all kinds of things, is very, very deleterious. Military weapons are getting more and more sophisticated. You need time to train on them. And this is not time. They're not getting that training time. This is extremely important. And it won't do to say, well, we can do public service instead. And I also think there's a vital need to beef up cybersecurity defenses. And now I'll let somebody else talk.
So thank you very much. A very difficult question. Before coming here, I consider what is the resilience for the country. It's easy for the military, but resilience for the country is a whole issues. For example, from diplomacy, economy, and military, and the others. I think in my definition, resilience is the context of national security would be the ability to absorb the shock of the incident and to restore and continue government function. Ordinary for the continued ordinary social life like Ukraine. And it is the most important point for the country. Resilience is the ability or skill that is built and acquired over time. It not can acquire the one night or overnight. In case of Taiwan, the geographic, geopolitical, the value of Taiwan is very, very valuable, and for Japan and the other country as well. And unfortunately, as well, some member mentioned, Taiwan is an island country, very difficult to fight alone. So, in Taiwan's case, there is the Taiwan Relation Act. United States will certainly intervene, come to defend Taiwan, but it may be delayed. U.S. will may be reluctant initially to intervene militarily. That the case is imaginable. So Taiwan government and military and the Taiwan people, they should have capability to fight protracted war of attrition until U.S. and Japan and the other country come to support Taiwan. I think that is the resilience of Taiwan.
Yes, just personal remarks to try to answer to your question. It's first time that I am in Taiwan, and I must say that my impression is I see before my eyes a country prosperous and democratic country, and that is maybe the most important means for resilience of a country. Because I see that the people of Taiwan is ready really to defend this way of life, and that democracy they don't want to they want to continue to have it. And from my point of view, that is the most important point in that question.
Any question? Yes. Thank you. I'm Yamamoto from Japan Sasuka Peace Foundations. I have one question for the participant. So, I am a Japanese people. From our Japanese perspective, standpoint, so I totally agree to your panelist comment. However, for example, the global South countries and others, so do not necessarily have the same value as we do. So, particularly some of the global South countries have a sympathy or affinity for continental China. So, how can we, our international community, get the understanding and the approval of these countries? Do you have any comment or answer? Thank you so much.
Yes, about Global South. Of course, Global South, it's a sort of assembly of different countries, which the common view is that they are opposed to West and to developed countries, developed former colonial countries. But I don't believe in the solidity of this alliance, because all these countries are very different agendas. For instance, when you see People's Republic of China and India, they are strategically very inimical to each other. So, of course, they are solid. These countries has most of the population, etc. Economically, they are very strong. But I don't believe that they could represent sort of danger for the stability and the peace in the world. Again, India, for instance, has a different alliance with Western countries. They have alliance. They are allied in the United States in the Quad, for instance, in Pacific Ocean. So it's sort of alliance of circumstances and not more.
I don't think there is such a thing as the global South. I think we've invented it. And there is no solidarity in this group, and we must not let ourselves be taken over by Beijing's narrative. And it seems to me that, in essence, what Beijing has said is, in essence, to itself. We know we can't make any headway with the developed countries. You know, Europe is just beyond us. The Baltic states even left the 17+1 alliance. And we've got to create solidarity with the global South. They love us. I'm sorry, the only words I could think of, and I'm not going to say them, are crude. Put it that way. There is no group there. These nations are intimidated because of their trade relationship with China to mouth China's instincts. That doesn't mean they're going to fight in a war. And as China's economy continues to decline, which I think it will, so will the willingness of these countries to back China, even in lip service, and they are certainly not going to back it militarily.
So, looking at the current, a couple of years of UN Security National General Assembly, we can say that even the democracies often come together and break apart according to their national interests. This is real. So it is very difficult to unite the whole nation to the one thing. So I think the best way is it seems realistic to organize a coalition when interested interested country on a case-by-cases. So there are some democracies cannot participate in the one group, and the non-democratic, all democratic countries, no, also different kind of democratic country will participate in the group. I think this is a realistic way. And it is very important that democratic values we believe cannot unite the world, and excessive insistence can be lead antipathy for this country. So unite case by case is, I think, the best way for us. And in peacetime, to strengthen the relationship with allied and friend and like-minded country to be able to unite in case of emergencies. I think this is the best way. Thank you.
So we still have almost 4 minutes fight. I have also one little question for you. How do you evaluate if Donald Trump come back to White House? We just hear about Kraft just speak about that. Do you think the geopolitics will be changed in EU or in East Asia? To all of you, in 1 minute.
Yes, exactly. It's difficult to answer to this question. Of course, I don't want to go in the internal affairs of the United States, and it's difficult to say something about this. Wait and see who will win this election, who will be the next president. It's difficult to say, but I think the interest of the United States and of the democratic world will not change toward Taiwan and defense of Taiwanese way of life and independence.
Could you rephrase the question? I thought he...
How do we evaluate if Donald Trump come back to White House? Do you think the relationship between Taiwan and U.S. or between EU and U.S. or even between Japan and U.S. Does anything be changed?
What was surprising to me, in the good sense, was how little Biden's policy toward Taiwan and Asia have changed under Biden. And I am in despair over the election, Ambassador Kraft. I'm not as optimistic as you are, but I think that, frankly, the idea of President Kamala Harris worries the heck out of me. I don't know where she stands in terms of foreign policy, and all I can hope for is that her advisors will give her wise advice and tell her to continue the Biden-Trump policies. But the problem with, as the great Prussian military theorist Karl Clausewitz said, is you can never predict what's going to happen. And this was followed on by the great American philosopher Yogi Berra, who said prediction is always difficult, especially about the future.
So when Mr. Trump came to White House again, at that time Japanese people think, why there is no Prime Minister Abe? He was killed 2 years ago. He is a good friend of President Trump. Anyway, the situation, strategic environment of Asian Pacific, no change. The center of economic growth is shifting to the Indo-Pacific. I think there is no difference of importance of the Indo-Pacific, no importance of the peace and stability and the Taiwan Strait. But so, whoever become the president of the United States, Mr. Trump as well, I think there is no change the U.S. policy to the Indo-Pacific and no change for geopolitical situation in East Asia, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you once again. We have to stop here. Thank you once again for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to Deputy Minister Shen for moderating this conversation. And also, we would like to express our appreciation to the three discussants for sharing your perspectives. Thank you so much, and please have a seat. All right, and afterwards, we'll continue to our conversation, next conversation. Oh, I think they would like to take a group photo after the talk. Just a moment. 好，我们来照相. Please take a photo together. Okay, look to the camera in front. Please show your brilliant smile. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much once again. Please give it up for the discussion and our moderator, Shen. All right, afterward, we'll move on to our next conversation. Conversation 2, China's long-term global strategy and security challenges. And there were also 4 discussions in this session, respectively from the Republic of Korea, India, United States, and also Canada. Each one will be offered 10 minutes to deliver their presentation. Yeah, I think I would like to firstly welcome our moderator, Mr. Chen Yongkang, legislator of Legislative Yuan. And then our 4 discussants will be President Su Ki-han, Institute for National Security Strategy, Republic of Korea. And also please welcome Yogesh Kumar Joshi, Director General Center of Contemporary China Studies, India. Please welcome. Also, please welcome Director Bonnie Lin, China Power Project and Senior Fellow for Asian Security, Center for Strategy and International Studies, United States. Last but not least, please welcome Veena Najibullah, Vice President, Research and Strategy, Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. All right, and now I'll turn the floor to our moderator, Legislator Chen, please.
Morning again, distinguished guests, honorable visitors here. I really consider this a great honor and privilege for me as a moderator for the second session on today's important subject, the China's long-term strategy and the global security issues. I was a retired Navy guy, 40 years uniform service. So I'm very happy to echo today Ambassador Kraft has mentioned how can we increase defense budget and also build up a strong resiliency to support the defense deterrence capability. In this dynamic changing world, everything's connect everything. PRC tried to integrate the 3 pillars to support their strong, ambitious goal, to reach the ambitious goal. Namely, it's geoeconomy. They try to dominate the market, the local people, population, high tax. This is an economy dominance. Also, they try to use a political goal, like using the BRI to contact different end users to develop their influence. Lastly, most importantly, is they continue to build up a military capability so can assure they can reach their goal to break through the second island chain. Today, we're facing the great challenge, not only across Taiwan Strait, because the Taiwan Strait is not a single nightmare scenario if the conflict happened. From South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, East China Sea, including the Senkaku Island, also can connect to the Korean Peninsula. So we have to understand how to crisis prevention instead of crisis management. This is important. So we have to share and learn from each other based on the background experiences and the lesson learned. And especially nowadays, high technology, like Ambassador mentioned. In the future, unmanned vehicle, drones, UAV, USV, UUV will dominate the battlefield. But on the other side, do we have developed our rules of engagement? Command and control, how to share in the JCOPS, Joint Common Operational Picture, and the downgrade to lower level Joint Common Tactical Picture. Until today, we hope our government can deliver our new versions of a national security strategy. From leaders' top-down policy guidance is very clear. But without the national security strategy, horizontally, interagency coordination, we need to improve it because time is limited, resource limited, manpower is limited. Even mentioned we can increase the defense budget from 2.5 to 3, even the goal is to 5%. But I have to emphasize the talented people, qualified people is more important than the hardware, than the numbers of the missile itself. So we have to send more young talent officers, soldiers, sergeants to get a better training education in the United States. Because when you deliver the first batch of the weapons that we purchased, to speak the truth, operating manual, maintenance manual, tech manual, all doctrine is English immersion. Can our young soldiers, young sailors, sergeants can read this? So I need you totally support, not only focus on the hardware itself, but also improve the training, the capacity. We can build up military capability within 3 years if United States can deliver the weapon very fast. But we need to build up our sustainability and the capacity from the bottom up to support this strong will. It takes 10 years. So today I'm lucky to have this 4 distinguished discussants sharing their broadband in-depth research with us. I'm happy to introduce the first discussant, Honorable So-hee Mr. Han, and who is the President Institute of National Security Strategy, South Korean. The second is retired General Kuma Yoshi. He's the director of the Center of Contemporary China Study, India. The third one is Dr. Bonnie Lin. We knew each other for years. She's a director, China Power Projection and Project, and senior fellow for Asian Security, CSIS. And she just visited Taipei not a long time ago. Yes, we learned a lot from her. The last one is Honorable Vina Najibullah, who is the Vice President, Research, Strategy, Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. Mr. Han, now floor is yours. Maybe we can learn more from you, sharing your interest topic on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Seok-hee Han, coming from Korea. It's my great honor to be here, and I sincerely thanks to INDSR to having me here. I'd like to, my subject is, this panel is China's long-term global strategy and security challenges. I'd like to approach some differently. I'd like to talking about 3 points. One is what would be the goal of China's long-term security, long-term global strategy. I think it's obvious. China wants to dominate the world and lead it in its own way. I think China developed that kind of idea. I think China has, in their mind, has long dreamed of restore its own past glory. Chinese people and mainland people, they believe that they used to be the #1 in the world. But since the end of 19th century, they declined and they can come up with the stage anymore. But recently, they want to see some opportunity. There was 2008, when the global financial crisis happened. And before that, before 2008, I just witnessed Chinese people. I just ran into many Chinese people. Then many Chinese professors, in their lecture, they teach that, oh, we cannot catch up with the United States. I believe that Chinese people at the time, they still had the world view as the world is divided by only two countries. One is the United States and the rest of the world. They believe that they can, if they have enough time and enough resources, then they can catch up with the rest of the countries. But at the same time, even though they have enough time and energies, they cannot catch up with the United States. US is too strong, too advanced, so they don't have any intention to catch up with the United States. But 2008 global financial crisis gave them a momentum to think about, we can catch them up, we can do it. Why? Because US was a little staggering. At the time, President Obama, he wants to have a cooperation with the United States. But this is my personal observation. President Obama's gentle attitude and gentle comment gives some kind of wrong message to Chinese people. The Chinese people, they see President Obama's gentleness as the indication of weakness. So Chinese people, they try to catch up with this kind of momentum, and they try to do their own best to catch up with the United States. Based on that kind of idea would be, for my understanding, is a Dongxiong Xijiang. The East is rising and West is declining. I think that kind of concept, with that kind of concept, they maintained for 10 years of catching up, trying to catch up with the United States between 2008 to 2018. And when the President Trump, he just imposed some US-China, the trade war. I think that is one of the key point of the Chinese goal. Second point is, even though China has set up that kind of goal, but maybe 15 years, 20 years after, then they feel very difficulty to accomplish the goal. I think the first reason would be economy. Many people agree that Chinese economy is declining right now. But I'd like to introduce one of the key concepts that reflect the Chinese declining would be peak China. Since 2021, 2022, two young American scholars, the Michael Beckley and the Hal Brands, they coined this the peak China. I personally agree with the peak China because China is very slow and they're sagging their economy. So I think they try to provide some kind of factor to be a peak China would be population declining and high dependency on procuring critical resources on global markets, and U.S. imposition of sanctions on China's cutting-edge technologies, and other structural impediments, structural problems of Chinese domestic situation. I think that will be pretty make sense, and but if China wants to recover, or China wants to get over that kind of difficulties, or peak China the factors, China has to input some of efficiencies in their economy. But they can do it because I think that is coming from Xi Jinping. Because Xi Jinping, he anachronistically, he still believed that Dongxiong Xijiang. I think in 2008 to 2018, the East is rising, West is declining. There was a kind of fact. But after 2018, especially when President Trump, he just imposed economic sanction over to China, I think the Chinese economy is declining. Chinese situation is not as same as 2008. But President Xi Jinping, he's still keeping the mind of Dongxiong Xijiang. I think that is a very important factor. I'm not sure whether Xi Jinping, he truly believes Dongxiong Xijiang, or he wants to he disguised that he wants to adopt it because he wants to keeping his power. But I think that is a fact. One of the example, if you take a look at the third plenum of 20th Party Congress, many people, they expect that, oh, Xi Jinping has to show some of the new policies to stimulate his own economy. But he didn't do it. Why? Because he has keeping his power. And also he said that Dongxiang Xizang at the time. So I think this is kind of anachronistical perception would prevent China from having more efficiency in their policies. Third, in China's security dilemma or China's security challenges, we have many Chinese security challenges at this moment. So I think China is facing with the Neo Wei Huan. It's internal problem and external problem. We have many external problems. It's U.S.-China strategic competition, territorial disputes, and defensive concern, energy security, cyber security. A lot of security concerns that they have from outside. But also internal instability is there. Recently, maybe some people, they've been to China, and I think many people say that empty airport, there will be many foreign people, they recognize the decline of China, but also domestic citizens, Chinese domestic citizens also recognize that China is declining. That might be another source of instability in China. But from my perspective, more important concern is China is getting more isolated from the world. I think that is a very important factor. Maybe Chinese people, they do not accept this kind of advice, but for example, me, I'm a China specialist for 30 years in Korea. And Korea is right next door to China. It's been less than 2 hours from Seoul to Beijing, Seoul to Shanghai. And I lived in China for altogether maybe 7, 8 years. But I don't go to China anymore for 5 years. Since 2020, I didn't go to China. Why? Initially, for 2, 3 years, because of COVID-19, I couldn't go there. But after that, in 2023, they just reopening their country, but I still cannot go there. Why? Because I cannot secure my own safety due to the anti-spy law. If they just manage anti-spy law, I'm more than happy to be there. But in the meantime, I have to get more information about China, but I cannot get it. So I just come in here in Taiwan. This is my 8th time to come to Taiwan this year. So I think that is an indication that China is getting more isolated. And in couple with that one, I like to talking about China's the anti-China sentiment in the world. Pew Research's data says that in the world, a lot of countries, including US, Japan, Korea, Australia, even Sweden, they just are rating more than 80% of anti-China sentiment in their society. That will be another factor to precipitate the anti-China sentiment in the world. Finally, I'd like to mention that collective defense. China's neighboring countries, we try to make any the self-defensing kind of a unilateral coalition. For example, we mentioned about Quad, we mentioned about AUKUS, and US, Korea, Japan coalition, and US, Japan, Philippine coalition. I think those kind of things would be naturally we try to make it why we want to defend ourselves by ourselves. So that will be the situation that I observed so far. So finally, I'd like to mention about my conclusion that although China ambitiously set the long-term global strategy for becoming a global leader, but it is almost impossible to accomplish the goal for the time being. That is one thing. And also, China cannot surpass the United States, and China subsequently cannot pose the far from China pose far from dominating the world. That is my conclusion. I did not mention about Taiwan at this moment, but if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer with the Taiwan.
Thank you, Mr. Han. I'm fully appreciate for in-depth analysis about the current situation inside China. I have a question for you based on your judgment. Because China initiated the BRI, One Belt, One Road in 2017, and because after the 20th Party Congress, they set up 10 major goals. BRI is one of that. But because they just completed the third Central Committee conference, they want to solve the internal problem, before 2029. Do you believe they still can reach the goal of BRI before 2035?
Right now? Yes. From my observation, China has difficulty to maintain BRI because of lacking of money. They don't have much money. So recently, two things. One is the lacking of money. Second is they are criticized by the international community that the BRI is a kind of new type of 20th century imperialism. So there's kind of two factors. But I think maybe Xi Jinping, he just put the BRI in their own constitution, everything. But so they will remain their constitution, the BRI there. But they just implement the BRI continuously. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Thank you for objective comment. So our next discussion is General Yoshi. Now the floor is yours. We'd like to learn more from your more objective observation about the regional situation.
So this is on? Okay, great. So thank you, Admiral. And good morning, everybody. And thank you, INDSR, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. Talking about China's long-term global strategy. So I totally agree with what the previous speaker said, that China is reaching for glory as a matter of historical destiny. This history that is got has fostered in the Chinese a firm belief in what role China should play in the world today and in the future. So since 1949, China has had just two grand strategies. One focused on coping with the existential threat to the regime survival, and the other on regaining China's standing as a great power. The previous speaker also talked about this. So therefore, China's grand strategy has evolved over time from strategies of survival under Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, and to regaining its standing as a major power under Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and now Xi Jinping. And China, under Xi Jinping, has been particularly proactive about building Chinese economic, military, and political power, and is very explicit about leveraging it to become a global power. So looking at the history of the Chinese grand strategy, in the Mao's era, for the first 4 decades of the Communist Party rule, its leadership was primarily focused on regime survival. And initially, as you're aware, that the greatest external threat to the party was the United States. So Mao aligned with the Soviet Union to deter a direct US military attack. But the relationship between the Soviet Union and China was a complicated one from the beginning itself. During the Korean War, there was a frustration that the promised military assistance never arrived. And a few years later, in 1962, the Sino-Indian border war, Soviet Union appeared to be taking India's side. So by 1969, the Sino-Soviet bilateral relationship had come to a point that there was skirmish in one of the border areas, and the Sino-Soviet split happened, which demanded a rethinking of the Chinese grand strategy. And with the Soviet Union now the primary threat, Mao pursued an alignment with the United States. Later, when Deng Xiaoping came to power in 1978, he continued with the Mao's grand strategic focus on alignment with the United States to counter the Soviet threat, but his goals changed, from survival, it was beyond survival, to China's economic growth and development. And 1 year after taking power, he officially launched the reform and opening up strategy. Normalization of relations with the United States in 1979 happened, hoping that China's alignment with the US would bring not only military assistance, but also greater economic and technological cooperation that could boost China's economic revival. Later, after about 15 years of reform and opening up, during the era of Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, Chinese economy grew from roughly 150 billion in 1978 to over 700 billion in 1995, and Jiang Zemin had to double down on trying to reassure others that China's rise was an opportunity and not a threat. Also, China sought to position itself as a major regional power through deepening ties with its neighbors. And the goal, of course, was primarily to undermine the UN's alliance system and the role of the US military in Asia. Concurrently, China became more involved and integrated in the international community as part of the grand strategy to reassure the world. It began to form strategic partnerships with countries to strengthen and foster the emergence of a multipolar system. The PLA became more active in the international community, and in 2008, China dispatched its navy beyond the region to participate in the multinational anti-piracy efforts in the Gulf of Aden. China also became a top contributor of troops to peacekeeping missions, out of the permanent 5 members of the Security Council. And by 2007-2008, China started becoming more assertive in promoting its claim in several maritime disputes in the South and East China Sea. So now, what is China looking to achieve under Xi Jinping? What are its ambitions? To support what you just said, the grand strategy of Xi Jinping is national rejuvenation. And every decision he takes, it is designed to advance China to glory via his China dream. He wants a communist-controlled China that is well-governed, socially stable, economically prosperous, technologically advanced, and militarily powerful by 2050. So the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping is undertaking an epic project to rewrite the rules of global order. The party is pursuing a determined, multi-layered grand strategy of national rejuvenation with 4 key objectives. First, to maintain its iron grip on power, like any autocratic regime. Since 1949, the Chinese regime has always seen itself as being locked in a struggle with domestic and foreign enemies, haunted by the collapse of the Soviet Union. They also know that the collapse of the Communist Party-led system would be a disaster and personally fatal for them personally. Second, the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make China whole again by regaining the territories it lost earlier, earlier eras of internal upheaval and foreign aggression. So Xi Jinping told the then US Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, in 2018, that we cannot lose even 1 inch of territory left behind by our ancestors. Third aim is to create a regional sphere of influence in which China is supreme, and outside actors, especially the United States, are pushed to the margins. And finally, the final layer of Beijing strategy focuses on achieving global power and eventually global primacy. So what is the template China has been following? At the political level, Beijing is projecting leadership over global governance and international institutions, splitting Western alliances and advanced autocratic norms at the expense of liberal ones. Economically, it is working to weaken the financial advantages that underwrite US hegemony and seize the commanding heights of the 4th industrial revolution, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing. Now, China already accounts for more than half of the Asian GDP and half of all Asian military spending, which is pushing the region out of balance and towards a Chinese sphere of influence. And militarily, the People's Liberation Army is attempting to field a world-class force with bases around the world that would defend China's interest in most regions and even in new domains like space, the poles, and the deep sea. So struggle for mastery, once confined to Asia, is now over the global order and its future. If there are 2 paths to hegemony and national rejuvenation, a regional and a global one, China is now pursuing both. Thank you.
Thank you, General Yoshi, for your in-depth analysis regarding to the CCP internal problem. I have a question, like to have your guidance, whether you consider the current Xi Jinping government can fully control all the military unit. He has fired 2 defense ministers. also lay off more than hundreds of general flags internally. The new nomination for the the theater commander doesn't have enough strong background, in that area. So do you believe in the near future they can have a group team to support him in the future? It's, the group leader in the future, or in the fourth term, he can find a very consolidated command team under his command. I'd like to hear your different point of view.
Thank you. So the moment Xi Jinping took over power in 2012, I think the first thing he went about was he went against corruption. And he went after the army generals in a big way. I think the first two generals that he sacked were the two vice chairman CMCs, General Su Sai-hao and Ko Po-seung, who 2007-8 were actually like gods in China. So post that, of late, we have also been seeing the way a large number of generals have been purged for corruption, including his defense minister that we saw. So as I see it from outside, so there are issues within the PLA with regard to, he's been for 2 tenures already been the president and the chairman CMC, but the corruption, the pushback against the general continues. So there are issues. And so to give you, straightforward answer, whether he's able to control or not, I see that the struggle is continuing and it will continue for some time to come.
How about the border issue? Do you see the tension is gradually reduced, between India and China at the border?
So the India-China border issue right now is stable. We had issues in 2020 wherein the People's Liberation Army had come in a big way, they had mobilized in a big way and come into areas which they did not control but they claimed. So that was one of the tactical reasons why they did that. But post that, the Indian Army and India, the nation, responded back to the actions what Chinese had done, and the Indian Army launched the quid pro quo actions, after which, the Chinese PLA came back to the negotiating table, and we were able to disengage from a large number of areas where the PLA had come in close contact. There are a few areas which are still to be disengaged, for which the talks are going on. We're having talks at the army-to-army level, at the co-commanders level. We're having talks in the WMCC meeting that we have, and of course at the higher level as well. And I'm hoping that at some stage, there will be some resolution to this.
Thank you, General Rishu. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Bonnie Lin to express her, broadband observation regarding to this very difficult issue, tough issue regarding to China's grand strategy and the regional security concern. Now, floor is yours, Bonnie.
Great. Thank you, Admiral Chen, and thank you, INDSR, for this invitation to speak at the Taipei Security Dialogue. I think I framed my remarks in anticipation that we will have many distinguished panelists, including what Professor Han and General Joshi mentioned in terms of already outlining what is China's current strategy, but also, to General Joshi's point, what were China's prior strategies since 1949. So I will scope my remarks to look at how do we think about China's objectives and approaches in the next 15 or 20 years? What might change and what are some of the areas of uncertainty? And I'll focus on 5 different points. So the first 2 points I want to mention is I think it's pretty clear in terms of areas of certainty. This might be pretty obvious to most folks here, but I think it's still worth saying it out loud and publicly, and of course, happy to answer any questions. I think the first approach, which I believe I'm also hearing from Professor Han and General Joshi, is that there's a sense that China is already one of the most influential regional and global players, and that looking into the future in the next 15 or 20 years, we will see a China that will try to continue to seek to increase its influence. And here I'll mention 3 different reasons why that is the case. Both Professor Han as well as General Joshi mentioned China's desire for national rejuvenation for 2049, so I won't talk too much about that, but I'll add 2 other main reasons why we'll see China trying to get more and more power moving forward. One is We've seen a growing focus on national security under Xi Jinping and his belief that foreign powers, including the United States, are out to contain China, and more sentiment from China that, from their perspective, the United States seeks to stir up conflict in its periphery. So from that perspective, one logical consequence for China's desire for more power is, from their perspective, more control over what's happening around its periphery, but also from a relatively defensive perspective, again, their perspective. Third and related point is, as China looks at what's happening internationally, it sees itself as needing to do more to protect its own interests, advance its own interests, and lead on the world stage. It's also assessing greater instability globally, but also problematic US leadership. I will note that Chinese experts have spent a lot of time analyzing the lessons learned from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and what they've concluded is that the global order has become fragmented. It's much less stable, and the risk of regional crises, including ones around China, but also further away, have increased. So from their perspective, they also see that the United States has not governed, from their perspective, effectively using international institutions. They've argued that the United States have circumvented the UN Security Council on Ukraine, which, is quite reasonable from our perspective. But from their perspective, they see this as more room for China to step up globally, internationally, more room to step on the international stage, but also a need for China to do so. So I think all three considerations drive a desire within China, particularly looking forward to try to seek much more power and to advance its what it views as its interests and defensive interests in the region. I personally also believe, looking at the next 10 to 15 years, an area of continuity is that China will become more assertive, more coercive, and more willing to use all means, including military means, to protect its national interests, particularly its territorial and sovereignty claims. I think General Joshi had mentioned already some of China's use of these means in the past years, but I think it's safe to assume, as China becomes more powerful, or at least believes it's getting closer to 2049, that its desires to use its force in that respect will increase. I think China will be more impatient and less tolerant, and we're already seeing quite a bit of this in the South China Sea. We're also seeing this vis-a-vis Taiwan. I'm sure Jacques and others will talk about this, but the recent 22 guidelines that China released about Taiwan is a clear signal of a China that wants to move forward. In terms of uncertainty, one other point I would mention is peak China was mentioned, I believe, by Professor Han. Personally, I don't believe necessarily China will be more assertive if it's facing more domestic problems, nor do I believe necessarily that domestic challenges will cause China to be more restrained externally. My personal belief is, regardless of what's happening domestically within China, China will still want to achieve its rejuvenation goals. China will still want to be able to push back against what it views as growing hostile forces, and China will still want to lead internationally. So those factors aren't going to change regardless of what China's domestic situation is. So I see the trend is towards more assertiveness, more leadership, regardless of what's happening domestically. Now let me talk about three uncertainties in terms of China's trajectory. I termed them uncertainties because the official rhetoric and of what China says it wants to do in these areas still differ quite a bit from their actual action. So maybe it's not uncertainties, maybe it's contradictions. So currently, we still see China saying that it seeks peaceful coexistence with the United States, and the official line is that war with the United States is not inevitable. But there's increasing worry within China that the two countries might come to find itself in a conflict. And we also know that compared to the Soviet Union, if you look at the excellent work from my Yale colleague, Professor Arne Westad, the Soviet Union had a belief through much of the Cold War that long-term coexistence with the United States was not possible. We don't see this in China right now, but if you look at the actions that China is taking, it's raising questions on how China defines peaceful coexistence. We know during U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's recent trip to Beijing, we saw during the public readouts of this that President Xi Jinping still mentioned that peaceful coexistence was one of the principles or that is important for China with respect to U.S.-China relations. But we also know, and as mentioned by the other panelists, that China is not only continuing to invest in the PLA, but as they are watching Russia's invasion of Ukraine and lessons learned, we're seeing China take measures across society, across the government, preparing the country for war. I'm not saying China is going to launch a war now, but they are taking measures to shield its economy. They're taking measures to shield its financial system. They're taking a lot of measures to make it more possible that should China need to use force, it will be ready to do so. So I think there's quite a bit of contradiction between that and China's explicit desire for peaceful coexistence. And I think it will be interesting to watch if there's any changes in that language and the official rhetoric as we move forward. The second area of uncertainty and contradiction I see is that the official line in China is that China seeks equally and orderly multipolarity. And I quote from Chinese Politburo Wang Yi earlier this year when he said that this is different from forming multiple blocks, fragmentation, or array. And now again, Chinese actions and the results of their actions are the complete opposite of this official line, right? We know that China continues to deepen relations with some of the most problematic actors. I believe Ambassador Kraft and others have mentioned Russia, North Korea, and Iran. I agree with Professor Han in the sense that there's more distance now between China and most leading democracies, but I think with respect to certain countries, there's a much deepening of relations between China and those countries. This year, I will point out that China has engaged in unprecedented level of military exercises with Russia. Nearly a dozen military exercises just in July and August alone, and now more military exercises this September. Deputy Secretary of State Kirk Campbell mentioned recently that China is now providing lethal aid to Russia, and I think it's interesting to watch the rhetoric coming out from Moscow. We're seeing representatives from the Kremlin now say that that in a contingency, we should expect China and Russia to be combining forces. We're seeing Russian leader Putin himself say that China and Russia are, quote, allies in every sense of that word, except they don't have a formal treaty alliance. So China is forming its own blocs, and we need to see, and that's in contradiction to what they're saying with respect to their public rhetoric. I will also point out the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is we could probably put that under China's bloc-like activity, and we'll need to see how much this evolves in the next 15 or 20 years. I know I'm probably short on time, but I'll just add the final point of uncertainty that I think is more of an uncertainty is how much do we understand China's current long-term strategy to be dependent on Xi Jinping, and what would happen if Xi Jinping leaves office. We know that Xi Jinping is not going to live forever, but he seems to have indicated that he wants at least a fourth term, and maybe longer if he still is around by then. We also know that Xi is a very different leader than Hu Jintao, his predecessor, who was more moderate, had lesser power, and seemed to be more interested in collective leadership, but maybe that's a function of the fact that he didn't have as much power. So I think it's interesting to ask the question of what's the possibility that we might see a Gorbachev in China in the next 2 or so decades. I don't think we can rule out that possibility, but it will be quite a daunting task for any next leader of China, because if Xi is able to be in power for 4 terms or maybe more, there will be structures and deep relationships and practices that Xi Jinping has put in place, and it will take a lot of effort from any future Chinese leader to try to reverse that. And my understanding is right now in the Chinese political systems, there's very little incentives and opportunities for more moderates to rise within their political system. So the possibility of another leader, of a Gorbachev appearing in China in the next decade, I'd say we probably can't hope for it. It's going to be very slim. And I'll conclude by pointing out an article that Max Boot at CFR wrote recently in Foreign Affairs about looking at what President Reagan did with respect to bringing about Gorbachev's reforms in Russia. I think, from his perspective, looking at President Reagan and his efforts, his main assessment was that a lot of what we saw within China was actually the result, within Russia was actually the result of internal dynamics, and we probably gave President Reagan too much credit for Gorbachev's reforms, and I think that probably applies for China too. So when the United States thinks about our next strategy for China, whether it's in the Trump administration or in the Harris administration, I think it's very important for us to not think that we can really change China. We probably will be dealing with a China that is going to seek more power and is going to be more assertive and aggressive moving forward. So I'll wrap up there.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. As you mentioned, China continue to enhance cooperation with Russia, especially if we join the maritime exercise. But can you predict what's their next position in the Ukraine war? Or also, China continue try to build up the influence in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Iran, even Qatar, UAE. And what is their position in the conflict of the Gaza? Because sometimes we see they try to keep low profile, but on the other side, they are very aggressive to increase the pressure from the other circle side. So could you provide us some of your observation regarding to the issues in the Ukraine and the Gaza?
Sure. I think either Ukraine or Gaza will be covered by one of the later panels, but I'll just offer really quick thoughts on my end. In terms of Ukraine, I think China has made its position very clear. Just if you look beyond their rhetoric and look at Chinese actions, China has supported Russia from the beginning, politically, economically, and now militarily. I think there's no question on their position on Ukraine there. Politically, though, China is trying to position itself as in between to basically decrease the cost to China of supporting Russia, but if you look at their actions, I think it speaks louder than words. In terms of what China is doing in the Middle East and elsewhere, I think the bottom line for China is trying to look for these victories, these soft victories that they could say that they're contributing to global peace, global stability, but the reality is China's not willing to take any hard actions that require either significant political costs for China or economic costs for China. And that applies not only in terms of China's efforts to contribute in the Middle East, but elsewhere too.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Now, our last discussion, we welcome the Vice President Nadabula to express your observation regarding to the China's long-term strategy and security challenges. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. But of course, being the last person, so much has already been said, and you've been waiting so patiently for your opportunity to ask questions. So I will be fairly brief, but first of all, thank you very much for the organizers for including me in this panel as well. I'll underscore a couple of points. I agree very much with what has been said, that the primary objective of CCP is, of course, regime survival, and secondarily, that they would like to create an external environment, both within the region and globally, for China to be much more favorable. So in other words, to displace the US world order. Those two objectives we've already covered in terms of how that differs from what China was doing before, especially during the period of reform and opening up when they were really biding their time and hiding their strength and focusing much more on building their national power. I think what has happened in the last 20 years is a little bit harder to kind of explain in terms of a clear grand strategy, because we did hear about the East is rising and the West is in decline, this idea that great changes not seen in a century was kind of driving the Xi Jinping thought on diplomacy, and that's very much true. But of course, also in the last 3 or 4 years, we're also hearing quite a bit that the external environment is really challenging, that Western powers, led by the US in particular, are trying to contain, to suppress, to encircle China. So on one hand, obviously, the Xi thought that yes, ultimately the East is rising, but that at this moment, the West is almost kind of having its last grand stand and trying to suppress China. So we're seeing essentially what one could describe kind of as strategies of anti-containment as well, which was mentioned briefly, but I think it's important to note, and it has a number of building blocks, one being securitization of everything. So in the context of, in the era of Xi Jinping, everything is about security. So economic security, national security, that's the perspective that's being looked at. We also are seeing kind of sanction proving, if you will, a fortification of the Chinese economy, and a lot of lessons learned from what we're seeing in the case of Russia and Ukraine, of course. When the Russian war when Russia first invaded Ukraine, I think China was watching very closely and was really astonished at all of the sanctions and all the measures that the Western Bloc was able to bring forward. So that was kind of the thing that they were paying attention to. What has happened in the last year or so, it's actually the opposite. They're studying how much Russia has resisted, how it's been able to put its own economy on the war footing, and sort of the new ways in which Russia has been able to reroute supply chains and be less dependent basically on the West. I think China is also learning quite a bit from that in terms of moving away from just doing trade in dollar. 95% of the trade that's now happening between Russia and China, for instance, is not in dollars and in local currency, primarily in RMB. So I think that kind of fortification is important for them in terms of making sure that while they're still fully integrated with the rest of the world, I think that's an important point we should keep in mind. Someone mentioned on the panel that China is isolated. I'm not sure that's exactly accurate because, yes, China is trying to almost de-risk itself from the West and fortify itself from the West, but at the same time fully integrate itself with the rest of the world. I know we don't want to use the term global south, but let's say the global majority, so the non-Western world. China is very much making sure that it's indispensable in that sense to the world. And so I think that's an important point. Another point that would be relevant to bring that hasn't really been mentioned is that China's challenge to the global order is happening at a time when the global order genuinely is being fragmented and is not seen as fit for purpose by, again, that global majority. Because of the wars in Ukraine, because of the war in Gaza, because of the fact that powers like India, like Brazil, and others want to have a greater say in the global governance, we need to be able to withstand, and by we I mean Western powers in particular, Western democracies in that, including South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and others. We need to be able to deal with that China challenge, but at the same time acknowledge that the order needs reform, that we can't just sort of preserve what currently is and maintain that Western dominance. That, unfortunately, that era is over, so we need to have language that addresses basically the grievance that exists there. I mean, if you really look at a lot of these alternative blocs that China has created, certainly the BRICS or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they're basically grievance platforms. What unites those really different actors is the fact that they don't believe that the current order serves them and their interests, that there's a lot of Western hypocrisy and so forth. So in dealing with that, we need to recognize that there is some legitimacy to that, while also obviously what China is offering may not be a real alternative. And while it's not really clear what China is offering, sort of in a lot of detail, some building blocks of that are there. We see BRI in its now second iteration in terms of small and beautiful, but also the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilizational Initiative. These are some alternatives that China is putting forward. To a Western ear, a lot of that sort of sounds like, well, what does it really mean? It's kind of slogans, not much else there. We shouldn't make the mistake we made with the BRI 14, 15 years ago and sort of dismissing this as just slogans or things that don't mean anything. I think they do offer a certain alternative, and there are actors. I'm from Central Asia. Central Asia is a good example. We don't often think about that part of the world, but China has been able to consolidate quite a bit its influence in the region. And right now, obviously, because Russia is distracted with what's happening with Ukraine, it has much more of a free hand and is able to build alliances with Iran, with Pakistan, with others in that Eurasian continent. So I think we shouldn't be dismissing those elements. One other point, again, kind of taking advantage of being the last person and what hasn't yet been said, in a true Canadian spirit, let me introduce a degree of humility and sort of saying that when we talk about grand strategy, it's really difficult to know, I mean, unless you're sort of Xi Jinping or very few people around him, to know exactly what China wants is really tough. But there are a few things that we're noticing from their speeches and from their behavior. One thing that China wants very clearly, whether it wants to be the global power or a global power may be debated, but it certainly wants to be the dominant power in Asia. I think that much is clear, and it wants actors who are not resident in Asia, countries like Canada, like the US, like a lot of European countries, to not be involved. So to not be involved in South China Sea disputes, Essentially, we're seeing that right now with respect to Philippines, how China does not want Philippines to kind of have partners and allies in Canada, in Germany, in the, around the world, right? So essentially, it wants to make the South China Sea a Chinese lake and any dispute to be bilateral. Same thing with the Taiwan Strait. It wants to see it as an internal affair, and it certainly doesn't want Germany to be sailing through or Canada to be sailing through. So I think on that part, it's then important to be able to respond to that. So we know that China wants us out. We know that China wants to keep these things as internal or completely bilateral. So that means that the policies that countries like Canada, Germany, and others are putting forward in terms of their Indo-Pacific strategies are important and need to continue. Certainly in the case of Canada, we put forward an Indo-Pacific strategy 2 years ago. It has some resources behind it. It's critical for the country, for Canada to continue to be present here, to work with partners, with Australia, with others, to be able to show, to resist this kind of coercion and the push by China to isolate and deal individually with smaller powers. So I think that that's a critical issue that needs to be brought in as well into the conversation in terms of how we know what China wants, so then how do we resist that, but without necessarily succumbing to the same tactics? I think that's another element. One other element that hasn't been brought up, which I think is important, is China also wants to delegitimize democracy, delegitimize alternative forms of government, and is doing so by taking advantage of democratic openness of our societies. Foreign interference in our elections, disinformation, really polarization and taking advantage of that. I think that's important as well, because it's one thing to say, you know, China wants a friendly external environment, it wants essentially US out of Asia, but it also wants to delegitimize democracy, and both so that the population in China does not look outside and say things are better somewhere else, but also to essentially kind of create what Russia has also created, this belief that all countries have problems, you can't trust any politician, no system is perfect, so therefore you best to stay with the system that you have, right? So that idea. And I think, again, democracies need to work together to be able to withstand that challenge without closing the openness that we all enjoy. And I think that is a really hard challenge. How do you really address that? I'm noticing I only have a minute. I thought I'll be really quick given that so much has already been said, but just putting all of this sort of on the table for discussion with this group, especially looking forward to your questions. And I guess the final point that I'll mention, and this was again mentioned by someone on the panel, that Westerners, we are not able to safely travel to China. I think that's an important part because, as I mentioned, we need to bring in humility into this. And one thing is, we have to figure out how to continue to study and understand China from a distance, and to be able to engage with voices in China that might be presenting an alternative story without endangering them, how to be able to kind of have a sense of what's happening inside China and also externally, but being safe at the same time. And the only thing that I can think of in that respect is strength in numbers. We have to be able to work together. So one of the things that has been good in the last 4 years with the Biden administration is the emphasis on alliances and partnerships. And the fact that while the US is still the dominant power, it cannot face the threat of China and the challenge of China on its own, especially since that threat we're also are facing at the same time as we're having to deal with disruptions of climate, disruptions of technology, and so forth. So it's all happening together. And absolutely final point, if I don't mention it, I wouldn't be a good Canadian, is that the threat of China is now also something that we need to consider in the Arctic. And this is where the climate change is coming in with the, kind of the China-Russia threat. As the Arctic is warming, that's another frontier that's opening up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vina, for your wonderful description regarding the current situation. I have a small question for you. Yes, do you believe China will accept containment engagement, so-called engagement, or the risk not decoupling? Because talking about climate change, U.S. still need to cooperate with China in the international order.
Yeah, so my own personal view is that it's less about containing China, but much more about constraining China's abusive and coercive behavior. And that in the case of China, I mean, we speak a lot about de-risking or decoupling initiated by the West, but actually China was the first mover on de-risking and decoupling, right? I mean, their desire for self-reliance, their desire to not be vulnerable to kind of leverage from the West is there. So I believe that China is trying to de-risk itself from the West, if you will. But on the notion of do we have to coexist, cooperate, I mean, these are interesting debate. I don't think climate is necessarily why we need to cooperate, because China will do what's necessary on climate for its own reasons, for its own population. It needs to invest in the planet just like we all do. So this idea that we need to somehow concede something to China because we need to cooperate on climate, I don't think is the right framework. That's certainly something that I hear a lot in Canadian context, especially among folks on the left. They sort of say, well, we can't resist or deter China because we need them on climate. I think that's not a useful framework.
Thank you. Before the floor open to the audience, I have another small question for Professor Han. Can you tell us your observation relation regarding to the relationship between China, DPRK, and Korea? Russia.
Connections. Kim Jong-un, he wants to make a connection with Russia and China, but I think recently Russo-North Korean relationship make China-North Korean relationship a little bit aloof. Because from Kim Jong-un's perspective, he just maintained the relationship with China for more than 50 years, but he did not get enough resources from China. But at this moment, he reconnected with Russia, but Russia provided a lot of resources to North Korea. So I think that kind of situation make Kim Jong-un be more aloof or more away from China. And China take a look at the North Korea's behavior. For 50 years, we provided some kind of aid to you guys, but you just betray us. So currently, from our observation, the North Korea and China relationship is getting more aloof. But that doesn't mean that they're going to change the fundamental relationship. I think for a while, they tried to make a face up for a while, but in the long-term perspective, they're going to go back to their own basic relationship.
Thank you, Professor Han. Because time is up, and now we want to open the floor to the audience. Maybe we can only pick three, gentlemen here raise the question. The Ambassador Kraft, you first. Sure.
So when you speak about the Security Council, I think that from my experience, when I first arrived at the United Nations,
yes.
Security Council, when I first arrived at the United Nations, China would often vote with Russia. Upon my departure, it flipped because they suddenly became their own vote, their own veto, instead of watching Russia. And then another, I really like what Vina and Bonnie had to say, and I think mentioning the BRICS is vital because you have to question why China would be involved in such a group that has different economies. So basically, if you look at their bad actors and you look at how they're engaging with South Africa, you look at their Belt and Road. And I think it's vital that people understand that they are looking for other groups. They'll never be able to replace AUKUS or the Quad. And I think that's really important what you said, that they know that we're focused on Indo-Pacific countries, and being the ambassador to Canada before the United Nations, I think it's vital that Canada look at their 2% for NATO because of what you said, the Arctic.
Thank you, Ambassador. There's a gentleman over there. Yes.
Thank you, Admiral. I'm Domingo Yang from INDSR. I have a question for Bonnie Ling. Thank you very much for your remarks. There is a debate in Washington regarding whether the United States should just manage the competition with China, or the United States should be thinking about winning or prepare to win the competition with China. I wonder what is your take on these two different policy approach, and what kind of role could Taiwan play to fit in such scenarios? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Domingo, for asking a really easy question. So I can tell you that that is a question that a lot of strategists are debating and discussing within the United States. I actually think there's lots of commonalities between the different approaches. So I think the issue with managing competition, if you're on the win side, is many view that as a little bit not proactive enough and not doing enough to see how we can gain more advantage. But in defense of those on that side, I think they're just using the term manage. For those who argue for winning the competition with China, I think they're looking for, okay, in what areas do we need to be in the lead on? And that is, I think, very critical to identify. So from my perspective, I think there are strengths in both arguments, and I can't really put myself in just one of two camps. I will say that some of those who argue in the win camp, some of their arguments have been distorted. So maybe Ivan can speak more about this, but some of the arguments that the media have framed in terms of what Matt Pottinger has said in this, he's not saying that we should go in and overturn China, right? So there's actually a lot more similarity between those two camps, and sometimes it's portrayed in the media.
The last one. Yes. G-Man, yes.
Yeah. A lot of the discussion has been about what China's doing in the world, and I understand the topic is China's challenges, but maybe it would be interesting to hear from our panelists what they think are China's weaknesses. And I know there's been some talk about de-risking, but maybe if each of the panelists can talk about 3 strategic weaknesses that China has, so that we can understand better how to manage China. Thank you.
Professor Han, do you have comments?
China has many weaknesses, but China doesn't want to accept this, doesn't want to recognize that one. But I think, as I mentioned, that Xi Jinping risk is quite big. Still, I'm not sure whether Xi Jinping is correctly informed from the people, the supporters, because they do not want to inform Xi Jinping whatever the reality is. So that is one of the weakness. Second weakness would be Chinese the economic situation. Currently, I'm just concerning about the rural government. Yes. Oh, not rural, it's the provincial government. Provincial government, they are lacking their own budget yet. So they had a hard time to give their officials to give salaries. So I think that is the current economic system is quite weakness, and they don't know how to recover this kind of weakness. And third weakness is diplomatic weakness. As Nina said, that it's not isolation, but it depends on the definition of isolation. Chinese people, they feel isolation very much. Very much. That's why they try to emphasize SEO, they try to emphasize some other BRICS or some other things. Recently, they tried to promote the African conferences, but all is kind of a reflection of Chinese isolation. So I try to talk about 3 weaknesses.
Thank you, Professor Han. Because time is running out, time's up, so I have to announce this session is over. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you so much for legislator Chen and for discussants for moderating and hosting for this session. And we just quickly take a group photo once again. Attention please, our next session is going to start in a few minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Taipei Security Dialogue for the next conversation. The conversation 3, we're going to talk about why Taiwan matters, Taiwan and global security. And there are also 4 participants in this session, respectively from the United States, the Republic of Korea, and Japan. And each one of you will have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation. All right, and due to the urgent matter, legislator Wang Dingyu will not come to this forum, so the session will now be moderated by Mr. Drew Thompson, Visiting Research Fellow, Institute for National Defense and Security Research. And now I'd like to give the floor to our moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and hope you just enjoyed your coffee. Yes, clearly I am not legislator Wang Dingyu, but I'm very happy to step in at the last minute and moderate. So we're joined by 4 fantastic panelists. We have Mr. Ivan Kanapathy. We have Yoichi Kato, former fellow here at INDSR as well. We have Mr. Sukjun Kwan, and we have Professor Shelley Rigger will be joining us online, so we'll have her go last. So I'm not going to have a lead-in, but the topic of this panel is why Taiwan matters, and we'll discuss Taiwan's role in global security issues. So I'll go in order here, starting with Ivan. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Drew, and great to be here, back in Taiwan. Some of you know I used to live here a few years back, and thank you to INDSR for having me. I was thinking about what, the topic of why Taiwan matters, and I did think it's a little bit ironic that I'm in Taiwan trying to tell people why Taiwan matters. I do have this conversation, I think a number of us do outside Taiwan a lot, because I think folks outside Taiwan maybe don't understand the importance, but I'll bring some of that, I guess, conversation in here from our history, I guess, in the United States, and sort of as people evolved to realize just why it does matter. And if you go back, at the most basic level, I think the first big reason is sort of the ideological, the value-based arguments, right? The democratic allegiance, or really, I think the way it started, for the United States anyway, was sort of anti-communism. And that's probably best embodied by our Congress over the years, as at least within our government, and that great support that the US Congress has always had for Taiwan. And in fact, Congress pushed Taiwan in a lot of ways toward democratization, and I think even more of that values-based alignment after that. So that matters to a lot of folks in like foreign affairs world and people that become Congress members. But sadly, it doesn't really matter to everybody, right? But after that, I think as things evolved, I guess the early days, again, I was talking about Taiwan democratizing, but kind of as we get into like the 2000s, you could really see. And Drew remembers a lot of this in our Defense Department, in our national security organs, our intelligence community in the United States started to kind of take some caution about the way that China was evolving, much earlier than other parts of U.S. society and U.S. government. And so I think another reason, major reason Taiwan matters is because it's geography. It's geostrategic, it's a linchpin in many ways, as some folks will tell you. In fact, the PLA, numerous PLA writings talk about the first island chain and how it kind of hems in Chinese forces from getting out into the globe You've got the U.S. ally up here in the north of Japan. You've got another U.S. ally down to the south, and right kind of that cork in the middle is Taiwan. Just last year, the U.S. then, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Colin Kahl, he said in an interview in April of last year, he said about Taiwan, he said the island could be used as a platform for the PRC to further project military power deeper into the Pacific. So that's a big concern, and one that our defense folks, and that's where I came from, have had for a long, long time. But I would suggest that even that, you know, you had Congress, now you have like our intelligence and defense folks, all kind of understanding the importance of Taiwan for their particular reasons. But that wasn't quite enough, and it was really just more in the last decade or even 5 years that sort of the rest of, or larger parts of American society have come to acknowledge and understand, and, you know, not to oversimplify the final sort of reason, but it kind of comes down to semiconductors. You know, and it's about Taiwan's technological capabilities. And Taiwan still today, for now, has more manufacturing capacity than any other country in the world of semiconductors. China is trying to change that, and they're trying to do it really quickly. They're building a lot of fabs, which are the factories that make semiconductors. But Taiwan still has another advantage, even if China builds a lot of fabs, is that Taiwan makes the best, right? The most cutting edge semiconductors. And that's really important to the world, and that's why Taiwan matters, again, in this global security context. As far as technology goes, China's probably still at least 3 to 5 years behind, and there are concerns because, again, just like they can make up the capacity question, is China going to be able to make up the ground and catch Taiwan when it comes to the quality question, you know, the leading edge factor, and that remains to be seen. I think it's a very important facet of how things turn out and involves itself in deterrence. So for now, you can see it, Taiwan's seeing this. You all have seen where China's willing to, for example, sanction Taiwan's farmers, the agricultural sector, right? Through their coercive political influence, if you will, to get people to respond in ways that would favor Chinese interests. They're also willing to sanction, is it Yuandong, the Far Eastern group, right? For things that apparently maybe donations to the wrong political party that the leaders made. But China has not been willing, at least to my knowledge, to sanction Taiwan's ICT sector, in other words, the semiconductor sector. Because I think they do still feel that vulnerability, that that would actually hurt, especially if Taiwan took retaliatory action in that area. It could really, really hurt China itself. And so I think that's an important thing that Taiwan could actually leverage. And I'm not saying Taiwan's not leveraging it, but I think it's important to understand that, you know, when we talk about Chinese coercion and Chinese gray zone tactics, whether in the military sphere, they're in, you know, information or what have you, that Taiwan has some leverage of its own if it were forced to use it. And I don't think necessarily we've reached that point, but it is conceivable. And I think in the end that Taiwan has to, you know, from a deterrence standpoint, using that for deterrence, Taiwan has to convince Xi Jinping that it's, you know, we hear it all the time, that it's willing to sort of hold out, right, in those, you know, the ultimate coercive standpoints of like a blockade or something like that, you know, where they haven't actually tried to shoot anybody. Taiwan has to have the stockpiles and that willingness to resist. But I think at the same time, Taiwan also has to have that willingness to sort of counter-sanction and kind of say, well, you know what, if you're going to blockade me, then I guess you're not going to get a bunch of chips from us, and which for now they still need, again, with the advantages Taiwan has. And that has the effect for Taiwan of internationalizing this potential crisis. So I'll, in the end, my final comment is Taiwan obviously is on the front lines of global security, and to tie this in with a couple things that were said earlier, we saw what happens when an aggressor grows overconfident. In 2022, we saw that in Europe. In 2023, I'd say we saw that in the Middle East. They grow overconfident in the sense that they're willing to actually start a war. The world didn't and wasn't willing to, I guess, right? I mean, we've seen it happen. Deter Putin or deter Iranian proxies in this case. And I think that both Ukraine and Israel, I think they would admit this at this point, became complacent. They were complacent, and I think that Taiwan can't fall into that same trap and assume that the world's going to do what really only Taiwan can do, which is the ultimate kind of the key part of the deterrence. But I'll pause there and let other folks jump in before we go to Q&A, Drew.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think I'm going to try to follow Ambassador Chen's really good approach by asking an immediate follow-up question while the thoughts are still fresh, and I'll do that each time. But as you are sitting here next to two formal U.S. alliance partners, what is the importance of Taiwan in terms of the overall U.S. alliance network, recognizing, of course, that Taiwan is no longer an alliance partner? How does U.S. support for Taiwan affect, or is it affected by the calculation of U.S. credibility?
Yeah, I think, again, just giving you all the American perspective of why Taiwan's also important. In addition to those things I mentioned where Taiwan's important for its own right, there is the U.S. credibility question that Drew just mentioned. And that I think if Taiwan were to fall to the PRC, we would see, it might not happen immediately, but I think within a couple years, we'd see a wholesale change in really the sphere of influence. And I won't speak obviously for Japan or for South Korea, but they would have to make decisions in their own interests, seeing that the United States is not a reliable partner necessarily. And some of those decisions might not be ones that the U.S. would welcome.
Great, thank you. Professor Kato, we'll turn to you, please. 10 minutes.
I'm not a professor. I wish I were, but actually. Thank you very much for inviting me. And in order to address this question, why Taiwan matters, I'm going to take a slightly different approach, the worst case scenario approach, to see what if Taiwan is actually lost to PRC. What's going to happen to the region and especially to Japan? And if Taiwan is actually be lost to PRC, that's 1.1. And point two, I'm going to talk about what should or can Japan do to prevent or even prepare for such geostrategic catastrophe. Those are the two things I'm going to talk about. And first, what's going to happen to the region or the Japan if Taiwan is lost to PRC? I'm going to talk about three aspects. One, militarily aspect. Second is economic and trade. And third and final, geostrategic. Militarily, this is something that I've done research in order to write a paper, and also I try to expand it to the book as soon as possible. But first of all, I don't do any footnotes in my presentation, but those are the things that I found through my research. First of all, militarily, Taiwan Island could be militarized on a large scale, massively militarized. Second, in addition to Taiwan Strait, the Basi Channel between Taiwan and the Philippines could also come under control, come under Chinese influence, if not totally controlled. Three, the Chinese military could gain direct access to the Western Pacific. And by that, they could have direct access by the submarines and also underwater sonars to see and detect the undersea or surface maritime activities in the Western Pacific. And fourth, the first island chain could lose its function as a regional defense line or defense perimeter. Those are the things that I could think of as a possible negative consequence of Taiwan's fall. Next, economic and trade. Merchant shipping routes could be forced to make major detours around the east of the Philippine Islands. And that will really cause enormous extra burden on Japanese economy and regional economy as well, as you can think of. And another point in economic trade is that the supply chain of high-end semiconductors, which are currently mainly produced in Taiwan, could be seriously jeopardized or damaged. And so we're going to have a possible breakdown of a supply chain of high-end semiconductors. And geopolitically, 2 points. One, China's sphere of influence could expand eastward beyond the first island chain. And the credibility of the United States as an anti-authoritarian state leader in the region and the world could be greatly damaged. And that will lead to the failure of the commitment of the US government that they made through the Taiwan Relations Act. And as a result, Japan could become an isolated island of democracy floating in the Sea of Red. This is the term I use. And of course, it depends on how the United States would change the forward deployment of their forces in the region. But as I said, I'm looking at the worst case scenario where the United States could withdraw some of the forward deployment of their forces in the first island chain, including Japan. And unless Japan decides to enter China's sphere of influence, it could be inevitable that the economic and defense cost of coexistence with China will exceed enormously what they are at present. The next, I'm going to talk about then what should and can Japan do to prevent or even prepare for such geostrategic catastrophe. I will summarize my point to one strategic conviction and 4 lines of actions. One strategic conviction or realization is, in short, a strong Taiwan is in Japan's strategic interest. Especially for Japan, that would not or could not directly defend Taiwan. And 4 lines of actions. 1, providing assurance to Taiwan so that they don't think they will be abandoned in case of contingency. The second, providing resilience, in other words, empowering Taiwan to increase its survivability in time of attack by PRC. And for this, enhancing the resilience, the whole of society resilience is critically important. And I'm going to talk about it more in detail later. And the things that we should really think about is helping Taiwan to be resilient is not a charity to Taiwan, but it's a strategic necessity to Japan and to the region. And the 3rd line of actions, strengthening deterrence and response capability within the current policy framework. In other words, by strengthening Japan-US alliance capability to respond to Taiwan emergencies. And 4th and finally, formulation of a new regional strategy, which I think is what I would call FOIP Plus, Free and Open Indo-Pacific Plus. And that includes First Island Chain Defense Initiative and also Indo-Pacific Hybrid Center of Excellence, which I will talk about more in detail in the next 3 minutes. So I'm going to talk about why whole of society resilience is important, and also I'm going to talk about my policy proposal of creating an Indo-Pacific Hybrid Center of Excellence, COE. Okay, first, whole of society resilience. in order to really execute effective countermeasures to hybrid threat, which China would present to Taiwan and the region, the mere military capability is not enough. That's the lesson that we are learning through the experience of Ukraine. Just a military capability would not suffice. So we have to really have a societal-wide strength and resilience in order to survive. And that's what we have to really work on in order to write out the challenge that we would face if China decided to launch an invasion on Taiwan. And enhancing resilience of Taiwan society is something that Taiwan has already launched. The recent National Defense Report of Taiwan 2023 talks about construct a whole of society defense structure and national resilience. They have done it already. And also, just recently, Lai Ching-te administration last June announced that the establishment of the whole of society defense resilience committee at the presidential office. I think that's the right way, right approach to do it. So Taiwan is already launching that direction, and so what we can do is helping them to execute that effort. And what can we do to enhance the resilience of Taiwan society? The possible area of cooperation, I will just name three. One is energy. For example, stockpiling LNG, which is only a week-long stockpile right now, and laying the undersea power cables for emergency. And the second is communication, response to undersea cable cuts, satellite internet infrastructure to replace maybe Starlink. You know, Taiwan doesn't trust Elon Musk, so they have to find another way. And the cybersecurity, those are the three possible ways. And finally, 1 minute, I'll talk about the creation of Indo-Pacific hybrid COE. As I said, in Europe, there is a growing sense of crisis about hybrid threat as a lesson from the Ukraine war. As a countermeasure, increasing attention is being paid to building and strengthening whole of society resilience as a countermeasures to hybrid threat warfare. And as a framework for multilateral cooperation, NATO and EU member states established the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, or hybrid COE, in 2017, 3 years after the unlawful annexation of Crimea. And similar to this European hybrid COE, I think the Indo-Pacific Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threat, Indo-Pacific Hybrid COE, should be established with an aim of strengthening whole of society resilience throughout the region. And together with NATO and the EU, the Indo-Pacific region can aim to improve its deterrence and counter capabilities against the global hybrid threat. And eventually, this line of effort could lead to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and preventing annexation by China. With that, I stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kanto-san. I'm going to pose a question to you here. Yeah, you lived here in Taiwan for 2 years?
That's right.
You've been studying Chinese language for more years? I've listened to you. It's making progress, slow and steady. And like the Japan-Taiwan relationship, it's been making slow and steady progress. Maybe you could reflect. I think these are very ambitious and worthy recommendations for places to take the relationship. What do you think needs to be done to improve the Japan-Taiwan relationship? Because I think there are some challenges there that you've identified and studied. What do you think Taiwan needs to do to get more out of their relationship with Japan towards these resilience and security objectives?
I think it's more of Japan's problem than Taiwan's problem. And so there are lots of things that Japan should and can do for that purpose you have just described. And I don't think it's fair to too much burden on Taiwan to do it. And after having studied the possibility of Japan-Taiwan-U.S. trilateral defense cooperation, I know what I'm going to say, but I come to realize that there's a little chance, actually, to have a really substantial improvement of the defense cooperation between Taiwan and Japan because of Japan's political problem. And so what's the most realistic is to have this trilateral defense cooperation is to have an enhanced, as I said in my presentation a little bit, to enhance the response capabilities of Japan-US alliance for the Taiwan contingency. And Japan alone will not be able to defend Taiwan using Japan's self-defense forces. But within the framework of Japan-US security alliance, there's a way for Japan to make a fairly substantial contribution for the defense of Taiwan.
Great, thank you very much. Professor Kwan, the floor is yours, 10 minutes.
First of all, it is really, I'm really honored to be here, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to INDSR. So I'm a scientist, basically, and I feel lonely to find out that I'm the only guy in this room to focusing on the science. I'm studying on the next generation semiconductor materials and the processes, focusing on the development of the sub-10 nanometer processings. So basically, why Taiwan matters? So I think that Taiwan is the home of the wonderful Chinese cuisine, as well as the home of the sea turtles, as the Ambassador Kraft mentioned. But basically, I need to mention that Taiwan matters because of its IT-driven innovation core, focusing on this semiconductor represented by TSMC. And I think that most of the nations in the world more or less depends on this critical role of the Taiwan in making these advanced chips, such as TSMC or the other UMC or PSMC, something like that. And simultaneously, Taiwan is also depending on its own semiconductor chips, such as represented by the Huguo Shenshan, which means that there is some kind of the silicon shield which will protect Taiwan from the external interruptions, something like that. But I need to point out there are several uncertainties around the critical role of the Taiwan in terms of the semiconductor and advanced chip making. The first one is that Taiwan is basically on the Pacific Ring of Fire. It means that they are vulnerable to some earthquake or these natural disasters. For example, we have already witnessed some the more than 10 the magnitude earthquake in the several months ago, and it means that in that kind of the earthquake cases, it means that we will have at least a few weeks or a few months delay in supplying the advanced chips to the world. So there will be some price spiking in the semiconductor chips as well as AI chips. The other one is that there's some growing concerns about the military threat given by the mainland China and the PRA. So it means that there can be another uncertainties in supplying these advanced chips to the world. The final uncertainties is that there's some geopolitical issues given by the US. So it means that basically US don't like monopolies in any kind of the technologies, as well as semiconductor chips, even if it is dominated by the American companies. So in these cases, we can find out that Taiwan has been dominating the advanced chip making. For example, in the case of the sub-10 nanometer processing, TSMC just shares about 80 or 85% share in the global market. And when you expand your perspective to all of the foundry industry, it means that Taiwan will make some share, but at least 75 or 70%. So it means that Taiwan has literally have some dominance, which can be considered a monopoly to the American politicians. So I think that more or less the American government, by partitioning, it means that they will loosen or they will alleviate this kind of the monopolies they focused on the chip making in Taiwan. So these are the uncertainties we have in the Taiwanese semiconductor chip making. There's another, the point I need to point out is that there will be another, the war battle line in the AI competition. So most of us has already know that this AI chip making is just led by some clusters represented by NVIDIA and the TSMC and the SK Hynix in terms of the AI specific computing hardwares. But there's some rivalry given by the American companies, which is actually represented by the UA Link. Maybe you can remember some members such as Meta or Google, Alphabet, or some Cisco, something like that. So it means that there can be another kind of the shift of the dominance in the AI-specific chips. Another point I need to mention is that there will be some uncertainties given by the U.S. presidential election in November. But I'm not the international relationship guy, so I don't need to talk about this in detail. But let me just talk about that. What would be the effect given by the U.S. Presidential election in the next 10 years? For example, if Harris get the Oval Office, it means that we will have a Chips and Science Act version number 2. So it means that there will be some elongation in the expansion or even extension of the Chips and Science Act to protect the American semiconductor company, including Intel, AMD, and Micron, something like that. So there will be more, the stronger requirement for the TSMC to invest more in America to build and to operate the most advanced chip-making facilities, such as foundry fabs. So we have these kind of uncertainties around the Taiwanese semiconductor dominance. So, and finally, I need to also mention another uncertainties given by the rapid growth of the Chinese semiconductor, the mainland China. So after 5 or 10 years, we will witness the dominance of the Chinese semiconductor production for the legacy or middle tech foundries. I mentioned that the sub-10 nanometer foundry or semiconductor manufacturing is still dominated by TSMC. But in case of the middle tech or legacy chips, such as 10 nanometer, 24 nanometer, or 40 nanometer, or even more than 65 nanometers, it means that they will be dominated by the Chinese companies, such as SMIC or Huahong Semiconductor, something like that, because of the cost effectiveness supported by the Chinese government in the next 10 years. So it means that the most of the system semiconductor or IC, but the semiconductor does not necessarily depend on the sub-10 nanometer foundries. It means that we can have some high-power chips or communication chips or biomedical chips or something like that. They can't just rely on this, the over 10 nanometer, the processes. But in this Chinese rapid growth, it means that most of the legacy or middle tech chip will rely on this Chinese fab. So we need to think about this kind of the shift. So on these uncertainties, I would like to propose some kind of the solution for the Taiwanese people focusing on this semiconductor, the critical laws. First of all, Taiwan needed to show some openness. They needed to show their possibility for the diffusion of their advanced technology. So for example, we can think about that there can be expansion of the international research and development, the program around the advanced chip making. So for example, some discussers said that there can be some Taiwan-Japan relationship, but we can also think about the Taiwan-South Korea relationship, Taiwan-European relationship, focusing on this specific purpose, next generation semiconductor one. The other one is that Taiwan needed to show their new technologies to be shareable with the other countries, because to make some kind of the risk hedging around this, the high cost R&D, the expenditure. And last but not least, I need to mention there are still remaining issues about this competitiveness of the Taiwanese semiconductor fabrication. The first one is the electricity. So we need to transform to the non-carbon, the emission, the energy sources for this energy-intensive industry. But Taiwan is vulnerable to this, the renewable energy or some non-carbon the energies. Taiwanese government are just focusing on the replacement of the fossil fuel-based energies to the wind farm or more renewable energies, but it is still limited. So to make up these the deficiencies between the energy demand and the energy supplies from the non-carbon-free energy sources, maybe Taiwanese government can think about the alternative, the options such as nuclear power, something like that. The other one is the limited water sources for this water-intensive industry too. And finally, I need to also mention about the remaining issues about such as human resources. Actually, South Korea has the lowest fertility ratios, but the same things are going on in Taiwan. So it means that after the next 10 or 20 years, it means that Taiwan also suffer some human resource deficiencies, especially in semiconductor engineering. So Taiwanese government needed to think about how can they recruit the bright mind and the engineers and the scientists to sustain and to keep the competency in the semiconductor manufacturing. So that will conclude the point, and I will be happy to take any questions from the audience.
Thank you, Professor Kwon. I'm going to pose a question to you that may take you a little bit out of your comfort zone, as I think this is a room full of foreign policy and national security experts, and probably not too many scientists of your caliber. You mentioned the silicon shield concept at the outset. I'd be interested how you would define silicon shield. Is Taiwan semiconductor dominance a reason for Beijing to act with restraint, to be deterred? Or is it an incentive for other countries like South Korea to maybe come to Taiwan's defense to protect its supply chains and technology, which is really a clash of security and technology policies in a country? And then maybe you could also explain for a non-technical audience what makes the Taiwan chips so important that they could serve the function as a shield.
The first question is that what is the function of the silicon shield in terms of the national security? So as you said, this disruption possibility of the advanced chip supply made by the Taiwan is really crucial and important for all of the world. So some key countries will spontaneously help the Taiwan in case of some national security, such as military threats or some natural disasters. So I think that the silicon shield have some effectiveness in those kind of the purpose, but I think there is also kind of the decrease in the possibility and the effectiveness of the silicon shield policy. Because of, as I said, the US government basically does not like the monopoly in this advanced technology, so they will make some diversification in this ecosystem for the semiconductor supply chain. So if Taiwanese government just stick to this silicon shield policy, it means that they will work as some double-edged sword. So we need to think about that. The second question is that why it is important and why it is so effective, the Taiwanese chip. The first one is that Taiwanese semiconductor chip has the most capacity, the highest yield, highest efficiency, and the most diversity, spanning from the power chips, communication chips, and to the AI-specific chips. So unfortunately, we have some competitors such as Samsung Electronics in South Korea, but I think that they have some limitations in supplying some this kind of the customer-specific chips, not as much as the Taiwanese companies. So Taiwanese the semiconductor companies are really good at to meeting this kind of the customer-specific chips in time and in capacity. That makes the successfulness of the Taiwanese semiconductor.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I think we're joined by Professor Shelley Rigger online. Is she online? Changongla.
I think so.
Hello, Shelley. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then this is Drew Thompson speaking, not Wang Dingyu. We will pose a question to you at the end, and then we'll go to comments from the floor. So please, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you, sort of. I wish I were actually with you for real in Taipei, but instead it's here after midnight on the east coast of the US. So if I don't do a very good job, please blame it on the late hour. I think much of what I would say has already been said. The importance of Taiwan, why Taiwan matters to the US, to Japan, to other partners around the world, has evolved over time, but I think there are probably about 3 trends or themes in Taiwan's importance over the decades. One is this kind of political importance or strategic importance. Initially, after World War II, Taiwan was important because it was an anti-communist bulwark, right? It was the place where the expansion of communism in East Asia stopped. And throughout the Cold War, that was an important part of the US, certainly, rationale for supporting Taiwan. But in the 1960s and 70s, Taiwan also picked up a lot of significance as a trading partner for the US and as a manufacturing platform that allowed US consumers to enjoy light consumer goods at a much lower price than would otherwise have been required because of the opportunity to manufacture in Taiwan. After that, another theme emerged. So there's the sort of geopolitical theme and the economic theme. The third theme emerging in the 1980s and especially in the 1990s was Taiwan's emergence as a democratic ally of the United States, not a formal ally, but joining the community of, if you will, free nations, democratically ruled nations. And that was especially powerful for the United States because Taiwan exemplified the success of US democracy promotion. And I think Taiwan has remained inordinately valuable to the US and to the democratic world in the decades since, because during a period of what many political scientists have identified as democratic recession, right, or retrogression, Taiwan has remained a vibrant and robust democracy. So even under very difficult circumstances, Taiwan would seem to be showing that the claims of the non-democratic countries or the countries that may think of themselves as democratic but are not generally thought of in that way abroad, or at least in the US, Western Europe, Japan, Australia. The idea that autocracies function better, they perform better, they're more capable of solving the problems of the modern era, that claim doesn't hold up in the face of Taiwan's continued success. So most recently, as Dr. Kwan was just describing, the economic theme is really back in the form of the Silicon Shield and the whole semiconductor industry. I think actually Taiwan's industrial base is substantially broader than semiconductors alone. I mean, that is obviously the most strategic industry for Taiwan and the one that has gotten the most attention. But we actually get a lot of great stuff from Taiwan. And we would miss more than just semiconductors if that worst case scenario that Mr. Kato was speaking about were to come to pass. At the same time, as the economic theme has reemerged, the Cold War theme, the geopolitical logic, has also reemerged in the conversation, certainly in the US and I think beyond the US. But it has emerged in a manner that I think is somewhat ominous and needs to be very carefully examined and not uncritically embraced by people in Taiwan. So in the original Cold War, Taiwan was a partner to the US because it was anti-communist. Today, voices in the US are less likely to directly link Taiwan's geostrategic importance to the type of regime or the nature of the PRC state and to associate it with the existence of a strong China in any form, right? It's no longer about communism, it's about China rising. And there are real dangers to Taiwan in allowing its importance to be understood primarily in terms of its role as, to quote Ivan earlier, a geostrategic linchpin or some kind of strategic asset for the US. Back in the 1950s, many Taiwanese understood that being an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States against China carried risks for Taiwan. And I think the re-emergence of that kind of logic carries risks for Taiwan today. One risk is that by elevating Taiwan to a matter of geostrategic importance or even a linchpin function for the United States and its allies in the region, this inflames Beijing because it is the US or voices within the US actually acknowledging or affirming a PRC fear, which is that the US seeks to contain China. So it's one thing for Chinese to believe that the US is trying to contain China because they believe logically that it must be so. It's something else for Americans to admit it, right? And I think there are risks for Taiwan in that. It's also dangerous for Taiwan because this geostrategic rationale can overwhelm all other logics for the defense of Taiwan and can render Taiwan a pawn in a political conflict or military even conflict between the existing hegemonic power and a rising power. And in the process of becoming a pawn, Taiwan loses its agency to determine its own future. So whether mainland China is determining Taiwan's future or the United States is determining Taiwan's future by absorbing Taiwan into a larger geopolitical struggle, Taiwan loses its self-determination either way. So I think it's seductive for Taiwan to be pulled into this kind of embrace by folks in the US who say Taiwan is very important to us for this geostrategic reason. But I think Taiwanese need to be very careful about being pulled into that embrace because there are risks. There's risk of being dragged into conflict, and there's also the risk of being abandoned if the US decides that its interests lie elsewhere. So I think, the Taiwanese need to continue to stress their value to the US as an ideological and values partner, as a systemic partner, as a liberal democracy a market economy and a progressive society, and not to be reduced to an aircraft carrier, sinkable or unsinkable. And I think that's my 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Rigger. I'm actually struggling to frame a question here, but everything you said resonates with me. I mean, the number of times I engage with Chinese counterparts who describe Taiwan as a card, you didn't use that term, but it's certainly one that they use. And you identified the risk of Taiwan losing its agency, effectively becoming a pawn. What should Taiwan do specifically to maximize their own agency, to build their own resilience, to avoid that outcome?
Yeah, it's difficult. One thing I think that is helpful is for Taiwanese to be honest with interlocutors from elsewhere, especially from the US, when it's not in Taiwan's interest or it's not comfortable or suitable for Taiwan to receive some kind of gesture of what is understood to be friendship, but might actually not be helpful. I think our Taiwanese friends need to be able and willing to say, it's not, this isn't as helpful as you think it is. I think it's important for Taiwan to get its message out fully in the United States and not to restrict its message to American constituencies to a message of we're just super important and whatever you give us is going to be great, but to be willing to acknowledge the peril that Taiwan is in and the ways in which sometimes not inflaming the PRC may in fact be in Taiwan's interest. And I think Taiwan, always the same advice to any country that's experiencing difficulty, keep your own house in order, right? Right now, Taiwan's domestic political situation is frightening to me, actively frightening, because the lack of a sense of a common purpose or even commitment to democratic institutions feels like it is at the edge of causing observers from the outside to wonder, is it worth it anymore when it seems as if Taiwanese politicians, at least, I don't think this is true of the society at all, but the political class seems more interested in doing battle with one another than in actually preparing for the defense of their country.
Thank you, Shelley. That's a great observation. It's not enough to just be a democracy. You have to be a good democracy to resonate. I also appreciate you echoing Ambassador Kraft's earlier message about increasing your defense spending, to put it bluntly, to ensure your own agency and that you don't become a pawn of either of the great powers. So according to the clock here, we have about 7 minutes left, which gives us some time to talk to the audience, to get audience questions. Is that accurate? Okay, I'll assume it's accurate. There was somebody waving a sign that was warning of impending disaster from the clock. Let me take a question here. Do we have a microphone? Please.
I actually have 2 questions, and I realize that there may only be time for one of them to be addressed. And the first one is for Kato-san. And you talk about creating a hybrid Indo-Pacific center of excellence to strengthen resilience. How would you, this is a great concept, but it's, how would you populate this alliance, and how would it work? Is this one of these dreadful yearly meetings in alternate capitals where people talk about cliches and ends up being another one of the alphabet soup agencies? Or in other words, what kind of teeth can you put into this organization? And the other one is something that I sure can't be answered easily, so I'll just throw it out for a lunch discussion or something like that. And that is, what's wrong with the idea of containing China? Think about it. If you have, for example, if you have an outbreak of a disease, you want to contain it, right? During the Cold War, we counterposed containment with rollback. And rollback meant you wanted to push the Soviet Union out of Eastern Europe and East Germany, et cetera, et cetera. Containment meant you simply wanted to keep the communist menace from progressing further. And what we want, being blunt, is to contain the Chinese menace from expanding further into the Indian Ocean, into the South Pacific, et cetera. So maybe we just ought to sit back and admit it and stop letting the Chinese act as if containment means overthrowing a regime and replacing it with a democracy. Anyhow, like I said, that's for a long discussion at lunch. And meanwhile, I would like to hear what Kato-san has to say about populating his center.
That's a critical question. And what I think is the purpose of this new framework is to threefold. One is to find a way to have common strategic awareness of hybrid threats across the region. And second, to produce effective countermeasures, including military capabilities and non-military whole of society resilience. And three, and finally, to create a new regional framework for cooperation and joint actions. But as you imply, every country faces a hybrid threat of different types and levels, especially in this region, and each one requires different countermeasures. So cooperation or joint action between the states on such issues would offer some solutions, but incongruities in regional states, perception of China, the main source of hybrid threat, complicates this option. So my proposal is, I'm not proposing to create a really solid membership organization as the EU and NATO has established, but it's a loose kind of organization where each country can join and pick and choose the kind of lessons or any kind of assets through this organization based on their strategic needs. And the biggest question that I still have not found a solution to is who's going to take the lead? And I made this presentation to a couple of conferences, which include EU and Southeast Asian countries. And my proposal was, I intentionally didn't talk about it today, but my proposal was to let the United States take the lead. But both EU and Southeast Asian countries strongly opposed my idea. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way. But I'm really honest about it. Thank you.
Kato-san, what you're describing is leadership. We have about 2 minutes. Let me turn to Ivan to maybe take a whack at the containment question.
Yeah. I guess I'll start by saying I very much agree with June, and Shelley knows this. I don't agree with Professor Rigger, and I think I can wrap those two in one thing, is that if we can't state things that are essentially, I think, to me, factual, then we have a huge problem. We're going to create, and we live in one now, I would argue, a global architecture that is Orwellian in nature. In other words, if Assistant Secretary Ratner can't testify to Congress in late 2021 and say this is a military geostrategic place, or whatever it is he said, and exactly what his boss then said in 2023 that I quoted later, then we live in an Orwellian world. We just do. And if we want to accept that, I guess that's fine. I don't. And I think the Biden administration is doing the same thing with the word containment. They're saying everything but containment. Everyone thinks it's containment, but we refuse to say the word. You know, we're going to shape the external environment around China. That's literally the words we use. You know, we're going to create these plurilateral, we're going to make, you know, chop the influence of China from expanding its influence in third countries. It sounds a lot like containment. So I think it's dangerous for us to kind of play that game, because where does it end if our goal is to not inflame Beijing? In that case, then, you know, what happens when we respect that? Then the DPP can't exist because they denied the 92 consensus. Because when you do that, you're inflaming Beijing. So where do you stop that? Where's the line? And I think if we have our own values, then we just speak truths.
Professor Kwan, can I give you 30 seconds to think about the containment question and what it would mean for semiconductors? Is it possible, or is it desirable, or would it be disastrous? 30 seconds.
Okay. In short, in semiconductor or the other technologies, the containment means that the diversification of the technology roadmap and the standards. So if the US government or the other US allies would like to make a kind of this containment against China, it means that it will start with this standard, only focusing on the US and the US allies.
Professor Rigger, assuming you're still with us online, do you want to take 30 seconds to respond to Ivan and also the question about containment and sort of, if you're there?
Yeah. I would just say Taiwan has a lot to lose. And, so the US also has a lot to lose, but not as much as Taiwan. So if I were in Taiwan, I would be asking myself, how far do I want to travel on this road? And am I prepared to be pulled along by someone else's interests? And maybe that's the right answer, but again, Taiwan has a lot to lose.
I will not stand between you and lunch. So with that, I will conclude the panel and thank everyone for their participation.
All right, thank you so much for your inspiring insight. I think last but not least, we should take a group photo once again before close. And with our another discussion, Ms. Shelley Ridger. Okay, please come forward. All right, and I think we would like to invite our speaker online. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's take a group photo before we close. Thanks to for discussants for their insight this session. And also thanks to Mr. Drew Thompson for replacing Legislator Wang to moderate this session conversation. Thank you so much. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, afterwards our time for lunch. And our lunch buffet is available at Grand Ballroom 2, just next to the conference venue. So, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite everyone, enjoy your lunchtime and continue your conversation at next venue. Our next session, keynote speech, will start at 1:25. So please remember to return to this venue earlier. And we kindly remind everyone, Session. Now we'll proceed to our keynote speech. Firstly, it's our great privilege to have the Honourable Marise Payne, who was named Minister for Defence Australia, the first woman ever to hold that post. Also, she served as Minister for Women, current with her post as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker in our afternoon session. Please welcome the Honourable Marise Payne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to the Institute for National Defence and Security Research for the very warm welcome and the generous invitation to address this Taipei Security Dialogue. May I acknowledge the Chairman and the CEO of the Institute and our legislators who are here with us today as well. I'm in Taipei this week as a member of a delegation from the Hoover Institution in the United States, where I have the great honour of being a distinguished visiting fellow. I want to thank both the Hoover Institution for including me in their delegation, particularly my friend Admiral Jim Ellis and Dr. Larry Diamond, and the Government of Taiwan for their exceptional hospitality and support for our visit. Ladies and gentlemen, in coming here this week, I've reflected somewhat on my own first visit to Taiwan as a much younger political activist, a member of a multi-party youth political delegation, some years prior to my election to the Australian Senate. So it was 1992. Even I can't believe it was so long ago. Self-evidently, much has changed, and it is just thrilling to see the vibrant, positive democracy that Taiwan has become. So on Tuesday this week, across several meetings, we spoke with political representatives from the three main political parties here in Taiwan, the DPP, the KMT and the TPP. That sounds like a perfectly reasonable proposition for a delegation such as ours. But that was not the case in 1992. My reflections on that 1992 visit have included our meeting with the then emergent DPP. Our accommodation was the historic Grand Hotel. My recollection of the arrangements made for that meeting, which was held deep inside the hotel, included each of the Australians coming individually to the meeting room and each young member of the DPP arriving separately at the hotel, then coming to the meeting room by different circuitous routes throughout the maze of the Grand Hotel. There was a really heightened nervousness amongst those people with whom we met, but also a compelling passion and keenness to engage with peers from other political parties from a democracy that was not too far away. I've never forgotten that meeting. It's a far cry from today's democratic and strong Taiwan, which is wonderful to see this week. This is, without a doubt, a critical time globally. It's a time of heightened strategic tension, a time where we see intense conflict in two significant areas of the world. In the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia following Russia's unlawful and illegal invasion of Ukraine, and in the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, following Hamas's deadly, heinous assault on Israel on October the 7th last year. And in the Indo-Pacific, we see our own different but concerning tensions as well. And I don't need to tell anyone in Taiwan that. Whether it is the actions of China in relation to the Philippines and the Second Thomas Shoal, their recent incursions into Japanese territorial airspace and waters, or their actions across the Taiwan Strait. These are real and serious matters. Although they are discussed here, given the reality of your experience, I think it is essential to remind us all of the importance of shining a very bright light on the behaviours of authoritarian states, whether we are talking about China or Russia, the DPRK or Iran or their agents. When I say remind us all, I mean remind those democracies that do seek to uphold the global rules-based order, the global order that relies on the operation of international law, that advances freedom and openness and prosperity. Australia shares those values with Taiwan, with the United States, and with our allies and many partners in the Indo-Pacific. For those democracies, it is essential for us to both call out intimidatory and bullying behaviour to ensure it is exposed as unacceptable whenever it happens, and it is also essential to support those who are subjected to such dangerous actions. Frankly, to not do so is to risk the same treatment being meted out again and again to others, or indeed to our own countries. The best hiding place for the bully, whether it's a bully in the schoolyard or the seas and airspace of our world, the best hiding place for them is in secrecy and darkness. So I strongly advocate for turning on the spotlight, whether it's the spotlight of mainstream media or social media, or of the international community, to call out and condemn such actions. I applaud, for example, the application of sanctions against Iran this week by the US and the UK, by France and Germany, for supplying short-range ballistic missiles to Russia to use against Ukraine. We have been most fortunate in the meetings we have been able to attend this week, most fortunate. And the words of President Lai in our meeting this week, reminding us of Taiwan's 4 pillars of peace plan, including strengthening partnerships with democratic countries, and those of former Foreign Minister and now Secretary General of the National Security Council, Joseph Wu, noting that democracies must come closer together to prevent authoritarianism, are noteworthy and timely reminders. We are stronger when we work together, when we remind ourselves of the democratic values we share, and when we strive to deliver resilience and strength to those who struggle in the face of intimidation and worse. As you know, Australia has been on the receiving end of foreign interference in the past, and we responded strongly and in accordance with our values. We legislated against foreign interference in our democracy early and explicitly. We most appreciated the support and engagement of democracies in our region, including Taiwan and the United States, during those times. Of course, we greatly value our broader global relationships, including with China, Australia's largest trading partner. Australia and China must and should work together constructively and respectfully on issues of mutual interest and importance. We have a vibrant, growing and diverse Chinese diaspora right across our country, a fundamental part of the fabric of our very rich multicultural society. However, there are now and there will be future times when we disagree with the Chinese government. As an Indo-Pacific nation, Australia is strongly committed to being a trusted and reliable partner in our region. This is a commitment that I believe largely transcends partisan politics in our country, notwithstanding that it is some of the toughest party politics going around. I say that bearing the scars of 26 and a half years as a legislator in my own country. We work closely with our bilateral partners and through long-standing multilateral institutions to advance the peace and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific. And there are many examples of that engagement, in particular between Australia and ASEAN, and Australia and the nations of the Blue Pacific. And I'm very proud of the role that governments of which I have been a member have played in that regard. ASEAN signed their first ever Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement with Australia in 2021, a significant moment for Australia in our relationships across Southeast Asia. As Defence and Foreign Minister, I visited every ASEAN member multiple times in many cases, reinforcing and strengthening our commitment to the region. I made many friends across our ASEAN partners in that time. And this is perhaps a final opportunity for me to say publicly, while she is still in office, I particularly want to acknowledge Indonesian Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi. She's a great friend of Australia. She is a great leader in ASEAN. She has given extraordinary service to our nation, including starting as a diplomat in Canberra in her first posting. And I know that as she steps away from her role as Indonesia's foreign minister, a woman representing the world's most populous Muslim nation, that she will leave a lasting legacy for democracy and for women in leadership across the world, not just across our region. Australia sees ASEAN at the centre of a stable, peaceful, prosperous and secure region, and we respect and support ASEAN's leadership. Our bilateral relationships have grown significantly over that time, and as with my relatively youthful visit to Taiwan, I've been visiting the countries of Southeast Asia over decades. I've mentioned the Philippines today, and I recall well the steps that Australia took to support the Philippines, and particularly the armed forces of the Philippines, following the siege of Marawi by terrorists in 2017. For the members of ASEAN, it's important in my view that it is clear to them that their partners in the region, including the United States and Australia, will stand up for their lawful rights if or when they too are challenged. We're also a long-standing member of the Pacific Islands Forum. I'm also aware that Taiwan has been a strong development partner in the region, including extending your support of the Pacific Islands Forum organisation recently. And it was a pleasure to discuss Pacific engagement with Foreign Minister Lin yesterday. Australia is the only country to have diplomatic missions in every Pacific Island Forum member nation. Under our government, we initiated the Pacific Step Up, including establishing in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade the Whole of Government Office of the Pacific. We've supported infrastructure development through the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, with a focus on climate-resilient infrastructure and clean energy. And with partners such as the United States and Japan, we've delivered telecommunications infrastructure, including undersea cables, to multiple Pacific locations. Our strong support during the most difficult days of COVID-19 literally underpinned economies and health systems across the region, ensured vaccines and associated healthcare were delivered, and in those worst of times, we stood shoulder to shoulder with our Pacific neighbours. That's a short summary of Australia's engagement in the Indo-Pacific. There is much more I could say, but these are tangible and important testaments to Australia's commitment to growing the resilience of our region and to the Indo-Pacific more broadly. We're proud of the work we do within the Quad. The cooperation between Australia, the United States, India and Japan speaks strongly to the strengthening of partnerships between like-minded democracies, as President Lai says. Important bilateral steps, such as the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and the Economic and Trade Agreement with India, our Reciprocal Access Agreement with Japan, are similarly marks of Australia's commitment within our region to engaging respectfully and constructively, to deepening relationships, and to promoting those shared values which unite us as democracies. I can't conclude any summary of Australia's role in the Indo-Pacific without reference to the AUKUS agreement. For us, it is about Australia's ongoing contribution, making us a more capable and effective partner through collaboration with the United Kingdom and the United States on the most technologically advanced and critical areas of national security and defence technology. We know that authoritarian states are supercharging the growth of their own defence capacity. For the democracies of the region, it is essential that we are focused and committed to addressing our own capabilities at the same time as we work across the diplomatic space to engage and address both our shared interests and, importantly, our differences. I've spoken today about the great value of strong partnerships, about bringing our democracies closer, and about the importance of seeking to work together in pursuit of our common interests, of a peaceful, strong, free and open, prosperous Indo-Pacific. We want the young people of all our nations, in their great diversity, to have the best opportunity to enjoy the benefits that living in such a region will bring. So we need to talk openly with our own peoples about why we are so committed to developing deep and sustainable partnerships across democracies. These are not relationships which are just nice to have or optional. They are essential, fundamental to our strength together. You only have to look at the actions of authoritarian states to understand why. Scan the media of the last week, even of this morning, about Russia and Iran, about the DPRK, about China. It's not what they say, it's about actions. And those actions that overwhelmingly seek to undermine the global rules-based order, to assert that might is right and that power wins at all costs. As a passionate supporter of and advocate for democracy in our region and globally, which, though imperfect, serves us well in pursuit of peace, freedom and prosperity, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak today here in such a vibrant democracy in Taiwan. Thank you again for your kind invitation.
Thank you once again to the Honorable Maurice Payne. Please have a seat, and thank you for sharing your perspective with us. For the next part, we'll proceed to the conversation for Gray Zone, Tactics, Lawfare, and Taiwan Strait Security. There are three discussants in this session, respectively, from the United States and Taiwan. Each person will offer 10 minutes to deliver your presentation. So firstly, I would like to welcome our moderator and for discussion of this session. First of all, please welcome Dr. Lin Zhengyi, Research Fellow, Institute of European and American Studies, Academia Sinica, Republic of China, Taiwan. Next, I would like to welcome our discussants. First of all, Mr. Jacques Deleo, Professor of Political Science, Director of the Center for the Study of Contemporary China, University of Pennsylvania, USA. Please have a seat. Also, please welcome Raymond Cheng En Song, Vice President of Prospect Foundation, Republic of China, Taiwan. Last but not least, please welcome Mr. Drew Thompson once again, Visiting Research Fellow, Institute for National Defense and Security Research. Thank you for joining us this part. And now I will give the floor to our moderator.
Thank you. My name is Zhengyi Lin. From 2018 to 2020, I was the founding CEO for the INDSR, and now back to the Academia Sinica. And it's my honor to sit here to moderate this conversation. And before that, I would like to congratulate Chairman Ho So-ye. Starting from 2019, he has brought the INDSR into a much higher frontier in the study of the national security and also national defense. And here in the Western Pacific, we do have, we call it Kuroshio current. Colloquial current, which means a very warm current of water passing from the south, the Philippines, Taiwan, and to the north, Japan. In Mandarin, we call it hei cao. Hei means black. But in the past few years, not only with the colloquial currents, we have another much more below the temperature. We call it chilly currents. Chilly current, or the Chinese gray zone operation in the region. Also, in the South China Sea, in water surrounding Taiwan, and all the way to the East China Sea, the Diaoyutai Island or Senkaku Island. So the gray zone, tactic, and nowhere, and the security of Taiwan will be this next 1 hour topic. I will call upon Dr. Jack Delio. In 2021, together with June Dreyer, the professor, they co-edited a book. The title of that book is the Tsai Ing-wen Era, with the subtitle Changes and Challenges. So it still applies to today, Taiwan domestic and also external affair. So, Dr. Delio, you have 10 minutes. Dr. Professor Delio not only teach in law, but also political science.
Well, thank you, Zheng-Yi, and thank you, INDSR, for putting this together. I've been asked to talk about China's lawfare regarding Taiwan. Lawfare is a notoriously tough concept to define. I'll just borrow a common definition, which is the strategy of using or misusing law as a substitute for traditional military means to achieve a strategic objective. The principal aim of China's Taiwan-related lawfare is ultimately unification at some point, and in the interim, preventing the emergence of conditions that are inimical to achieving that goal. More specifically, China's lawfare has focused on some cluster of China's One China principle, whereby Taiwan is a part of China or of the PRC, that Taiwan lacks separate international legal status or stature, that the Taiwan issue, including the possible use of force, is China's internal affair, and that Taiwan's independence or status as a sovereign entity would be a change to a status quo, specifically in the form of seceding from China. So that's sort of the cluster of relatively consistent positions there. In my limited time, I want to address a few key examples of China's Taiwan-related lawfare. First, China has long tried to frame as binding international legal commitments, essentially as treaties, documents that on mainstream views of international law don't have that standing, certainly not with the US. Examples include the Potsdam and Cairo declarations, which China tries to frame as binding legal commitments to return Taiwan to China after the war and after a period of Japanese colonialism, and framing the US-China three communiques as something akin to recognizing or accepting the position that Taiwan is part of China, rather than acknowledging that that is or at least was, the view on both sides of the strait. Interestingly, the actual formal treaty of Shimonoseki doesn't get this treatment. It's denounced as an unequal treaty that improperly ceded Taiwan to Japan. The more prominent one in recent years that has really been a focal point for China in the last couple of years has been the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758. This is my second example, and related UN acts claiming that these establish, or at least do a lot to establish, China's position concerning Taiwan and its status as part of China being part of a settled question of international law. Again, a long-standing position, but we've seen it achieve new emphasis and prominence in China's arguments, including in the 2022 White Paper on Taiwan. Here, China has misconstrued the text of 2758. It doesn't actually mention Taiwan, and the only issue it actually settles is who gets to occupy the Chinese seat in UN organizations. It's a representation question with the transfer from Taipei to Beijing of that authority. The notion that it's settled it is something actually the Chinese authorities themselves sort of testified a bit against. When the resolution was pending, no less a figure than Zhou Enlai told Henry Kissinger, an equally prominent figure, that the problem with 2758 is it doesn't solve the Taiwan question. Well, that's no longer the view. But in addition to the question of what 2758 purported to do, there's the problem with what 2758 could have done. If it had purported to address Taiwan's status, to settle the question of whether Taiwan is or is not part of China, that would have been an act beyond the powers of the UN General Assembly. The General Assembly can't even decide membership issues in the UN on its own. It certainly can't decide who is and is not a state, and there are highly authoritative UN statements from the Secretaries General and others that says recognition of states and even governments is a prerogative of the members of the United Nations, not of the United Nations itself as a collectivity. China has also then not only continued to push 2758, but it has now glossed that by looking at a couple of opinions from the UN Office of Legal Affairs, the principal legal entity within the UN. And one of those from 2010 actually gets cited in the 2022 white paper. And it has some broad language that says, since the adoption of the resolution, the UN considers Taiwan as a province of China with no separate status. At the UN, Taiwan is referred to as Taiwan, province of China. There's another OLA memorandum from roughly the same period, which echoed statements a few years earlier in 2007 by then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, which basically says, since the adoption of 2758, the UN has considered Taiwan for all purposes to be an integral part of the PRC without any separate status. That's pretty damning language. And China argues that not only does this bind within the UN, but it has now leached out more broadly into international law to bind all states in all contexts. There's been some success here. It's also kind of made its way into the UN bureaucracy. And you see 2758 being cited by Nauru in its switch of diplomatic recognition, and in Taiwan being ousted from its observer status at the Central American Parliament Organization. All of these citing 2758. But here too we see China's lawfare on display. It's a flawed reading of the OLA documents, which are, of course, no more sweeping than what the UN can do. The OLA documents, in fact, if you actually go through them, deal with very narrow technical internal operation questions of the UN. We also see in this recent 2758 focused discourse an example of China's strategic approach in lawfare, in choosing organizations like the UN, and of course the UN itself, as particularly fertile ground for pushing this lawfare agenda. It's partly the uniquely high status of the UN as an international organization. It's partly that it's a quintessential state member only organization, so keeping Taiwan out serves the story about Taiwan's status as a non-state entity in China's view. And at the UN, Beijing is highly present and Taipei is not. That is, China's at the table talking to officials, talking to other states, and so on. And of course, in a one-state, one-vote structure like the UN, China has the advantage that this is a low salience issue for most relevant parties, most member states, and it can get some cooperation sort of on the cheap. And China has been relentless in pressuring UN officials, both in its contacts and in the placement of Chinese nationals in positions within the UN. And so this overbroad language, the sort of headline dictum, as it were, in those OLA documents, has made its way into the UN bureaucracy. It's sort of a whisper down the lane phenomenon where not terribly legally skilled bureaucrats say, oh, we can't ever talk to or about Taiwan or refer to it as anything other than a mere province. Now, the third theme that I'll get to in the bit of time I have left here is that Beijing has targeted Taiwan's ability to claim the four attributes of statehood and international law. The fourth of those is the capacity to engage in international relations. Well, by poaching diplomatic allies and by keeping Taiwan out of international organizations as much as possible, by prohibiting or impeding international agreements, essentially China has pushed a formalist notion of what it means to engage in international relations and has squeezed Taiwan's space. Territory, control over territory. Well, here we've seen chipping away as well with the encroachments on the median line and the strait and ventures into airspace and water space that were previously controlled by the ROC. There's even been some challenges to the notion, the other two principles of international statehood, which is separate autonomous governance and a distinct population. So you see the constant framing of Taiwan as a mere provincial or prospective future SAR, Special Administrative Region government, and you see framing the people in Taiwan as citizens or nationals of China, including the reach of China's criminal laws now to so-called secessionist activities in Taiwan. Fourth, and relatedly, and I just touched on that a little bit in my last remark, the anti-secession law. And here we see lawfare moving from arguments about international law to the uses of China's domestic law to pursue its agenda. And this is even more underscored in the 22 articles opinions that came out just a couple months ago. And this is part of the mechanism for undercutting Taiwan's claim to the international legal attributes of statehood. But more fundamentally, the anti-secession law is conceptually aggressive. It says Taiwan is part of China and has not left. If it were to leave, there would be force used, but it hasn't left yet. It's an interesting contrast to the often talked about but never adopted unification law. And there's an important element here of lawfare in that at international law, legitimate secession, that is the right to leave a larger state, often there's an argument of self-determination of peoples, is a much higher threshold to clear than simply saying we tick the box as a statehood and should be treated as a state in the international system. Fifth and finally, Beijing's lawfare includes attempts at de-internationalization, if I can make up that word, or domestication of the Taiwan issue. The anti-secession law does this, says this is an internal matter, Taiwan is part of China and hasn't left. And Beijing frames the anti-secession law as essentially a domestic law about Chinese territory and Chinese nationals. And the 22 article opinions interpreting the anti-secession law, the criminal law, and the criminal procedure law that came out earlier this year, these purport to bring so-called pro-independence activities by individuals and organizations within Taiwan and elsewhere as simply a matter of ordinary PRC domestic criminal law. So in closing, why does all this obscure law stuff matter? Well, I'd say lawfare for China is not an alternative to traditional warfare, but it's also an attempt to legitimate the resort to the use of force, and to reduce the practical likelihood that other states, including the US, will intervene to counter, prevent, or deter what China is up to. If China's various lawfare efforts succeed, then the use or threat of force by China against Taiwan, ostensibly to stop secession or to complete the civil war, would plausibly, if not decisively, be claimed to be internationally lawful and permissible. While on the other hand, forcible intervention in a cross-strait crisis or conflict, and even some types of material support for Taiwan, would be credibly, if not convincingly, claimed by Beijing to be internationally unlawful uses of force against the sovereign autonomy or territorial integrity of China, or an impermissible intervention in the internal affairs of China. This is not to claim that international law is decisive in any of this, but if China succeeds in its lawfare tactics, it does complicate and can undermine the legitimacy of US intervention, cooperation by US allies, partners, and friends in a Taiwan scenario, and the ability to win support or at least acquiescence by the international community more broadly. To close with an analogy that foreshadows the next panel, not for nothing did Putin say Ukraine's not a real state and eastern Ukraine is really Russia. China has acquiesced in that position on the Ukraine situation and has been at pains to say Taiwan is completely different from Ukraine in that it really is an internal matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tadeo. In 2022, there is a book published by RAND Corporation, Competition in the Gray Zone. That is the collective work under Dr. Bonnie Lin. And in that book, it did mention that there are several categories of the Gray Zone tactic. In addition to military and economic and geopolitical, also the cyber or information operation measures. So we touch upon lawfare that could combine the political, geopolitical, and also disinformation, and that is the leading challenge facing the island of Taiwan, almost on the daily basis. Now I will call upon Raymond Song, Vice CEO of Prospect Foundation. He deals with the peaceful settlement of dispute, international law scholar. Raymond Song, please.
Thank you, Chair. It is my great personal honor to join the 2024 Taipei Security Dialogue and join this distinguished panel. My task today is to discuss one instrument of the Chinese lawfare in a more closely light, but also putting it into its security and the strategic background. The question in point is the instrument, the 2024 judicial opinions criminalize the advocacy for quote-unquote Taiwan independence. And the PRC lawfare, as Professor DeLiso listed so comprehensively, contains a whole range of tactics, and they use law as a tactic to advance Chinese interests. And they essentially concern with the manipulating of the rules to advance Chinese interests, and they typically, in the case of, for example, the South China Sea maritime claim, the 9-dash line, which covers essentially the whole part of the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea into Chinese jurisdiction, quote unquote, and basically constitute three phases. Firstly, will create ambiguity in legal terms. Like China claims that they have this so-called claims over based on historical titles. And after that, they will gradually and bit by bit achieve a fait accompli, like, for example, occupying the isolates in the South China Sea and building on that. And also the final one, they will consolidate their positions by force or coercion and against the other littoral states of the South China Sea by really enforcing their so-called jurisdiction over the vast expanse of waters. So it's every bit concerned with the rule-based international order, and whether China will honor its international commitment obligations is the case in point. And the recent approaches vis-a-vis Taiwan is that China wanted to use the legal warfare to deny Taiwan's sovereignty. For example, we recently encountered that Chinese are trying to rejecting the validity of Taiwan's maritime zones. For example, our water claims like prohibition zones or limitation zones over the isolates of Quemoy, and they send their Coast Guard vessels into our zones and to board our vessels. And also we encounter the diplomatically, they try to persuade other peoples, especially in the global south, to deny the validity or to not accept Taiwan's passport. And also in the case in point, it's about the extending the criminal jurisdiction over Taiwan nationals. And the overall overarching aim is to weaken Taiwan's defense capabilities, like in case of not only in naval cases, but also Coast Guard forces, and ultimately to weaken the wills of the Taiwanese people to defend ourselves. And also the ultimate game for them is to erase Taiwan from the political map of the world. And of course, in the case in point, the 22 points, instrument, it's better to divide the issue into two aspects. It's one of the what we lawyers call legislative jurisdiction and the enforcement jurisdiction. So it concerns both of them. But firstly, I may cover the enforcement jurisdiction. Enforcement jurisdiction means that states can enforce its law, in this case, its criminal law, extraterritorially. But there's a legal means, for example, seeking judicial cooperations with other states, for example, issuing arrest warrant and asking other states' police and prosecution to arrest the convicts or the prosecuted for them, and also through international cooperation. Those are legal means. And there are illegal means, and the examples including, for example, in 2020 and 2015, China sent its agent into Thailand in a hotel to abduct a publisher in Hong Kong called Gui Minhai. And that's totally unacceptable under international law. It's extraterritorial enforcement in a third country against the Hong Kongese people, and actually with Swedish nationality. The second example of is in 2016, the deportation of Taiwan citizens along with the Chinese suspects of the internet fraud, and in Kenya, and actually using the international organization Interpol when the chairman, the director general of the Interpol was a Chinese citizen. They used Interpol red notice to deport Taiwan citizens from Kenya back to China for trial. The third example is about seeking, for example, in ECHR case, that seeking extradition of a Taiwan national called Liu from Poland, and actually the case was brought in before the European Court of Human Rights, and the Human Rights, the court found the extradition unacceptable and did not allow that due to human rights concerns. And those are enforcement. So by using this instrument, Taiwanese citizens and the other citizens, nationalities, are subject to higher risk of enforcement jurisdiction from the Chinese authority. And about the legislative jurisdiction, let's look into this. This instrument is adopted in May 26th of this year, but only announced about 1 month later on June the 21st. This called, the full name is Opinion on Punishing the Crimes of Secession by Advocating Taiwan Independence. And actually it's in the nature of judicial directive given to the judicial organs and prosecutors of PRC. And by bringing in the application of Article 103 of the PRC criminal law, which punishes crime of secession. And we often hear that every nation have this kind of laws to punish crimes of secession, like the case of Spain, when the people in the region wanted to seek independence, but without the approval of the Madrid government. Actually, the criminal law and prosecution was brought in. But it is a false argument, because you cannot separate a part which is not yours from you, okay? By arguing this, it's trying to say that Taiwan is already under PRC governance, which is not true, which is contradictory to facts. So the proposed application of PRC criminal law to Taiwan rests on a claim, a Chinese claim, not on a fact. That is very important. So also the actions concern is against advocacy, it's not against acts, primarily so. And because for those sedition laws, rebellions, or secession law, criminalization of those activities usually involve some elements of violence by using force illegally. But here, in this instrument, there's no violence or forceful means involved. So this instrument targeting so-called Taiwan dependent secessionist forces, which means to divide people among Taiwan. We will be seeing this more closely in the following. And the Chinese are learning from their experience built on the Hong Kong national security law, where they suppress all kinds of dissent, and also the PRC sanction list against all nationalities people maintain on them for they acts against Chinese interests. So the first type is about the acts initiating, establishing Taiwan independent secessionist organization, or writing up the action plans, or involving in the commitment of the activities of the so-called secession, which is about acts. But the second type is about acts devising to change the legal status of Taiwan by changing or interpreting, amending, or abolishing the relevant provision of Taiwan's law, or organizing a referendum in Taiwan. This is very curious. It's about that the PRC, by using this, seems to suggest that the existing law and legal framework, including the ROC constitution and the cross-strait legislations, actually is in their favor, actually is enlisting that Taiwan is part of China or part of the PRC. And so they criminalize any changes to that. This is very curious. The third type is about acts devising to create two Chinas, one China, one Taiwan, Taiwan independence in international society by promoting the accession of Taiwan to the international organization, which requires statehood, and also by promoting engagement of Taiwan in the nature of official relations and military liaison. So this one extends the Chinese criminal jurisdiction against, for example, nationals of United States, of all the states. For example, if we, Taiwan, are going into a closer military alliance building with, for example, other allies, the people who initiate those will be saw as assisting or committing Taiwan independence. Lastly, about the fourth type, about acts utilizing official position of influence in fields of education, culture, history to falsify Taiwan's position of that Taiwan is not part of China, or to use those positions to suppress political parties, organizations, or persons that support the peaceful development of the cross-strait relations. Those are trying to divide the people among Taiwan and also punish the building or fostering of Taiwan nationalities formation. So also punishes academics which use research into Taiwan history. Last part, the implication we need to take actions to push back, and we need to point it out to the international society. This instrument constitutes an illegal extension of Chinese criminal jurisdiction, and it's illegal, unlawful per se. Finally, and we need to alert our citizens to risk aversion by pointing the areas where the Taiwanese and other nationals and the nationalities are subject to higher risk of Chinese enforcement. We need to engage the lawfare forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond. Next speaker is Drew Thompson from the United States, former Pentagon official and also senior visiting fellow at Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Drew, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not used to the old school microphones now. Everybody has the boom mics these days. When I was asked to sit on a panel to talk about gray zone, a lot of things came into my head. Where do you start? I'm not going to, I love Jacques describing, what did you say, legally uneducated bureaucrat? Was that the phrase? I mean, I resemble that remark. But there's no question that China has been imposing tremendous gray zone pressure on Taiwan. It's been steadily increasing. Military coercion has been increasing for 20 years. It accelerated rapidly after August 2022, when Chinese aircraft started flying on a virtually daily basis across the Centerline Strait, began increasing the number of encirclement missions. Taiwan faces intense gray zone military coercion, and they feel it. My friends in the Ministry of Defense here I talk to, they are focused on it. But I'm struck by the challenge that gray zone attention places on engagement with Taiwan. Because Taiwan faces political pressure, but when you listen to US officials, when you listen to US Defense Department people, elements of Ambassador Kraft's remarks this morning, Taiwan needs to invest more in sea mines, it needs to invest more in anti-ship cruise missiles, it needs to be able to defend itself against an invasion. And actually that's where the real US interest lies, is in preventing the invasion. The US doesn't go to war with China over gray zone. It goes to war with China when the gray zone ends and when the war begins. And where is that line? And I'm kind of reminded of a tabletop exercise I participated in. Classic Pentagon underground building, clocks on all the walls. But we had White House, State Department, PACOM, Joint Staff, OSD, services, working level, which was great. We could really sort of think through, how are we going to respond to intensifying gray zone activities, military ones? What are the options we will be providing to the president? And then make the assumption that that coercion, that military activity is on a continuum. It starts with gray zone. It starts with flying around or driving an aircraft carrier through the strait. But it then goes on to the other phases that we also talk about, but less. Island seizure, blockade, quarantine, invasion, right? And those are all going to be part of, they're not individual campaigns. They're part of a continuum. So in that simulation, as we're sitting there talking through the hypothetical, there was a really fascinating tension that sticks with me between the diplomats who wanted to negotiate us off the ledge, right? A peaceful solution, an off-ramp. How do we get Beijing to not launch this invasion that that our simulation tells us is coming, because we see all the indications and warnings. We spoke about it earlier. I think Bonnie mentioned it. All of the warnings and indications of a conflict are there. China's strategic warnings are there. They are stockpiling food. They are stockpiling energy. They are stockpiling, their students are being trained in military activities. There's a lot of indications that they're resilient financial system. They are preparing for a conflict. So as we're sitting there walking through it, the diplomats want to walk this off. They want to get a peaceful solution. They don't want to see a conflict. But then the tension is the warfighters, the military, need to start moving their forces to prepare for a conflict. They need to start moving the Navy from California to Hawaii to Guam to Japan. They need to be in space in the right time. They need to overcome what they call the tyranny of time and distance. But those maneuvers would be provocative to the diplomats trying to find that peaceful off-ramp. So there's a real tension in the room, and that's why you do those sorts of simulations, to see where everybody's interests coincide and where they collide. And as we're going through this scenario and the situation's getting worse and worse as we play our game, and the diplomats are like, we're going to get Beijing to yes on this, we're going to get them to see that nobody wants a conflict, the cost will be too high. PACOM, you need to not provoke, don't do anything that can be seen, don't prepare for this conflict because that'll make it inevitable. Meanwhile, of course, China's not acting with any restraint. They're moving their forces, they're preparing. But the tension between the diplomats and the military was clear. And there was this defining aha moment in that conference where the diplomats were really telling the military, don't do anything to rock this boat. It's rocking enough as it is. The war, and finally the diplomat said, the war hasn't started yet. You cannot do this. And very quietly, one of the Office of General Counsel lawyers, one of these educated Pentagon legal officials, who you'll never meet, never see, will never come speak to a conference, but very quietly sat in the back and said, Admiral, or Ambassador, according to the San Remo Manual and the laws of war, it's already started, right? Once the blockade is laid, it's an act of war. And we're now already in phase 1 in the Taiwan Strait, but the Department of Defense is still in phase 0. So where do you find that moment when the black zone has stopped, or the gray zone has stopped and the black zone has begun, right? When does the war actually start? We won't even call it a war, but when do we start taking those actions? And that's critical. That's going to be like a defining moment, because it's going to take time for the US to intervene, to come to Taiwan's defense, and there's going to be pressures not to be seen as intervening. China's going to be using negotiations to slow US decision-making, right? China's very good at using negotiations to get you back on your heels, to get you to think that there may be an off-ramp when clearly there isn't. We saw that happened in the 1979 Vietnam conflict. They negotiated right up until they crossed the border, just to keep the Vietnamese off balance. I think there were elements of that between Macron and Putin before the Ukraine invasion. So how do we avoid that conflict? I've got a few minutes left. I've wasted most of it with a story, but that aha moment for me, 10 years ago, is still fresh in my mind. I talked about indications and warnings. If you look at it objectively, China's preparing for a war, but they haven't crossed the threshold. We're still not certain about the inevitability of it, but when is it inevitable? When is the military enabled, empowered to take steps that would actually prevent China from achieving its political objectives through the use of military force? And there's a couple things that I think can be done. I mentioned indications and warnings. That's a kind of military technical term, but both capitals, Taipei and Washington, will have perspectives of what's going on. And I think it's important that the two sides can appreciate and understand what the other is seeing, what they're doing, and how to interpret it. So, I mean, for example, you have like the DEFCON system, right? DEFCON 1, DEFCON 2, or now it's colors, right? Taiwan has a system like that, but I don't think we really understand what would cause them to go from level 0 to level 1 to level 2. And in a real crisis, if that were to happen, how would we respond? How would it inform our decision making? How would the public respond? Because that would certainly be part of the decision. Having a better understanding of those decisions on both sides would be critical for us to determine when does the balloon go up. Another one would be what drives Taiwan to make disruptive military defensive actions, calling up the reserves, right? Pulling people out of the workforce and putting them on the trenches, right? Laying defensive sea mines. Taiwan military and the Navy is invested in building their own sea mines, building bespoke ships that can lay minefields off of the critical invasion beaches. When will Taiwan military make that call, that judgment to lay defensive mines, and how should we interpret it? How can we predict it, and how can that speed the U.S. decisions? So I think those are some things that, that I'm constantly thinking about. Do we have a common picture, not just of the battle space, but of the political space, and that gray zone issue? Because China's going to obfuscate all of it. China's going to make us think that we're in a negotiated, outcome where if you just don't do this, everything will be fine, which tends to be a very standard Chinese position. If you concede, it'll be better. Maybe this is a preemptive question, but I don't think international law gives us an answer. The Paris Declaration, the San Remo Manual, the Newport Manual, they don't tell you when does the war start, right? The decision on the conflict is very subjective. It's a presidential level decision on the US side, but it's going to be a very contentious one. And my concern is it's going to be a very slow one, and it's going to slow a response that shouldn't be slow and should be fast. So I'll stop there. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Tang Anzu. Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness is that the mechanism could be considered to counter the gray zone tactic launched from the PRC. But we should pay more attention to gray zone operation because it is aggressive, assertive. It has bilateral, separate, the PRC Japan, PRC Taiwan, PRC the Philippines, distinction on the one-to-one in bilateral contact. And it changed the status quo. The status quo in the Taiwan Strait has been changed since 2022. And also, the status quo in the South China Sea have been modified with the PRC very aggressive maritime law enforcement. And it also disruptive of the international order and try to dismantle your preparedness. And since the United States simply argued that it should be beyond the radar screen or the US PRC military competition. So in Taiwan, we really try to study the implication, the impact of gray zone operation from the PRC. When we mention invasion of Taiwan, invasion of island, that is one scenario, and blockade option, the other one. But how could we distinguish the scenario of the Chinese quarantine of Taiwan and Chinese blockade of Taiwan? So that is the issue we are going to deal with. So now the floor is open. We have around 10 minutes left. Yes, please. From Sasakawa Institute, Yamamoto-san.
Thank you so much for the fruitful discussion and comments. So I have one question regarding about the gray zone operation against, Chinese gray zone operation against the Jinmei Matsu. So this week, China resumed the Shaosantung against the Kinmen Matsu. And Fujian, continental Fujian local people, students restart to visit Kinmen. I think regarding the Chinese gray zone operation, there is a clearly difference between their approach to Kinmen Matsu and to the mainland Taiwan. My question is how should Taiwan react or Taiwan act against the Chinese gray zone operation for Kinmen Matsu? Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other comment or question? Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Marcin Jerzewski from the European Values Center for Security Policy. Thank you to panelists for providing such a comprehensive overview of PRC's use of lawfare. In Central Eastern Europe, we are also concerned about the use of lawfare as a tactic of the Russian Federation. And certainly we see that there is a lot of comparing notes done between Beijing and Moscow. So I was wondering whether you had any insights into similarities and differences in which the PRC and the Russian Federation respectively use lawfare to achieve their regional hegemonic ambitions. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Liu Huguo from NCCU.
Thank you very much. Fuguo Liu from Taiwan Center for Security Studies. These three presentations are great this afternoon. I especially like to touch upon the questions on Drew's comment, because you have already clearly indicated the current dilemma of our defense establishment in Taiwan. Whether we should invest more in such a short-range weapon capabilities building, or we should address to gray zone tactic which Taiwan is facing. From our research, basically the serious challenge is not something happening on the ground. It is more about political in the long term. So, Drew, you have already put up such a difficulty in the Pentagon. And I wonder, maybe two sets of questions. One is whether our defense establishment has already catch up with the Pentagon's simulation on different scale. The second one is whether you can suggest how exactly the solution for Taiwan, even if from Taiwan, everyone knows it has to be political dialogue. Other than that, it would be very difficult. So I'll be waiting for your response. Thank you.
So I will return. Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Thank you. So I'm Domingo from INDSR. I also like to raise a question to Professor Drew. I think your remarks is really inspirational. So my question is, from your observation, what is the likelihood for China to use this law enforcement, gray zone operations to seize, for instance, the Paradise Island? My question is very similar to the first one. What is the likelihood for China to use gray zone operations to seize one of Taiwan's offshore islands, for instance, the Paradise? And if that is happening, what would be the reactions from the United States, given the context you just laid out? Thank you very much.
Okay. Drew, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, mindful of the clock, and there's multiple questions here. I mean, the underlying dilemma for Taiwan is that they need two militaries. They need a conventional force with modern fighter planes, big frigates, submarines, M1 Abram 60-ton tanks that can't go over bridges, because they need that conventional force to deter China in the gray zone. But when you cross that line and the force is used against
military infrastructure, the initial fire strikes that are likely to take place, the Air Force doesn't survive. There's not enough runways, and the runways can't hide. The Air Force is no longer a fixed-wing Air Force, it's a ground force. So it needs an asymmetric capability, some way to provide air defense without fighter planes because the runways are gone. The Navy's frigates will either have to go and preserve their force far from the battle space or lose it, and then figure out what is the Navy's role to deny its sea space from the land, like Ukraine has done, truck-mounted anti-ship cruise missiles. So it needs both. And the challenge is, how do you allocate the budget? And M1 tanks are probably less effective because of their size and their, compared to the Cloud Leopard armored vehicle, which Taiwan makes, which can have the same or similar main gun system on top of it, which would have the same effect on the enemy. But if I'm working for the Taiwan Army and I'm struggling to recruit volunteers to become professional soldiers in a shrinking demographic situation you've got, there's not, I mean, how am I going to recruit young people to join the Armor Corps when it's a 50-year-old M60 tank? You need an M1 to give them hope, to give them faith, to recruit. So it's hard to say no, but the important thing is that they allocate enough for that asymmetric anti-invasion island defense capability, as well as the gray zone capability that deters the invasion. So that's the underlying challenge. The other thing that I'd comment on is to really make sure that you think about conflict as a coercion continuum. Every time the PLA ratchets up its use of military force, it's designed to force a decision on Taipei. And they keep stepping it up. So it starts with crossing the line, then it goes to a quarantine, a blockade, a strike, a seizure. All of those are designed to force a decision in Taipei to capitulate. And then ultimately, if they don't achieve what they want, you end in the last stage.
Also mindful of time here, so I'll just address a couple of these things on the list. In terms of the question of the offshore islands and sort of gray zone tactics there, I think you see China focusing on areas other than the main island of Taiwan, so whether it's airspace or water space, or whether it's over these smaller entities. It's a way of challenging and eroding Taiwan's effective control over these spaces, and therefore eroding its claims to being a relatively normal state-like actor, but doing it at low cost compared to what it would do if it came closer to core Taiwan interests. So I think it's a bit of a salami tactic. On the Russia versus China story, there are obviously similarities. Both have framed what they're facing from US and other like-minded states reactions as essentially they made me do it, right? It's an encirclement and a try to keep Russia or China down strategy. In both cases, it's an attempt to deny the statehood and therefore the international legal protection that would be due the targeted entity. But there are some differences. China's been much more, I think, assertive about saying Taiwan is part of China right now. Russia didn't go quite that far with Ukraine. And partly, Russia is much more subversive of the rules-based international order than China is. And Russia is less concerned with making, I think, plausible international legal arguments than China is, at least for the time being. And finally, on this question of how the US would react, and this gets a little farther afield, and I'll say it in one sentence, that I don't buy the idea that US reaction will be much changed by the US election. I think there'll be great continuity in policy toward China and toward Taiwan. I don't share the view that you've heard from some of my American colleagues that Trump would be better than Harris for Taiwan. That's partly because of continuity in policy, but it's also partly because of the greater attention that would be paid to US alliances and cooperation under a Democratic administration.
the Russian-China comparison, only one point is about the identity card. When we see that the Russian try to justify its special military operation against Ukraine by saying that the Russian-speaking people in eastern Ukraine was suppressed or the genocides were committed in the area. And the reference here is the Article 2 point of the instrument, which says that if you foster the formation of the Taiwan historical narrative, you are going to be punished. And also if you suppress people who support friendly relations with China, you will be suppressed, which means that the instrument seems to see a certain fraction of Taiwanese being Chinese, and if those people are suppressed by the Taiwan's regional government or regime, and they might have the right to resort to help from the PRC. And that's very, very dangerous. So this instrument is not so innocuous. It seems it has Russian card of the identity within it. Thank you.
Thank you. This morning, Mr. Carter mentioned the importance of budget channel. That is very important. International waterway has no mean regarded by international security observer. So there are several checkpoints. A budget channel is among one of the top, and also water surrounding the Pratas Island in the South China Sea. And for the Great Zone operation, how to countermeasure, the U.S. need to provide leadership in this area. So in Malaga Strait, you have several mechanisms, RECAP, and also Malaga Strait Security Initiative. And you have Southeast Asia cooperation and training, but there is not any mechanism dealing with a very important waterway between the Philippines and Taiwan. And the United States in recent years has emphasized the multilateral, for example, between or among the US, Canada, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines in the so-called maritime cooperative activity exercise in water in the South China Sea. So, number one, the United States should consider or reconsider the importance of the U.S. Coast Guard in securing the maritime order in the area. And starting from September this month, our Parliament Legislative Yuan, there is a new committee, Taiwan Parliamentary All-Out Defense Committee, very similar to the Total Defense in Singapore, but for the first time ever inside our legislature, the All-Out Defense Committee. And in June this year, under President Lai leadership, we have the new interagency, we call it National Whole of Society Resilient Committee. So that is very important to counter Chinese Great Zone operation dealing with
the basis for decision making. So the perpetrator, in this case the Russian Federation, influences the adversary's decision making process with a specifically altered piece of information in a prepared information campaign. In other words, there is a substitution of motivation factors of the enemy in order to encourage them to take decisions that will be ultimately disadvantageous to them. And just as a side note, it is not all that dissimilar from the concept of war as deception that Swenzi wrote about as well. So, 兵者归导也. Then the concept of refleksivное управление manifests itself in an array of actions. For example, provocation and deterrence, so the changes in perception of power structures, deception, distraction, and paralysis, so measures to present false information about the situation, influencing the enemy's decision-making algorithm, for example, through exhaustion, divisions, and suggestions, and altering the decision-making time. It is important that these tools of hybrid influence were used not only in Ukraine, but also in other areas where the Russian Federation is seeking to bolster its influence. For example, through the use of private military companies in sub-Saharan Africa, Mali being a notable example, permanent Russian disinformation campaigns through pre-established networks in the so-called collective West, the use of influencers in almost all Western societies, unattributed or denied attacks on pipelines and other critical infrastructure in Europe, and cyber attacks on politicians. Therefore, the European Union is responding to these challenges. The newfound focus on hybrid threats was very clearly elaborated in the Strategic Compass, an important document that was published shortly after the onset of the full-scale invasion, which emphasizes the need for the EU to develop a collective hybrid toolbox, and specifically within the context of the hybrid toolbox, it establishes hybrid rapid response teams, which are very similar to a similar entity which already exists within NATO, but allows collective action that is different from that pursued by NATO in two different ways. Firstly, creating provisions for HRRTs to provide assistance to third countries, and secondly, also creating a stronger focus on non-military objectives. And especially the hybrid rapid response teams are a very timely topic, as the Council approved the guiding framework for the establishment of HRRTs just a couple of months ago on May 21st. Recognizing that in the deteriorating security environment with increasing disinformation, cyber attacks, attacks on critical infrastructure, instrumentalized migration, which is particularly important to Eastern member states, and election interference, the EU needs these new capabilities to counter emerging threats. And in the Council conclusions, the connection to Russian atrocities is very explicit. The Council notes that Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine is showing the readiness to use the highest level of military force, but also combined with hybrid tactics, cyber attacks, foreign information manipulation and interference, economic and energy coercion, and an aggressive nuclear rhetoric. And then acknowledges that there are related risks of potential spillover effects onto EU member states and the EU neighborhood that could harm the interests of the Union. Therefore, overall, the hybrid toolkit that the EU is developing, the hybrid toolbox, is comprehensive and comprises of preventative, cooperative, stabilizing, restrictive, and recovery measures aimed at strengthening political solidarity between member states on addressing these issues and promoting mutual assistance. The expansion of the EU hybrid toolbox and also establishment of the hybrid rapid response teams are also now explicitly featured in the EU strategic agenda 2024-2029, which was approved in July. The agenda is structured around three pillars: a free and democratic Europe, a prosperous and competitive Europe, and last but not least, a strong and secure Europe, which includes a strong emphasis on addressing hybrid threats. Therefore, just very briefly, I promised to make a small reference to Taiwan. I believe that there is space as the EU develops its policy responses to hybrid threats to incorporate Taiwanese expertise. Of course, considering the sensitivities surrounding engagement with Taiwan and the EU's One China policy, the engagement of Taiwanese experts would have to be limited to civilian and non-government affiliated experts. At the same time, as Taiwan lacks expertise for understanding Russian warfare, and the EU should bolster its institutional knowledge for understanding Chinese threats, there's a lot of space for cooperation. Thank you.
Yes. In the Ukraine war, also it's a hybrid warfare. You mentioned about the technology, AI, cyber, electronic warfare. But one thing is still very important is number. Also, the Russian troop has all tank, all artillery, but they had the tank and with artillery, they had a superiority. And they are the number, also their manpower is gone on over men by the Russian troops. So I think that we talk about asymmetric warfare in Taiwan Strait. So and it's very important, not only in the Ukraine war, but also in the Taiwan Strait situation. The next one, our Yuri Boita. He's also our visiting scholar in the INDSR, and he had many inside story in terms of Ukraine war. And Yuri.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, let me express my gratitude for inviting me here, and this is definitely the huge pleasure for me to take part in this discussion and to give my observation from the situation. So I will be focusing on the lesson learned from Russian-Ukraine war, and I have to admit that it's still developing, it's still very dynamic, and every single month, especially in technological dimension, something new appears on the battlefield, and it shapes the situation, and it also shapes the dynamic and other things. So this is how Ukrainian battlefield looked like at the very beginning in 2022. So you can see the huge amount of artillery ammunition that were used by Russia against Ukraine. And Ukraine didn't have enough production capacity and stockpile to compete with so huge amount of weapons. So this is how conventional or traditional warfare look like. And I completely agree with Dr. O and with Marcin that there is a mix on Ukraine battlefield now, Russian-Ukraine war, there is a mix between modern warfare and traditional warfare. There are so many different elements of this. And this is how it looked like from the very beginning. So Ukraine's response was also with the help of United States, and in 2022, United States provided to Ukraine high precision artillery rocket system, HIMARS, and also with GPS guidance, the artillery ammunition, Excalibur. So goal here was to directly target Russian logistic depots, command posts, command centers, etc., not to use so huge amount of artillery. So this is the element of the perhaps modern warfare. And in 2023, 2024, it was also another development, especially now. So drones, the huge amount of different types of drones that are on the battlefield for intelligence, for ISR, for command control, for attack, mining, demining. And now there is a new development. So Ukraine now is utilizing drones against other drones, against Russian air UAV. And it also shaped is the structure of Ukrainian armed forces. So just recently it was created in Ukrainian armed forces a separate branch, so-called unmanned system forces. And in every single infantry tank brigade there is battalion of UAV. And also there are regiments and even brigades of UAV that are conducting operation on more strategic level or on more operational level. So a result here, of this modern technology, quite modern technology I would say, that drones became a game changer. They improved Ukrainian fighting capabilities, they shaped the war dynamic, etc. And also comparing with, for instance, artillery ammunition, one artillery shells, producing of one artillery shell in Europe cost up to $10,000 US. And the FPV drones that also could target enemy's object could be less than $500. So it much more perhaps much more cost effective. So what Russia did, for instance, how Russia responded to this. So this is the situation for summer 2024. So Russia made some adjustment also on the battlefield. So Russia also produced the huge amount of drones and catch up with Ukraine actually, and also deliver from North Korea the huge amount of artillery ammunition. And also in 2024, there is another element appeared that became a threat for Ukraine and huge challenge, so-called correctable air bombs. They are very huge. They are up more than 1,000 kilogram warhead. They are dropped on the battlefield far behind from the front line. It means that Ukraine doesn't have air superiority to destroy them. So for Ukraine, there is a huge challenge, and there is a result of usage of this correcting bomb that they just destroy not only military objects, not only trenches, but just very easily destroying every fortification and cities, towns, etc. So perhaps Ukraine now is working how to fight with this, and F-16 one of the elements. And another element is long-range missiles in order to target Russian airfields and depots. This is the second case, another case. So how Ukraine utilized so-called Ukrainian maritime drones. There are about 10 types of them. They're with different functions. Some of them are surface, underwater, with immersion. There are a few agencies, main agencies that are developing them and operating them. And there are different specialization of them. This is one of Ukrainian maritime drones called Magura. It is operated by Ukrainian military intelligence and has a range of operation up to 800 kilometers. And warhead is about 200 kilograms. And in Black Sea, it actually, in 2022, 23, 24, it became a huge and very important of Ukrainian defense. So it was created and developed by Ukrainian, actually private company. And this private company developed it just during few months. And the communication system at the very beginning was used Starlink. And launching testing was in June 2024. And then the first mission that Ukraine conducted, but it actually failed. Due to the Starlink, because Starlink doesn't work near Crimea Peninsula. And this situation wasn't resolved, so Ukraine made some adjustment and in a few months created another few prototypes and also added a few different communication lines. So communication became much more stable. So Ukraine could successfully, and actually during a few years, successfully target numbers, dozens of Russian warships, including frigates, including different type of them. Some of them completely destroyed, and some of them significantly damaged. Now Ukraine is trying to utilize the using of group of these drones, because one drone is not enough to target one warship. So basically Ukraine use group of them up to 5, and first drone is targeting engine, targeting rotor, in order to slow down the warship, and then another few drones targeting vulnerable point of this warship. So tactic approaches also is changing. So this is the result of Ukrainian maritime drones operation in Black Sea. So this is the operational situation for now. And blue color, we see the Ukrainian forces, when red color is Russian forces or actions. And the situation for now, we see that Ukraine actually destroyed up to 30% of Russian Navy. Secondly, Ukraine was able to deblocate the Black Sea and enable to operate the grain corridor and enable to operate Ukrainian economy. And also, Ukraine pushed Russian warships almost from the Black Sea, and some of the most important Russian warship was moved to the Novorossiysk harbor, to the Russian harbor, because you can see near Crimea, on the southern part of Crimea, Ukrainian USV or maritime drones are operating so effectively. So now, every day, it could be only 1 or 2 or 3 Russian warships in the Black Sea, but in 2024, it was more than 40 of them every single day. So few conclusions could be made. So first of all, traditional warfare is mixed with modern warfare. Then we see the integration of traditional weapons and modern ones. Then old weapons are still lethal and very, very dangerous, especially when they are improved by technology. I completely agree that quantity is very much important, not only quality. And also, we do see a lesson. We see a lesson that that R&D and development of new technologies should be very fast, should be very dynamic, because there is a huge competition. Further development perhaps could relate it to electronic warfare, artificial intelligence, integration of different type of system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri. Also, Ukraine is in the Black Sea. That Ukraine, they don't have even don't have a navy, but they defeat or damage 1/3 of Russian fleet. So, and use the UAV, UUV, or sea mine, all this stuff of the asymmetric weapons. So, also that Ukraine war will be decided on them, but Ukraine's lesson in the Black Sea may be very useful in the Taiwan Strait. So, if we can use this kind of Yuri, as mentioned, this kind of asymmetric weapons, maybe we can block the checkpoint at the Miyako Strait or even the Bashi Channel, and then we can keep our sanctuary safe and only face one direction for Chinese attack, not surrounding by the PLA, Maritime and Air Force. So this is, I think that we can learn from Ukraine's, but also that Ukraine, because it's a brand, and so its ally can supply their logistics from all sides. But Taiwan is a unique situation because we are an island. So we need to only in terms of, in case of crisis, we need to maintain a kind of maritime security corridor. And this is important for our supplies in the war. So, and this job is not only, cannot do it by ourselves, but also need to the international help. And this is a kind that we can do in this phase that Chinese threat is we can effort and do to prevent this encircling situation. Thank you. And next one is Yan Tailing. He is also he is the program manager, Center for Peace and Security, and he is also a retired Navy captain. So he had very insightful in terms of Navy and Navy warfare. Your turn.
Thank you, Dr. O. I'm not sure my talk will be insightful or not, because I'm not an expert on the war in Ukraine as well as in the Gaza Strip. But I 100% agree with you just mentioned that there's lots of lessons learned, especially in the unmanned system we can use in the Taiwan Strait as well as the Basi Channel you just mentioned. I have been tasked talking about the lesson learned from these two wars. If we can make a change of a current military defense policy to hedge against the future armed conflict. Certainly there's lots of lessons we can learn from these two wars, but I simply want to point three of them. But before that, I would like to say this two war, which from my point of view, it's inconceivably longer than we expected, which reflects that a weaker force can sustain long enough while facing a stronger forces. That's number one. Number two, we see lots of modern technology like low SRB satellite communication system, like Starlink that can be used as a command control, and lots of the autonomous precision weapon system has been used in the battlefield, for the both sides of this engagement. So obviously, this technology already proliferated, not just for a stronger army, but also weaker army. So it's so easy to take advantage of that. Like my colleagues just mentioned, this technology change is very fast. So our defense industry or weapon system development or operational concept has to be keep up with that. In addition to that, I think the most three important lessons we can learn from this two war first is asymmetric warfare. That has been mentioned. Drew Thompson mentioned in the last session, talking about that we need two different forces. One is the conventional one, the other is the asymmetric force. So why is it important? The asymmetric warfare is not stranger to us. We have the QDR, ROC Armed Force Defense Strategy published. In 2009, we mentioned asymmetric warfare. It was 15 years ago. And over the years, gradually we have a chief of a general staff promoting this, but after 2 years, it seems to me that gradually died down. Until 2022, Ukraine-Russian war happened. It successfully sustained the first week. The asymmetric way of the operation, small group, small fighter, very mobile, can store the mechanized armored forces offensive for first week, for second week, and totally for 2 months' time. Then we see lots of international support coming in. So that tells us asymmetric warfare can do the job if we are facing far stronger forces. Most impressively, just like Yuri mentioned about, in the Black Sea, the unmanned system actually denied Black Sea Fleet's operation. The land-based cruise missiles, the UAV, the USV, just mentioned V5, Magaru, actually control all these area of operations. So Black Sea Fleet has to withdraw from Sevastopol all the way to the east coast. That's 200 nautical miles away from the Sevastopol to Novorossiysk. It's 200 nautical miles away. So it cannot blockade Odessa, not to mention conduct amphibious operation to Snake Island or whatever. So the unmanned system totally deny their capability, deny the Black Fleet. So that's why 100% agree with Dr. O mentioning about future in the Taiwan Strait or Basi Channel, we can deploy lots of unmanned systems. And I remember the Indo-PACOM commander, Paparo, talking about that Hell's Cape kind of a scenario. So that's what we need to learn. Then I said, after 15 years' time, what we have done in the ROC Armed Forces, in our Ministry of National Defense, is there any organization considered or responsible for asymmetric warfare force development or concept development? There's no organization responsible or focused on this force establishment and future operational concept. When you ask, they say all the armed forces are thinking about asymmetric warfare. And we have built out lots of the asymmetric weapon systems, like land-based anti-ship missiles. But who's responsible for that? That's current establishment. But we need the unit to train them. We need the unit to exercise them. We need the unit to experiment that, especially for unmanned system. We are very familiar with the anti-ship cruise missile, that been existing for 50 years' time. But how about unmanned system? How about swarm type of defense? We haven't experimented, not to mention exercised. So the operational concept has not been tested yet. So the first priority, we need an organization to develop all those systems, to identify what we need, and what we need to procure, what we need kind of a qualified personnel to operate it, and need to test it, experiment it, and exercise it. Most importantly, what's the operational concept? How do the asymmetric warfare force coordinate with conventional force? There's a lot of issue. We haven't seen the ROC Armed Force, well, from the public domain information, we haven't seen anything of that yet, not even from the annual Hangguang exercise. So that's a very important thing. That's a lesson learned. We need to focus. We need to pay attention on it. Remember, we mentioned about the unmanned sea drone, the V5. They have a brigade operate, a brigade specially focus and use and control, command those unmanned systems, those sea drones. When we have a unit like that, to deny the POA Navy to send their ship across Taiwan Strait or Basi Strait. Lesson number 2 is mobilization. In these two wars, we see both Ukraine and Russia, they mobilize a lot of forces. Israel as well. In a very short period of time, they mobilized about hundreds of thousands of armed forces to get into the Gaza Strip. But we heard, I read from a newspaper, that new recruit wouldn't be able to sustain 24 hours in the battlefield. From that, I consider that's immoral. There's a lot of similarity and also the difference between Taiwan and these two battlegrounds. We don't have strategic depth. We don't have enough strategic depth to train our reserve forces. If you don't train them during the peacetime, there's no way you can train them in wartime. So you are sending unprepared soldiers into the battleground, and you expect that they do their job and expect that they survive the overwhelming forces. That's immoral. So we need to pay a lot of attention and reform our reserve system. Of course, we understand in the last 5 years' time, we have done a lot of things. We put the mobilization organization and the reserve command together. We call it Houdong-ET. Then we put the standing army and reserve army all under the same command. We call the 长后结合. But actually, when you're talking about combat capability of our reserve force, we found that questionable. Not to mention, a couple of days ago, probably 2 weeks ago, there were 4 battalion commander went to our LY talking about they have man shortage, they don't have enough weapon system. Lots of questions, they cannot go to the base for the training. So we need to seriously thinking about this. What's wrong? What's wrong is there. We need to correct that. So that's question number 2. Give me another 2 minutes. The last lesson learned, I think this 2 war erupt all because of an intelligence failure. Why? Why deterrence fail? Why can we prevent the war from happening in the first place? You have lots of the war casualty, lots of population, civilian be dislocated, and 50% of refugees as women and children and being killed. That's a disaster. That's humanitarian disaster. We need to think about why and how can we prevent this from happening. So war prevention is the most important things I think here in Taiwan we now to focus on. And we should not repeat this mistake that the other 2 wars that give us the lesson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
One feature of this year, Taiwan's Hanguang exercise is decentralized command and controls. This is maybe we learn from the Ukraine war. And because, for instance, we need to adopt and resilient command, control, and communication system. And because SpaceX are we think are not reliable. So we had worked with the OneWeb to have the low orbit satellite that in times we can use. So this is we try to do is decentralized command, control, and communication system. And now we open the floor and any question, short question. Okay, here, this lady.
Thank you, Bonnie Lin, CSIS. Thank you for this very fascinating panel. The question I had was, given all the details covered in terms of the hybrid warfare, was to what extent you see Russia's nuclear threats being played out throughout the conflict, and what are potential lessons learned, and particularly looking at the Taiwan context? Because I think, we're constantly hearing new Russian threats, right? Russia's threat to, again, change its nuclear doctrine. How does that, from your perspective, play into the conflict, and is it a significant part or not a significant part? Thank you.
Jimaine.
Your earlier point about intelligence failure, the Ukrainian military intelligence didn't have ability to look beyond electro-optical data, so they were missing other windows of intelligence opportunities. Where do you see Taiwan in its preparation?
Okay, we take these 2 questions.
Well, in Taiwan's case, I don't think it will, our intelligence will fail. Since it's not an old issue. The cross-strait relations has been going on. The tension has been going on from 1949 all the way up to today. Both sides, I think we understand their decision-making, their force deployment, their routine activities, and of course, we sense the abnormality of the abnormal military movement. So I don't think that's a field of intelligence will happen here in Taiwan Strait, in our case. And so it's not we should focus more. We should focus how to prevent a war. That's why I think the lesson learned, most important lesson learned is how to prevent, how to deter, how strong we can be that deter them from sending their force. And we need to have a capability to make them think, not today. Every day is not today. Not to use force against Taiwan. It's not in Beijing's interest to do things like this. Right, thank you.
Very quickly, about the nuclear threats. We conducted research last year, and we did expert discussion with Chinese experts related to government. And we had a feeling that the main lessons that China learns that nuclear blackmail is extremely effective because it significantly reduced the help to Ukraine. It made the discussion whether or not Ukraine should be provided by ammunition, by missiles, by F-16, by tanks, by artillery, etc., more than 1 year. It gave an opportunity to Russia to build up its capacity, to restore its capacity, to maintain their position on the occupied territory. So perhaps in order to exclude so-called third countries' intervention into Taiwan Strait crisis, China also could use the same tactics. And in terms of intelligence failure, I don't think that Ukrainian intelligence failed, actually. Different agencies reported prior to invasion that the probability is very high. There are many indicators. And perhaps the most problematic was so-called political trap. And it's very, very similar what Drew mentioned about tension between diplomats and military. And also it was tension between politicians and military, because military wanted to mobilize people because they need to respond on the huge, massive buildup of Russian, but politicians didn't want so-called to provoke. So, Russia didn't achieve strategic surprise in terms of invading Ukraine, but Russia achieved tactical surprise. So Ukraine government didn't know for sure how exactly it could be, which point would be much more important or something like that. So perhaps the dominant perception was, the dominant opinion was that it should be from the Donbass. On the Donbass, it would be the main target. Thank you.
Okay, because of our time limit, this section adjourned here. Thank you so much.
Okay, please give it up to our moderator and 3 discussion on the talks, for the talks. Thank you so much, and may I invite all of you to take a group photo before our closing of this conversation. And I would like to welcome Chairman Hu once again to join our group photo on the stage. and gentlemen, our Welcome back to Taipei Security Dialogue. We'll proceed to the last conversation, conversation 6 of Taipei Security Dialogue, which is Indo-Pacific Maritime Security. And there are 1 discussion and 4 presenters in this session from Taiwan, Japan, and the Philippines. First of all, please welcome our moderator, Director Christopher Sharman, Director of the China Maritime Study Institute, U.S. Naval War College of USA.
Well, thank you. Chairman Ho, who's not here, but Ambassador Kraft, listen, this has been a great day. It has been a wonderful event. Thank you to INDSR for putting this on. You know, they say that you save the best for last, and that can oftentimes be a cliche. I have got the world's greatest panel up here for discussing today. You're in for a real treat. This topic of Indo-Pacific maritime security is right up my alley as a 30-year career Navy officer, and then as director of the China Maritime Studies Institute in Newport at the War College. This topic fits in really well with the overall conference theme of China's challenges, Taiwan, and global security. Now, I'd also recognize that it's this panel that stands between you and your evening events and dinner, et cetera. So I'll be mindful of the clock, and I'll watch the clock for everybody to make sure we stay on time. Now, I'll have a few quick comments at the outset. I do have to provide the caveat that because I'm a U.S. government employee, that my comments, anything I say are my own comments. They don't represent the Department of Defense. They don't represent the United States government. So, nothing I'm going to say is controversial, but let's tee the conversation up this way. The Indo-Pacific region, as you all know, stretches from the U.S. Pacific coastline all the way over to the Indian Ocean. This region contains half the world's population, 2/3 of the world's economy, and 7 of the world's largest militaries. The intensifying focus on the Indo-Pacific region is due in part because of the fact that this region faces mounting challenges, particularly from the People's Republic of China. The PRC is combining its economic, its military, its diplomatic, and technological might as it pursues a sphere of influence in the Indo-Pacific and seeks to become the world's most influential power. The PRC's coercion and aggression spans the globe, but it's most acutely felt right here in the Western Pacific and the Indo-Pacific. Now, at the China Maritime Studies Institute, the organization that I lead, we call this time that we're in right now the decade of maximum danger. We see this manifesting in China's all-domain pressure campaign that is directed against Taiwan. Now, this is most visible with the big exercises that we see with Chinese ships, Coast Guard, operating around Taiwan, now operating its Coast Guard to the east of Taiwan as well. But we also see this in the pressure that has already been talked about today, the offshore islands, how China is using its Coast Guard to eviscerate the prohibited and restricted waters that once existed off Taiwan's offshore islands. But China, this pressure campaign is going on in all domains, not just that visible military domain, it's also going on in the economic, information, and diplomatic domains. So our collective efforts over the next decade are going to determine whether the PRC succeeds in transforming the rules and norms that have benefited the Indo-Pacific and the world. The bottom line here, just to conclude my opening comments, the Indo-Pacific's future depends on the choices that we make now. So let me start off by introducing my panel. Dr. Lai is president of the Prospect Foundation. You all have the bios that are in the little pamphlet that they handed you, and it's a wonderful pamphlet they put together. But I just want to highlight a couple things about each of my panelists, just very briefly. Dr. Lai served as the special assistant to the TECRO office in Tokyo previously, the Deputy General of the Department of China Affairs for the DPP, the Director General for the Department of International Affairs for DPP, and now, of course, is serving as President of the Prospect Foundation. After Dr. Lai speaks, I will have Admiral Yamamoto speak. Admiral Yamamoto is a Program Director and Senior Research Fellow of Security Studies at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. He joined them back in, I believe it was April of 2023. Now, Admiral Yamamoto served as the Defense and Naval Attaché to China a decade and a half or so ago. In full disclosure, I was with Admiral Yamamoto, and I promised not to use anything against him during my time in Beijing there as well. So the other disclosure is that Admiral Yamamoto is an affiliate with my organization, the China Maritime Studies Institute, so I'll be watching very closely what you're saying today. And then to his right, Dr. Wu is an associate research fellow here at INDSR. And one unique thing about Dr. Wu's biography is that he is a graduate of the Naval Postgraduate School, if I'm not mistaken. And you went through the operations research program there. You actually had to work at the postgraduate school. I went through the National Security Affairs program there. You had a much more difficult curriculum. So he's specialized in military operations research, defense strategy, defense industry, and defense affairs. Now, I have one panelist who is not sitting here with us. Dr. Ona is an associate professor over at De La Salle University, where he is an associate professor of political science. His bio is in your pamphlet, but one thing I would like to highlight from his bio is that he's an auxiliary officer in the Philippine Coast Guard. Now, if you've opened a newspaper or read any news in the last several weeks, the Philippine Coast Guard has been very, very busy with China's Coast Guard and the maritime militia. I hope that he'll have a chance to talk about some of those things during his points today. So, enough from me. Let me first turn it over to my first discussant, Dr. Lai.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction, and thanks for inviting me for this very distinguished and important forum. First, I have to apologize that I just came back from Europe this morning. So if you feel sense that I'm a little bit dizzy, so excuse me for I'm standing my physical limits here, try to sustain myself in a very highly intellectually intense discussions. So I hope I can keep up with it. This panel is about Indo-Pacific security. And I think that right after the war in Ukraine, it becomes a cliche now that the Indo-Pacific and the European security now become integrated theaters. And I would just like to say that even in the Indo-Pacific area, in the past, when we talk about the so-called several flashpoints like North Korea, Taiwan Straits, South China Sea, but as a result of the development in the war in Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, the so-called three hotspots right now become a single integrated theater as well. So no longer we will be able to talk about individual flashpoints like North Korea, like Taiwan Strait, like South China Sea, as they can be managed individually. And that also means that many of the considerations that we have, or the operandi that we tended to have, should the war happens, we want to localize them. I will say that that is not going to work. And the issue need to be dealt with in the whole pictures. And the response in those areas will also need to include other areas as well. So that's the first result. I would say that the whole strategic picture that we envisioned in the past regarding Indo-Pacific maritime security now no longer operate as it was. The three, at least North Korea, Taiwan Strait, and the South China Sea, is now an integrated theater in general. Second, associated with this is that as we see from Chinese operations, especially in the East Sea toward Japan and Taiwan Strait as well as the Philippines, the gray zone operation, the tempo of the gray zone operation and frequency now start to increase and in a staggering scale. But we also witnessed that the operation pattern China tended to use in some other area, and now they also apply to other areas as well. For examples, in the past, when people talk about the Taiwan Strait security, mainly we talk about the Chinese naval presence in terms of its naval battleship or its naval ships. But since year 2023, the level of the Chinese naval engagement in the harassing against Taiwan, they include more and more of the Coast Guard ship. And also, some of the tactics they use, we found out that the similar tactic has already been applied to the Chinese harassment against Philippines, and also in Chinese harassment probably against Japan as well. And associated with this is that recently we started to find out that Chinese operation in Japan, for example, in the Senkaku areas, the same ships, and when they came back from the Senkaku, after their dealing with Japan, they started to harass Taiwan as well. So that is another interesting development that we found out. And that also goes to the issue that even in the Coast Guard, even in the gray zone operations, the similarity and the common patterns also apply to all those previous view as individual and separate areas. And that is something that we need to work on. Now the third, I would just say that the problem about Indo-Pacific security, the moderator just said that it came from China. Definitely it is. When we look back in about like 20 or 25 years ago, when we look at the Indo-Pacific, or basically the Asia-Pacific maritime security issues, people at that time talk about is pirates, the safety about the passage from the non-state actors. But today, mostly it's been dominated by a single state, that is China. But also, interesting enough, about the gray zone operation specifically, we tended to find out that all the countries, Taiwan, Japan, and Philippines, we deal with them individually. And we do not have a collective response toward this. And I would say that for China, the best interest for China in managing or dealing in terms of what the operates toward the three countries is that China can use all its national weight bearing on one individual, one by one, rather than trying to deal all of them together, and so that China will have this advantage. So I think that for a gray zone operation, individually by each countries, right now it came to the stage that we need to work out together collectively, so that the issue about the gray zone operation by China, whatever they did, they know that the one action in one area, they will have a consequence probably in another area. That is a kind of asymmetric defense, asymmetric operation that we need to have toward China. Otherwise, the differences between the Chinese tactic is that whether it's effective or not, China never has had to bear any consequence or any cost for any action they place on other countries, and we need to change that calculations. Finally, I'll just say that as the moderator just rightly pointed out, the Chinese presence in the east side of Taiwan increased quite dramatically. But also, I believe that also right now the biggest weakness that China has. So for us, all of it together, to deal with them, especially from Taiwan, the issue we need to place a tremendous dominance, at least in the east of Taiwan. That is the way to go, so that then we can spell them, at least in my view, back to the one single vectors, and that will make it easier for Taiwan to deal with. And I hope that and our friends could also share the similar operation or strategic pictures about the gray zone operations. I personally would say that the dealing with the gray zone operation, especially for Taiwan defense, is very, very important. We just cannot let Chinese to continue to have the positions as they wanted it, so that later on the Chinese military presence will become standing forces, and then they launch the attack. And that also means that the traditional differences between Taiwan and U.S. discussions about the asymmetric defense and also the traditional defense, that cannot be separated. Because the way that to have an effective asymmetric defense to prevent Chinese from a successful landing operation or the attack against Taiwan is start with effective operation against the gray zone operations. So that's my point. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lai, thank you for your comments. I wonder if I could just take prerogative as a moderator to just throw out one question. I may or may not ask others questions after their talk, but your conversation there about responding collectively, I wonder if you could expand on that just a little bit of what aspects of collective cooperation should we be doing? Is it information sharing? Is it actual operations operating together? How would you shape this collective response? That's for you. Now? Sure, let's take your hand.
Okay. I personally believe that we need to go beyond the intelligence sharing. Information sharing, definitely that is important, and that is the prerequisite for any effective collective response. But we need to go beyond that. In my view, do we have a collective response toward the Chinese ships when they're doing things on the Senkaku as well as on Taiwan? And are we able to work together so that the ship, they will know that the operation in the Senkaku will have a consequence about they have on Taiwan? So that is something that I have in mind. And also, in terms of the Philippines, although Taiwan probably, Philippines has its own different views about how they should respond and how they should expect, especially on Taiwan. But at least that Japan has its maritime presence more and more in the South China Sea. Sometimes the operation by the Japan's, whether that's the Coast Guard or the Navy ship, basically will be able to occupy a certain spaces. And that will make it difficult for China to really smooth their operation vis-a-vis Philippines. And I also believe that a certain coordination could also be placed between Taiwan, Philippines, and Japan. And whether we were able to collectively exercise together, I know that's a tall order, but at least we could coordinate our exercise so that for China, that will make them for whatever their operation will meet the forces everywhere.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn now to Admiral Yamamoto. Admiral Yamamoto, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, my skipper, Chris. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. So today's my argument is very simple, very simple. So there are just two things. The first is the problem of China. It is a gap of the perception of the sea or ocean. The second one is Japan's problem. From my skipper said, I'm the old Navy guys. I would like to talk about the Navy perspective. So it is that the ocean, sea is a global commons, even if it is a territorial waters of one country. Given the ocean, sea is a global common, we in the international community, particularly those of us in the Indo-Pacific region, who have a strong linkage to the sea, closely connected, it would be beneficial for us to work closely together, especially among our neighbors. So, however, China does not understand that the ocean are a global common. There is a huge gap in the perception of the oceans between China and the international community. However, whenever I heard one decade ago in our defense attaché period in China, I had a dinner with leaders of PLA navies, flag officers in Beijing. At that time, I always said that the Japan Maritime Security Defense Forces, Japanese Navy, is Pacific Navy. And immediately after that, I would say that to the Chinese flag officers, a Chinese Navy, PLA Navy, is a Navy of the Zhongnanhai. To get the PLA admirals to drink more Maotai, because the Zhongnanhai is the location of the center of the gravity of the Communist Party in Beijing, and a small pond there. So Chinese leaders are continental in their thinking, believing that the Chinese coastal waters include the west side of the First Island chain, the China own sea, so they call the maritime territory, blue territory. As such, they cannot imagine foreign ships operating freely in their own Chinese maritime territory. Unfortunately, Japanese society, Japanese local citizens, sometimes Japanese political leaders is like this perception in China. Japanese society also has a little understanding of that fact that one of the most powerful navies in the Indo-Pacific region is operating around Japan's southwest boundary. So the powerful navy is a Taiwan Navy. Japanese society has become familiar with the fact that the PLA Navy repeatedly conducts exercise in the East China Sea, around Taiwan or near Japan, as well as the airspace maritime domains. As aggressively reported by the Japanese news media recently, so the Japanese society has become familiar with the Chinese fact. Similarly, less is known about the Taiwan Navy's activities, including the live-fire missiles exercise in Japan contingent zone and EEZ. The exercise themselves are legitimate activities permitted under the international law, of course. And Japan cannot accuse the Taiwan government of such activities. However, this area, the Taiwan Navy conducting live firing missile exercise area, rather is also the area where Japanese fishermen conduct fishing activities. Of course, Taiwan armed forces are not a threat nor a challenger for my country, Japan. But unfortunately, since Japan broke off the diplomatic relations with Taiwan in 1972, there has been little communication between the self-defense forces, Japanese forces, and Taiwan Defense Forces officially. Perhaps this was done with Beijing in mind. Perhaps. However, the perspectives of ensuring Japan's security along the southwestern borders and preventing the unforeseen activities, accident with its neighbors has been overlooked. It is important to view communication between the self-defense forces and Taiwan military as crisis management mechanism between bordering neighbors, facing neighbors. In the earlier session, in the previous session, Professor Oh mentioned the blockade of the Miyako Strait. I'm sorry, I apologize if I misheard him comment. If Taiwan want to counter-blockade the Miyako Strait or using operation the UUVs or USV in the Miyako Strait against the Chinese blockade, there should be full consultation and coordination with Japan before any operation because, of course, although the Miyako Strait is international waters, but we must not forget that the islands to the north and south of the Miyako Strait is the Japanese territory and inhabited by Japanese citizens. Last year, the Taiwanese Navy built a new submarine. Congratulations. I believe they are currently undergoing a series of the sea trials surrounding Taiwan, maybe the east side of Taiwan. The area where the new Taiwanese submarine will operate will undoubtedly overlap with the area where the Japanese submarine operate. Also, US Navy and Chinese Navy submarine are likely to be present, maybe. If the intention of the Taiwanese navies are not understood, it is a very dangerous situation for my side. More importantly, what if an accident occurs while the new Taiwanese submarine is being trialed in deep seas it has never experienced before? Who rescued? There is only a limited naval force capable of rescuing it. I checked the rescue capability of underwater, deep water rescue capability in the world. The first, of course, the US Navy. Second, maybe Japanese self-defense force. Third, China, PLA Navy, and maybe Russia. So the surrounding Taiwan, who rescued? Chinese Navy? Maybe no. So fortunately, we have confirmed that good news that the Japan Coast Guard and Taiwan Coast Guard will conduct joint exercise this summer. I believe it is time to seriously consider, I believe it is time to seriously considering establishing a communication and crisis management mechanism between the self-defense forces of Japan and armed forces of Taiwan. So this is my argument. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Admiral Yamamoto. If I could, again, use my prerogative as a moderator and ask you a question. Do you sense you raise, I think, some really good points that there needs to be better communication between Taiwan Navy and Japanese Navy because of the proximity of operations, the potential that there could be an incident that one side or the other needs to know about. My question for you would be, do you sense is the resistance to improving communication between the navies, is that on the Japan side or is that on the Taiwan side? How would where do you see the pushback on that?
Frankly speaking, my Navy duty about 30 years more. Unfortunately, the last centuries, I do not know what is Taiwan Navy. So maybe the current chief of the Japan the flag officers of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, maybe they do not understand what is the Taiwan Armed Forces. So, of course, I was a defense attaché to Beijing, and our Japanese self-defense forces have a lot of type, from the leadership to the sailor and soldiers. We have the very wide, many times of the exchange with the PLA. So we understand. So the leadership, the character of the leadership is what? And the commander of the captain of the submarine, captain of the destroyers, their character is what? Very angry guy or numerous guy? It's okay, but we understand. And our sailors understand Chinese frigate is what? Chinese destroyer is what? However, almost of the number of the Japanese self-defense forces, sailors and soldiers never find the Taiwan Armed Forces. So I worry about if on the ocean, on the sea, so our sailors cannot identify which is the Taiwan Navy or Chinese Navy. So dangerous, particularly, especially for the under the sea. So it's so dangerous because of the Taiwan submarine, Chinese submarine, sometimes Russian submarine. So this is our Japanese problem, I think.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Wu, if I can turn to you for 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chris. According to previous presentation, I will narrow down my focus. My focus will be on the South China Sea, especially about the maritime security issues happening right now. We all know that the maritime security threat, they are traditional and non-traditional. Of course, traditional is like an armed conflict, but currently most of them belong to non-traditional, which includes the gray zone operations, Malaysia's ships operations. So typically, we can see that China's influence is increased in the region, in the Indo-Pacific region, especially in the South China Sea. China's continued expansionist maritime strategy, it's a permissive approach to the law with support of the national maritime legislation. And its growing military power oppose significant threats to the Indo-Pacific and adversely affect the existing rule-based order. China's territorial claims and associated assertiveness have exacerbated instability across the Indo-Pacific. The build-up of military power and the development of competition activities for maritime resources clearly demonstrate China's strategy of using the sea to engage in great power competition. With the rapid development of China's maritime forces, the ensuing maritime disputes between China and the states in the East and South China Sea have significantly increased the risk of the protection of the maritime routes. As for the South China Sea, we can see since 1974, China has seized the Paracel Islands, and then up to now, today, 2024, there's conflict in several islands nearby the Philippines. Most of them, they occupy the island, then they build a military base over there, successfully to improve and create their power projection capability to cover whole South China Sea, which they can deploy their forces just like what we see right now currently happening in the South China Sea. There's Malaysia ships, maybe dozens of it. And also there's coast guards around it, maybe 10, 4 to 10, 5 to 10. And also behind them, they also have a POA Navy. So that's a create operation mode. It's like a 3-in-1. Malaysia, Coast Guard, and a POA Navy. At first, obviously their operation mode was like use the Malaysia ships try to interfere, try to disrupt the normal operations of the, for example, like Philippines supply ships. Then the Coast Guard will come in with the so-called, they try to protect their sovereignty, which is defined by themselves, not from the international community. And then once I observed, once the Philippines sent out the warships, then the POA Navy ship will present on scene. So it's that kind of mode they are operating right now. And I'm thinking about that. Once the mode is successfully to stop or to coerce all the, for example, like Philippines, then he will apply to other areas, such as in the Taiwan Strait, as well as in the East China Sea. So that's a very important thing. So we need to think about the way to face it. And one of them need to be noticed is their narrative. They are trying to launch a narrative warfare. Every time when there's an incident, you can find that the first bark announced in the news will be the China, which is no matter is fact or not, it will assert the same way, use the same tone with the same language. So that's a narrative warfare to me. So we need to take it very seriously. For the international community, we need to sum up and need to give out a voice, try to deny their narrative. It's important. Once you don't speak loudly as time goes on, in Chinese, there's old saying, the line, speak 100 times becomes truth. So that's the idea. So we need to take that very seriously. Another one is, Lisa talking about the international norm, UNCLOS. Everybody says that we are following the UNCLOS to dealing with maritime issues about maritime security. But China has a different interpretation for that. As we can see, he can deny the 2016, the arbitration law, which was judged by the International Court. if not made China's idea, then he can deny it, which means that the international norm in China's view should be defined according to China's definition, which is very dangerous, which is not accepted by the international community as well. Then we need to address that as well. So a narrative warfare, to me, is ongoing, and we need to fight for that. And put the other side. If you want to maintain the peace, maintain the maritime security in a good order, then the order must become to international norm, which is consensus to all countries, all participants. But currently it's not. China has a different view on that. Then, beyond that, you got to have a power to enforce it. You have a rule. But if the rule just you are voicing out the rule without any actions, without a force on hand, then nobody will listen to you. They will keep going what they did. So I think the law force enforcement, the capacity building of the law force enforcement will be very important, especially for those countries facing the coercive activities happening right now from China, which means the countries, the states, need to put more resources into this area, try to build more powerful capacity when you are facing a challenge from China. That's two ideas. There's a norm. The norm must be consensus from the international community. The otherwise is you got to have the power to enforce it. Otherwise, it's useless. So that's the major idea I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. That was great. Thank you for your comments. I think your idea of taking the lessons of the South China Sea and what we see there and applying that to the East China Sea is some sage advice. One of the points you raised was China's cabbage strategy, the maritime militia being that close-in force and that concentric circle of then the Coast Guard being behind them and then the Navy kind of further out. I guess my question for you is, as we look at maybe that model applied to the East China Sea, have you had much success identifying maritime militia ships that are operating in the East China Sea or in the Taiwan Strait area? Do you see similar types of operations? What's your take on the maritime militia in the East?
Actually, in the past, not currently, in the past, we also have an outlier island circling by those militia ships, maybe fishing boats, who knows? But they are circling around hundred of them, circling around the island like Quemoy or Matsu. We don't know what's the intention, but it definitely is on purpose. And also, you just mentioned about identify those ships which come into a point into about maritime domain awareness, which was just mentioned probably this morning about Indo-Pacific maritime domain awareness, which is proposed by the Quad in 2022. I think that's a very good thing. Currently in South China Sea, Philippines usage that kind of things tries to make the field transparency to the international community, so everybody can see what's going on there, who is hostile, who is peaceful. So that's a good idea for that. But of course, not many countries have that kind of capability to do that. Thanks to the U.S. help, I think U.S. provide a lot of help using the current like a Sea Vision or Sea Light. Sea Light is a project from the Stanford, Sea Vision, all right? So I think that's very important. They can share the information, correct information for those, especially the dark ships, which is no AIS. Unfortunately, we got a small boat coming to our Dansei River, which is a dark ship. No one find it. but it just coming through. So that's the point that currently Taiwan Coast Guard also have a program. It's a focus in trying to increase our domain awareness. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn now to the magic of technology and bring in Dr. Ona, who's magically going to appear behind me. There we go, look at that, magic. Dr. Ona, thank you for joining us. You have the floor for 10 minutes.
Hello, Chris. Can you hear me?
Good to go. You sound great.
All right. Greetings from Manila. Thank you to the INDSR and the Mainland Affairs Council for the invitation to be part of this prestigious event. My sincere apologies for not being able to attend in person. The focus of my discussion is on cyberspace and malign influence operation. Nonetheless, I'll be delighted to answer maritime domain questions, especially about the Philippine Coast Guard's activities in the West Philippine Sea. The issue of cyber has received significant attention over the last decade. Because of the ubiquitous nature of digital technologies, cyberspace has become synonymous with entertainment, commerce, politics, among others. It has also become a symbol of innovation, openness, and empowerment. On the other hand, these same ideals are being weaponized by malign actors, either state or non-state, through asymmetric and gray zone strategies, as well as malign influence operations. Perhaps we can attribute this shift in the evolution of thought regarding cyber. From its productivity and technology-centric focus during the 80s to the early 2000s, this efficiency-first, security-later paradigm has somewhat resulted in the exploitation and eventual securitization of cyberspace. Today, cyber has become an urgent national security concern. Furthermore, we are now seeing various views of its prominence. For instance, Joseph Nye argues that cyber is equivalent to smart power, being able to achieve the balance between hard and soft power, while John Sheldon underscores the value of cyber power because of its ability to maintain considerable influence over an adversary during peace and war. We are now witnessing these ideas happening in the battlefields of Ukraine, in the United States, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines, among others. In addition, offensive cyber's low entry barrier seems to be a cost-efficient alternative for low-intensity and asymmetric warfare. For instance, Beijing's alleged 50-cent cyber militia, amounting to 10 million heads, is proving to be an ingenious tactic. By mobilizing their local talents and learning from a standard playbook, these malign actors soon gave it a part of the overall United Front strategy. I believe that malign actors found the secret sauce to its weaponization through the following: the development and use of offensive cyber capabilities aimed at disrupting and destroying critical infrastructure as well as intellectual property theft. It also has the capability to obfuscate their insidious deeds through astroturfing and cyber espionage techniques. This makes attribution extremely challenging. These activities are also the favorite of gray zone operators because of its lower conflict threshold. The use of artificial intelligence and social engineering to model online behavior and determine patterns. It is widely seen that combined with quantum technologies, AI-enabled offensive cyber operations can crack the current encryption techniques in a matter of minutes. Cyberspace is also a favorite venue for disinformation activities because of its ability to spread fake information rapidly and because of the malleability of digital content. This convergence of offensive cyber and disinformation, together with the use of artificial intelligence, can further amplify malign influence campaigns through the proliferation of deepfakes, targeting of societal sectors, groups, and individuals through digital stratification techniques. The aim here, I believe, is to make truth subjective. Taiwan is an excellent case to study given the numerous local examples and because of China's heavy-handed approach in its intent and messaging. I also strongly believe that the Philippines will be the next case to watch, especially now that the political battle lines are being drawn between the Marcos administration and former President Duterte's camp. In the Philippines, we have seen a 300% increase in cyber crimes and offensive cyber incidents in just the first quarter of this year alone. These attacks were a combination of hacking, 55%, denial of services, 10%, and disinformation and influence campaigns at 35%. The main targets are the government at 80% and educational institutions at 20%. Usually, the prominent attacks coincide with the US-Philippines Balikatan military exercises. Their favorite target is citizen data, particularly personal health, public safety, and demographic data. Our Ministry of Information and Communications Technology claimed that several of these attacks are coming from China-based IP addresses. Of course, the Chinese embassy here in Manila has denied any involvement in this. Another sign of this confluence of offensive cyber and disinformation is the deepfake videos of the President Marcos Jr. The National Security Council of the Philippines has warned that we will see much more of this phenomenon as the 2025 midterm election nears. At this point, I think the question is, how do we now move forward given these formidable challenges? Allow me to share several insights on this matter. First, AI and quantum computing are seen as game changers as it will allow seamless convergence of offensive cyber and disinformation for amplifying malign influence operations. AI can shape public opinion by influencing citizen perspective, affect morale, defining the notion of victory, or redefining the notion of victory, as well as challenging the traditional notions of sovereignty and conflict. Therefore, clear lines must be drawn between AI's open and transparent regime versus its restrictive use. More importantly, the use of artificial intelligence power must be rooted in values and the rule of law. There is also the need for common and collective defense, as well as safeguarding AI from malign use. My next point is consistent with what General Nakasone, former head of the US Cyber Command, pointed out. Our ability to connect the dots and do away with our siloed, fragmented approach to cyber will be crucial. This change in paradigm is paramount, given that our traditional mandates, the way resources are allotted, especially in the public sector, and our current capacities are not designed to interoperate. International cooperation is also a key component to this thinking. This can be done through sharing of information and best practices, improvement of digital capacities, as well as the creation of rules-based protocols about the use of cyber and other emerging technologies. Lastly, there is a need to define the term whole of society or whole of nation approach. Instead of becoming a cliche, governments must take the lead in defining the roles of the various sectors and creating a policy environment that will enable the various actors to participate and contribute. In conclusion, cyberspace has become a contested environment. With the developments in AI, quantum computing, and its eventual ubiquity, states would have to grapple with its risk and address its vulnerabilities by adhering to a rules-based approach and collective defense arrangements. It must also recognize that malign actors will exploit these technologies to amplify the convergence of offensive cyber and disinformation, making it a significant tool for malign influence operation. Therefore, recalibrating the whole of society strategies and fostering international cooperation are crucial steps in enabling a proactive cyber defense and resilience posture. Thank you very much, and mabuhay.
Thank you, Dr. Ona. Listen, I have a ton of questions, but I also am looking at the clock. So I'm not going to ask a question. Because I want to reserve, I think there's a lot of interest in the audience to the panelists for the various topics that have been raised. I'd like to get a couple questions from the audience, and if there are not any, I certainly have some. But I'd like to, are there any questions that anyone would like to raise? Let's start here in the red. Yes. In the red. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much. Veena Najibullah with Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. I wanted to go back to the very beginning with the presentation of Dr. Lai. You began by saying that the three flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific should not be seen as separate, but rather as part of one integrated theater. And I wanted to ask you about your evaluation of our kind of collective response to that, if we are taking that as a given, and given that the U.S. has set up a number of trilaterals, minilaterals, quadrilateral arrangements, where does Taiwan see itself in that? So, I mean, I'm in particular, based on the discussion, I'm thinking about the Japan, Philippines, US trilateral, for instance, that just was set up recently. Is there any prospect for Taiwan to be engaged with any of these? What would that look like? What are the impediments? Thank you.
Let me take one more question and then we'll answer this. Sir.
Thank you very much. I have a question about role of the Coast Guard. In the beginning of August, the Taiwanese Coast Guard ships visited Tokyo about a week, and it is disclosed they are here to the mass media in Japan. I think it is very good. It was very good news to enhance the relationship between two countries, the Coast Guard. And the Coast Guard has a could be tool in gray zone operation. As a China power already they analyze how to change the status quo around Taiwan. Coast Guard and Maritime Security is a tool to change the status quo in Taiwan. And on the other hand, the Chinese Coast Guard could be the tool to de-escalate the situation in this area. And my question is, how do you think about the Chinese Coast Guard ships' role and mission to control, de-escalate the situation around Taiwan, Japan, and the Philippines? Except Japan.
That's a great question. Okay, let me take those two questions just in the interest of time. Dr. Lai, would you like to respond to the first question?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great question. Of course, we do see that the Indo-Pacific security arrangement, especially under the Biden administration, changed from the bilateral hub and spoke system to the lattice work system, in which many of the minilateral, trilateral, even the quadrilateral development security dialogue and cooperation study to come up. Originally, Taiwan has a very high hope that we could be able to work with the Quad, but apparently it seems that due to a certain country, their preference, Quad is try to demilitarize as much as possible, and so that we also see the U.S., Japan, Korea, U.S., Japan, Philippines, with Australia, so the S-Quad, as well as others. And definitely, I think it is in Taiwan's interest to be able to work with all of them. But this is not our shot to call, because first of all, how the United States is going to work on this, what is the arrangement, that's going to be the key factors. Will the U.S. continue to work with Taiwan on a bilateral basis, or the United States would like to initiate a kind of the trilateral or other quadrilateral development? How the Japan, for example, and the Philippines as well as Australia respond to that? I think that's more of a diplomatic level of the discussions, how that's going to work out. But I would just say that in terms of the Coast Guard, we are very happy to see that Japan, Taiwan, and also Taiwan, Philippines, we have our Coast Guard exercise together. So that's a very good the beginning. But then when the further question regarding how Coast Guard can play, I remember during one simulation exercise, what we were told that, for example, should the quarantine or the blockade operation come out by China, and then some people suggest that the Coast Guard could be the tool to prevent, to signal that we do not want to escalate, but as a part of escort operations. But then we were told by our Japanese friends that the escort operation in Japan is actually preserved for the Navy, not the Coast Guard. I do not know whether my understanding is correct, but it did alert us that about the role and the capability of Coast Guard for those countries they have. Sometimes we need to attune to that about exactly the kind of role that we wish they can play. So that was just one caveat. So thank you.
Good. Yes.
I would like to show my comment about the Chinese Coast Guard. So I think the Chinese Coast Guard is a very unique maritime forces. I think so the different type of the normal Coast Guard. So the Chinese Coast Guard is the Navy of the People Armed Police. Navy of the People Armed Police. The China have, as you know, the China have the two armed forces and militia forces. The one is a PLA. PLA's the primary mission is defend of China, people of China, and reunify Taiwan, liberate Taiwan. So the target enemy of the PLA is the outside enemy, enemy of the outside of the China. However, PAP, People's Armed Police Forces, is inner domestic military forces. So their target is the enemy for against the Chinese Communist Party regime. So my image is that Chinese Coast Guard operation against the Philippine vessels, including fishermen or Coast Guard. So very similar is the activity, police law enforcement operation in Xinjiang Uyghur against the Muslim. So they against the communist regime. So very similar. So so I say again to the west side of the First Island chain. Of course, we cannot accept, but Chinese domestic mind and the Chinese Communist Party propaganda to their own students that west side of the First Island chain, inside of the 9-line, is the maritime territory. It's not global commons. It's not international waters. So totally different. So the Chinese Coast Guard is, I say again, the Navy of the People's Armed Police in the domestic forces, military. And the PAP is not the police. PAP is the military forces, particularly after the 2011, 18, change controlled by, under the direct control by the CMC. So that's my answer.
Great. Listen, we're coming up to time here, but I think that's a great note to end on. I think it's important to remember that when we talk about the Maritime Militia, we talk about the Coast Guard, and we talk about the Navy. These are three military maritime forces. They all ultimately report to the Central Military Commission. So perhaps we need to be treating them as all military forces. And so I think it's something to take away from this conversation. So listen, please join me in saying thanks to this fantastic panel, and thanks for the discussion today.
Thanks to Director Sharman for moderating this session. And last but not least, I would like to invite Chairman Huo once again to join the last group photo with the discussant and moderator. 我们这次有请霍董事长，好，请上台加入我们这个环节的合影。Okay, and stand more closer to each other, please. Look to the front. Okay, 3, 2, Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as well. All right, today's forum has provided us an opportunity to engage in deep exchange of opinions on current regional issues. Hope you all find your inspiration and gain valuable insights during this conference day. Time flies, so now we officially conclude the 2024 Taipei Security Dialogue, and we look forward to continuing to advocate for closer exchanges and cooperation together with you. This is Wendy. Thank you all once again for your participation and support. Hope to see you soon in 2025. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, last but not least, here's some final reminder for you. Don't forget your personal belongings while leaving, and remember to return the interpretation machine back to our reception area while leaving. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, don't forget to leave the badges on table. Just leave the badges on table. Thank